Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
You know, it's so exciting to be here today. What a blessed day. It is day 3. Day what? Day 3. Everybody put your hands up and say day 3, 3, 3, 3. You know, it's great because it's about neuroscience. So first of all, everybody, if you watched the show yesterday, we're all going to yawn. Ready? There we go. Get the blood going, get all the right peptides, get the body moving, right? Move around a little bit. So the biggest thing about today is we have a brilliant first guest. And you're going to be blown away by who it is. And in 1 second, I'm going to bring up our host, but not yet. I'm just going to let everybody know, be ready for the day. First of all, share this with everybody you know. Share this with everybody you know because it's their education and information. Number 2, I want you to be ramped up and excited. Make sure you've got your drink ready to go. Okay, mine is an iced tea this morning, and I'm ready, and I'm just pumped up for a great day because it's about education and information. It's about us getting us out there. It's about us making a difference and enhancing and enriching your lives. So with that being said, I just want to let you know today we've got amazing panels. We got speakers from around the world. We have speakers that speak at the United Nations. We have people that have changed lives for over 100 million people, 100 million people. And it's going to just be that kind of brilliant day. We're going to anchor in the day with really your thought processes, how you're going to do it, your business, how it works, how neuroscience involves you every single day. And we're going to, again, bring in and beam around the world like we do. Yesterday was powerful. Today is even more powerful. Host, bring yourself up because we have an amazing day today. Here they come. Look at this. Don't do this yourself, everybody. Write this down. Do it as a team. Do it as a family. So just again, what is one thought about today and your excitement for today? And I always go a different way because this is good for my brain. I learned this yesterday. So I'm going to start with Parisa, and then each of you just pass it to another person.
One word for today would be, I can't say excited. I'm pumped up. That's 2 words, but I'm pumped up. Those are my 2, Michael. Thank you for giving me an additional one. Alisha, over to you.
My word for today is impact. I'm excited for the impact that's going to happen as people here. I've been talking to people that have been tuning in the last 2 days, and they love the breadth of the conversations, how we're hearing science, but hearing how to apply some of the principles. And I'm just excited for the impact that I know is going to happen as people tune in today. Ava, what about yourself?
Transformation. There is no way you can stay the same after these 3 days. Go ahead and share it with people you love, people that you know, because this is transformational and we're all getting this. Normally you go to conferences and pay to be able to listen to one of the speakers. We're all getting them to you through the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you to our CEO Morak, our Vice President Michael Silvers, and all of our hosts. What a generous platform. So go ahead and share it. Transformation is my word for the day. How about you, Karen?
Yes, and Ava, thank you for mentioning that. Where else do you get to hear these speakers at no cost? I mean, at the Los Angeles Tribune, with the generosity to provide this. My one word for today is energy. And I loved it when Jim Kwik said that you can do energy. You don't have to wait for the energy to come to you. You can do energy. And so we are going to do energy today, folks.
Yeah, I want to thank you all for being on, but it's the energy we bring as a group because we're creating a difference every single day. And we're beaming in from all over the country, which is awesome. And we have people beaming in from all over the world. We are literally global. We are a global company that is here to make a difference. And we do this every day. So with that, I'm going to turn the show over because our next guest is ready to go. And we just believe in staying on time, respecting your time, and it's going to be a great day. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn the show over to Alisha.
Yeah, so everyone, please share where you are tuning in from. Share the Neuroscience Symposium with your friends, your colleagues. It is here to help you grow and to inspire you. We are kicking off with a very, very, very special guest. You all are about to hear from Fab Morvan, who was part of Milli Vanilli in a really expressive interview that's going to be moderated by Parisa Rose. So tune in, share your questions throughout the day, and let us know how the Neuroscience Symposium has impacted you when we're done with the show. So I'm going to hand it over to Parisa Rose right after this commercial break.
Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with another amazing interview with Fab Morvan. Hello, everyone. My name is Parisa Rose, and I don't know about you, but I'm super excited to dive right into this. So I'm not going to delay any bit. I'm going to go ahead and bring Mr. Morvan up here on stage. Hello, hello, Fab. How are you today?
Hello, nothing but good vibes. I'm ready to dive in and just share. Sharing is caring. Let's go.
one of the things you said last time you were with us was that great stories are meant to connect us. And great stories are meant to allow us to bring us back to our humanity. And today, I think, if I would say so, I think you have an incredible story, not just a great one, but you have an incredible one. And I'd love to bring that incredible story as much as we can, that incredible story forward and really help paint a picture, a better context, maybe a new narrative for people to have an understanding of you, of Fab Morvan, of, yes, Milli Vanilli, but really to experience a new context, a new narrative, and really connect with the humanity that is here on screen with us. What do you say?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm down with it. You know, I've been working through the years on myself first and developing, learning how to recover from what happened to me. You know, and when we talk about the bullying of today, the bully of today can have access to you via the internet directly. But back in the day, the internet was not really there. Social media was not really there. So the bullying happened in your face. Like people literally got in your face, or you just felt, you know, the jokes and make you feel bad. And it seems like they were enjoying that because the narrative was being written and everyone believed the narrative, the old school narrative. So to be able to come to travel through time and get here and being able to share my story and also help people who are going through it. I went through it in the public eye when some people go through it in the privacy of their own home. So that's a testament to my resilience today. So struggle is a great thing. Don't shy away from struggle. As a matter of fact, I read a few big books, but the ones, you know, the old Greek philosophers always stuck with me because I was wondering, how did they get to those conclusions so long ago? And one of the statements was, I'm paraphrasing, it was about, don't medicate yourself, just go through it. You know, and this is why I never relied on the chemical aspect of, you know, healing myself by taking medication or brain enhancers in order to deal with depression and all that. So I just went through it and allowed my brain to just to process what was going on. Because just like, you know, when you're hungry, you know, you're hungry, and eventually you pass that stage of being hungry.
Yeah.
You know, so same thing with pain, like, you know, sorrows within yourself. Eventually you'll get those moments where you get out of that vicious circle of feeling sorry for yourself. And
Right.
then you go out of that circle and then you tell yourself, why am I doing that again? Why am I doing that? So I definitely saw a correlation with the brain, the body, the mind, the soul. It is all interconnected. So I used to, in order to keep myself, like, I noticed that drawing really helped me relax. So I started drawing, kept my butt home instead of going out. Then I would draw. And I felt like it was almost kind of a meditation. And then in the process of drawing, I would write a small paragraph about what it was that I was trying to express. Because as a kid, I went to see a psychiatrist. My parents were divorcing, and they asked me, draw your emotions. So I kind of kept that little thing. And to this day, I have a lot of work, but everything comes with a thought. And I always understood that the brain, the mind everything was taking place here. Same thing if you went to the dentist and then you were getting your root canal. And I said, I know that I couldn't take Novocaine and all that. It would make me feel really bad. So I started, like, you know, for cleaning, don't take anything, and just having to deal with the pain. But at some point or another, you just kind of lift out of your body, forget about the pain.
Right. Right.
So yeah, that
So
right here, I've discovered that it is at the core of everything.
I think it's really great that you're touching on the elements of like acknowledging the pain and really allowing yourself to not run from it. And I know that's so cliche to say. It's so cliche to say that. However, you're saying some of the most like simple examples that anyone can attach to or can
Connect
identify
with,
with.
yeah.
Yeah. And so before we go into a little more of your process of how you've been able to get here right now, but then also how you've been able to beautifully articulate all of this, if you could tell me some of the ugliest part of the journey, it's the less
Mm,
it's definitely the stuff that is going to hit the gut more so
right.
than the light and the encouraging moments. But I found that when viewers and listeners and people can connect with that touch point of pain, of that realness of pain, your story makes an immediate impact and becomes relevant in the moment. And if you're here ready to share and ready to help, I want to make sure
Absolutely.
this story translates as
Yeah.
clearly as possible. So that for me, I feel that it does involve addressing some of the pain points. So
Sure.
if you wouldn't mind
Yeah,
sharing
yeah.
some of the
I don't
ugliest
mind
parts
it.
of the journey.
I don't mind
Yeah.
at all. I think that the one thing that one of the most difficult thing to deal with was the guilt, because the
Mm,
guilt was like it was like a shadow. It was never going away, and it's like I couldn't shake it, and I couldn't shake it, and there was nothing I could do, and I was not armed with the right with my emotional
mhm,
intelligence didn't grow yet. It was in his inception, so
mm,
it was a lot of like feeling uncomfortable. The body was uncomfortable, and you know that everything physical is also emotional, right?
right.
They're interconnected. So I didn't know how to stop it, but there were instances where I would forget about it with working out.
Mhm,
Like working out allowed me to just get away from that feeling. And because I was an athlete when I was younger, and that's I knew working out always made me feel happy. But after going through all this experience and feeling what I felt, going to the gym
mhm.
made me feel better, and I knew there was something there. So I kept going and kept going, and yeah, that not knowing that going there physically, mentally was healing me slowly but surely until that guilt was no longer following. It's like as if I could look back and it was detaching itself from me. But the guilt factor is something that I would encounter because people would look at me a certain way, and every time I felt like people would look at me a certain way, then the guilt would come back. My whole history would come back. The
Mm,
fact that people would say, "You're not talented, they can't sing." And it was like, "Oh, how did they get there?" It was just people were questioning everything. And I tried to avoid television, but sometimes you still want to look and listen to what they're saying, and it was hurtful, but I feel like I needed to listen to it, that you just finally said, "Pff, whatever,"
mm.
because the running away aspect of running away from the media is, I think, something that every celebrity does.
Right.
We run away from whatever the quote unquote bad press, because when it's your time to go to be chopped up, it's time to be chopped up, and there's no holds bar. So
Right.
I would say guilt was one of the hardest to shake, and then once you shake or shed your skin, and you don't feel it anymore, and you don't feel that pain, then you start to to focus on like feeling better, you know,
Mhm.
and nobody can really hurt you. So that's why I feel like one of the things that really pulled me through was a healthy lifestyle,
Got
eating
it.
well, sleeping well. Like sleeping is funny because you know when you're depressed, you'll stay in bed. You'll stay in
Mhm.
bed all day, and people are like, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Oh, I'm in bed." "But you were in bed like yesterday." "Yeah, I'm still in bed." You know,
Yeah.
because you're hiding. You know, but then when you get to break that cycle, and then
Mhm.
you work out, you eat well, and then you need to go to sleep because you want to go the next day and be fit, and or even keeping your surroundings clean. That's also something that you do, and suddenly you start to be more functionable. You function now. You clean your house, you go work out, you start to eat well, and this slow process allows you to just you're finally taking care of yourself, and then you
Right.
start to loving yourself more and paying attention to what you're doing to yourself. So it's like for me, it was like doing everything I'm talking about allowed me to create this best friend, this imaginary best friend, that was there talking to me, whether it's an angel that's putting this through me, I don't know how, but like, treat yourself like your best friend, and then treating you well and making sure that there's decision making takes place the whole day. You'll encounter people, and those people can take you either in the right direction or in a good or bad. What is good or bad? I don't
Mhm.
know. It's all where it leads you and what you learn from it. But be very careful when you decision making is so important, because you could do progress in what you're trying to accomplish and getting out of the state you are, and then suddenly by hanging out with the wrong people, you could destroy all the progress that you've made. You could go all out the door. So that's why loneliness, silence are your true best friend. I remember I wrote a song about loneliness, and I never released it, but it was also writing was very therapeutic. So writing was also something that it was spending time with yourself, being honest with yourself. I didn't release all those songs, but writing them, and the process of writing them, and
Mhm.
analyzing how I was behaving, just looking at me like another person and seeing how I was behaving and what was disturbing me or what did I like, and then trying to focus on those things at the same time.
Right. So you mentioned something a second ago, and you said, you know, the day is filled with decisions, and your decisions can take you one way or the other. And of course, the people you're around can help influence those decisions, and neither is
Big
good or
time.
bad. It's just the direction that you're going down, and whether you're learning from it or not. And there's this one of the most courageous things I think that I saw out of all of the research I dove into was I watched the original press conference
Oh yeah.
uh, from from the 90s. I was blown away at the level of courage and transparency and the willingness to just show up in full ownership that both you and Rob displayed and were so steady with. You both remained just like this is the basis of how we got here. Yeah, we made these decisions, and of course you can't share some of the more sensitive pieces that involve the label and things like that at the time, but you guys
Right,
showed up
right,
in
right.
full ownership. And I think that if anyone's watching, like, go back to that. You can find it on YouTube. Watch the real press conference, not the bits and pieces, but like the full length of it. It will show you the level of courage that I think that is really uncommon. But the thing that was so sour was the fact that no matter what you guys said, no matter how poised and composed you both were, no one was willing to hear what you were saying.
No,
So with
no,
making the decision to show up like that, talk to me about that, because
yeah,
that's life changing.
yeah. Well, what happened was with the press conference, it was we really wanted to own it and tell people, listen, we are part of this equation. Okay. And we tried to have a conversation, but it was like they just wanted to abuse us verbally,
Yeah.
make us feel small. The comments were racist. So we didn't know how to handle all that. But the one thing that Rob and I accomplished in that moment was to free ourselves from this burden, but and like publicly, like, hey,
Right.
we don't deserve this. Obviously, the criteria for receiving a Grammy Award is to sing on the record. We just don't deserve this one, because that's the rule is sing on the record. Okay, so we give it back, and that's the one thing we got out of that is like we finally were freed from having it at home, because every time we looked at it at home, it was like, yeah, we got to give that back, but in the process of exposing ourselves to the media and to the press, man, I was not surprised. And one of the reasons why we stayed poised and controlled and didn't lash out, because we could have lashed out and become very vulgar and rude, we knew they were coming. And what they wanted essentially was to get that out of us. It's like you poke the bear until the bear reacts, and then suddenly it's like, oh, you see, that's the true face. And I was very aware of that, so we kept it cool, collected. Life, to me, I understood, was not a sprint, it was a marathon. So I knew it would take time. Rob, on the other hand, was in a different state of mind because of the addiction that he was going through. I was cleaning up. So, when you're clean, you have a different perspective. I was not very clear on what it is I was going to do next, but I knew that in order to get there, I would have to do a lot of work and focus on me as an artist. And that was my dream. Becoming a singer-songwriter was always the dream. So I didn't know how I was going to do that. But the one thing I knew, I would have to put a lot of work. There would be a lot of reading. So, I went through the process of learning. And I think learning is one of the best things for a human being. Learning will get you to just evolve. That's it. Learning leads you to evolving, and when you start to evolve, you are then well aware of what's happening within yourself. You're reacting differently. You're getting in knowledge. One of the first book I remember I bought was called "The Body and the Mind" by Bill Moyers.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really, really interesting. And I think that opened, Pandora's box for me. And there I started to continue to be curious about health. But me being an athlete, knowing how you're supposed to feel, because we used to run a 5K pretty much every day, as a routine exercise to stay fit. So, going the other way, I knew was wrong. It was definitely wrong, so I kept that recipe after Milli Vanilli in order to rehabilitate myself and feel and try to feel like I used to feel,
Right. I found that I'm a former athlete as well. It's definitely colored a
Okay.
lot of my life experience, I'd like to say.
Runner?
A swimmer all the way.
Oh, wow. Ooh, that's hardcore. Ooh, swimming is
all the way.
hardcore.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I found that with swimming, granted, your face is in the water, you're not talking to anyone, so you get to get very acquainted with your own thoughts for hours
Right.
on end every day for months and years, if that's what you choose to do. And I realized along the journey that discipline was really an expression of self-respect. Because when you learn to show up for yourself in the ways that are supportive to what you want to feel, where you want to go, then
Right.
it's ultimately you respecting you first and you honoring just you as the human. And I think it's underrated, the willingness of many, including myself, because I still waver on being disciplined about certain things, and it's underrated, the level of discipline, what it can offer you in life. But what I want to bring up next right now is that
I was going to add something to that.
go
Is
for
that
it. Yes, go for it.
Pain is temporary, and
Yeah.
that's what people are so afraid of pain. So I love to work out alone because, like you said, I show up for myself, and then
Yes.
every time I do that and I finish my program, I'm proud of myself, and it helps me stay focused on the mission in hand.
Your
Show
reps
up.
matter. That's what I like to say, is your reps matter in the moment,
That's
in the
right.
workout, but your reps matter in the sense of how many you're working out, because each rep is an expression of that discipline. So we're on the same
That's
page. I love it. So you talked about guilt and how that was definitely a part of the uglier part of this journey that you've experienced, and then leading to what I would consider shame, that showing up to the press conference. And I reference the press conference because I feel like that's the boldest move that any human can make, when you're willing to have full ownership on a public scale, on a global scale, and allow people to
yes.
just come at you, no matter what you're saying. For those that are listening, if you haven't seen the original press conference in its full length, like, no matter what they said, Fab and Rob are saying, no matter what they said, no matter how patient, how many times they reiterated the same thing in many different ways, it didn't matter. No one was willing to listen to what they were saying as humans. People, I feel, these reporters, these people in media were so insistent on speaking to the product and the persona versus interacting with the two of you as people.
Yeah.
And
But it's so weird because they really failed to acknowledge the fact that it was not just Rob and Fab, and I noticed that at the press conference, and nobody was asking, what about the label? What about the executives? No one
right,
mentioned any names. It was just like, we're going to scapegoat. Those guys are going to take the raft. They're going to take our raft, and
right,
that's it. That's just that by design, they are supposed to get it. And that's it. And
right.
even though we try to keep the message clear,
Mhm.
they were not trying to have it. Like you said, they were there to be sensational, since it was all about being sensational, sensationalism, press
That's
conference, milli. That's what they were there to tear us and embarrass and shame us. That was the goal.
right, right. And I think that I very transparently, I don't have experience in this life as a man. I have only experienced this life as a woman. And I believe that I'm like, to state the obvious. And I believe the journey of men going and experiencing guilt and then shame as well, that there's not enough conversations about it. And I speak from, like, this is such a tender place for me. I've had many men around in my life that have suffered greatly because of holding a lot of guilt and shame. And
Right.
so the fact that you're sitting here and you're able to talk about it, I would love if you would share some principles, what I like to call non-negotiables, that you've placed in your life on an everyday basis or on a very often basis, that allow you to not feel the heaviness or stay in that shadow of guilt and shame.
Well, the one thing I've learned is that when you hold on to something, let's say, when you hold on to something negative, or when you're held by a ball and chain, it's not going to change until you flip your attitude, so that ball and chain can disappear. So if you keep on dragging it, pobrecito, poor me, being the victim, and that's what happened back then. I was like, I'm not gonna being a victim is not, I'm not that type. I'm gonna fight for myself. I don't know how I'm gonna get there, but I have to remove, because a lot of the things that was inflicted on us was, in a sense, lots of verbal abuse, and that verbal abuse transform, when it hits your body, your mind somehow, then the goal is to hurt you, and then of course to make you feel ashamed, and whatever they try to do with words. I call that verbal kung fu. With the years, I became much better at verbal kung fu, but I didn't know how powerful words with are. So when someone, when someone, when they repeated something so often, I found myself sometime almost going with it, and I'm, saying to myself, "Oh, you're not worthy," that, and
Mm.
and and that's part of like the bullying process. When someone is after you, a kid goes to school, and the other kid is just laying it on you, and eventually you feel like, it's almost like mental manipulation, and it hurts.
Yeah.
But I was lucky enough to say, no, I'm not going to let anyone control my mood. and
Hmm.
and and that's very basic. Don't let anyone control your mood. At the door, I call, they call the Torian, like we have a Torian field all around us.
Right.
More and more we learn about this. There is frequencies and vibration in your body that you emanate all around you, and of course you have your own environment. But if you let the negative, or whatever that is, or whatever they're targeting, whatever they're trying to do to you that is not on a positive, and you let it in, and you let it fester into, it's going to affect you. It's like you put a drop of ink into a glass of water. What happens? The ink takes over. I mean, it takes over.
Yeah.
But again, if you put a little bit of happiness, joy into that glass of sadness, it will take over as well. It's up to you to say, I'm open to the positive. But if
Mm.
you're not well, misery loves company. So then you're gonna let it in, and it's gonna affect you. So that's the one thing that I learned, that you could change your whole chemical balance, mental balance, by just saying, I made affirmations for myself, like, I'm feeling great, I'm feeling good, just, and after that I would, you believe it, it's like you tricked yourself. But that's all I had.
Right.
That's all I had, and I tried it, and it worked, and I think I learned that from being an athlete. I think,
Mm.
like, I remember being hurt and having to compete, and be like, oh man, how am I going to do it? No, you can't do it. And I did that when I was younger, when I was a kid, and those little things, I used them, I transformed them, and did something with that, and I could see it working.
Hmm.
So, you live and learn, but I think that silence, meditation, is where you will you will mentally travel throughout yourself and discover sides of yourself. You will discover your strength, your weaknesses. And that being said, when you work on both, then you will rebalance yourself. If you're off
Hmm.
balance, the way to rebalance is by having those conversation, internal conversation. And sometimes it's not even about talking so much. It's about energy, emotions, tapping into that certain frequency. That's why I love nature. When you go into nature and you take your shoes off and you ground, something happened. There's something to be said about that. Some people use crystals, some people walk, they love earthing, some people go to the beach with the sand. And those things are true. I've experienced all those things, and my mind state was different. And every time I tried something else, it was obvious. I feel better. So
Mm.
going to the beach was something that I did religiously when I could.
Hmm. Wow.
You know, it's just, you know,
Wow.
discovering.
Yeah. I feel with a lot of the silence that you're describing is the willingness to listen to what's coming through.
Yes,
And
yes, yes, yes.
it's not as scary as I think that we often imagine it to be.
But the thing is, we live in a society that is so noisy.
Yeah.
So, you know, and you know, noise is also a form of medication. You know, like people drink to medicate themselves, right? But
Yeah.
also noise is a way to just not allowing yourself to listen to yourself or to face yourself. Like let the mirror come up and be like, I got a problem. You know, what did I do that last night? What did I hang out with those people? They only make me feel bad.
Mm.
You know, and you have to take the noise to zero, I said. And then I like what you said. You said, and see what comes through.
Yeah.
And it's wild. Whatever comes through. And those are truths, you know, when those voices or those messages or those energies come through, and then you cause and effect is something that I believe in as well. Cause
Mhm.
and effect. And then it's up to you to listen. So the becoming a listener is also something that I've learned is very key. You always, you know, when you're in a group of people and you have the loud ones, you're like,
Yeah.
okay, you got some work to do, dude. And then you have the other person that doesn't say nothing, but it's absorbing everything. And then when people break off and you talk, you're like, wow, this person just got it all, you know. And again, you will gravitate to people who have the same type of energy. So listening is very important. That's
Right.
also key.
You know, I think that it's like the listening is one thing, and then it's also the recognition of when we do the same things that are causing the pain, or that are
Oh yeah,
like, wait, we're
yeah,
back here again. I feel like this
yeah.
again. But it's not, and I think it's so important to make sure that as we're talking about these things, that it's important that we address, like, there's no shame to be placed upon ourselves for having repeated the same thing, because we are, as it said, like, we're creatures of habit. But really the creatures of habit is really the process and the way the brain was designed to be. It's protecting us, and sometimes the protection comes through what is familiar, even if familiar is not healthy or loving. And
Right.
it's okay, but to listen and to really redirect those decisions, as you were mentioning earlier.
That's right. Listen and redirect. But listening takes focus, and redirecting is painful. So it's about like, because what is that? You know, listening, redirecting is called change. So when there is change, it's painful to change. It's you know, like you feel the discomfort, and
Mhm.
people, like you said, creatures of habit. Ah, I don't want to change that. It's the same thing. Like, you know, I heard this woman. She's very famous. She said early on she was going through a lot in her life, and she couldn't get up out of bed. She had lost a big business, and I think you know what I'm talking about. And she was watching television, and she saw NASA takeoff, and they said they were doing countdown, 10,
Yeah.
9, 8. You know what I'm talking about?
Mel Robbins, get out of bed. Yep.
Get
or
out
get
of
up.
bed.
Yep. Mel Robbins.
That's right. And then, you know, and there's so much truth to that. Like we've just 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, bam.
Yep.
And you got to wake yourself up.
Mhm.
You can change how you behave. You just have to create a new button that you can press and
Yeah.
press and press again, and say something that takes you an hour to do, just do it now. You know, do it right now, because in the now, right now, that's when you're going to change it. So if you keep on procrastinating and procrastinating, you're going to go in circle, and it's never going to happen. So,
Right.
you know, it's all in here. Like people say, oh, you look so vibrant and vital, and wow, I'm not even I'm much younger than you, but I don't have that vitality. I see, yeah, but it's all here.
Yeah.
If you behave like you're already like, oh, working out is difficult. Oh my God, I don't
Right.
know if I want to do it. It's all up here. It's up to you. My first English book was called "It's Up to You."
Mm.
And it's so simple. It's up to you
Power
to do
of
the work.
choice. Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it's gosh, I mean, I didn't anticipate this conversation being drawn back to more of like an athlete kind of mentality, but it is. And I love that because that's the core of my connection to how I've experienced and processed and how I've embraced life. But the element of, it's up to you, number one, which is ultimately like power of choice, right? But really, what is the power of choice? What is the decision to change? What is the decision to redirect? It's literally just the practice of whatever that is. It's the practice of
But
procrastination. It's the practice of changing that place or those people.
yeah, but there's also such a thing as I used to play chess a lot when I was a kid, and chess, in order to move, you have to work like 2 or 3 moves in advance. So you're focusing on making sure that, okay, he's doing this, but you have to have options. And I think that when you're not right in the mind,
Mhm.
you cannot anticipate. And I understand, like, anticipation is also not good, because if you think too far in the future, it's not going to
Mhm.
work. But at least you got to think at least one move at a time. So just know that cause and effect, when you're going to do this, it's going to lead you here, and then
Yeah.
after that, you go to the next one. And then whatever decisions you make, you will see that it will come back to you, and it's going to bite you in the butt, or
Mm.
you're going to be, yeah, I did right. And I knew. There's also that one where it's the right thing to do, but then you don't do it. And then you're like, oh man, I knew. So trusting that instinct is also something that people have to learn. And it's very interesting, because that's, for me, instinct is one of the most amazing tools that I discovered, because making the right decisions
Mhm.
leaves your body, if you listen, because it's about listening, leaves your body relaxed and happy. There's nothing that bothers, like, you're at ease with it.
Yeah.
When you make the wrong decisions and try to convince yourself that it is the right decision, and you go back and forth, you should know it's the wrong one. So if
Mhm.
your body is going through a commotion of emotions, but the other way is like you're calm and collected, the one that's calm and collected is the one. That's like the most magical thing that we can learn about ourselves. And you know your body, you know what's good for you, you know what's bad for you, and your body talks to you as well. So
Right.
listening to yourself, your body, your mind is also a great way to go about it. But you got to listen. And it's not really listening with the brain. Let me be specific.
Mhm. Go into
It's
that.
listening. It's listening with your core, your body. You feel your heart rate changes. You're not comfortable. You
Mhm.
know something. If you're doing something wrong, you know it.
Mhm.
But when you do something right, you're like, okay, I know it's right. I'm good. I know it feels, I'm nervous about it, but then you wake up in the morning, and it's right. You were right. And I went through that, and I had to trust and trust and trust and try. But you have to be willing to make mistakes.
Right.
That doesn't come easy, but you got to trust and not be afraid about mistakes. So mistakes will lead you to getting better and growing. It's that whole process.
Right. And that's the thing, is like being willing to make the so-called mistake. But really that mistake is the information. It's like the little bits and pieces, like the breadcrumbs that take you on the trail and the path that is the right path. A long time
That's
ago,
right.
I heard this statement about the intuition, and it was that your intuition will always tell you or direct you to the most beneficial decision for all involved. And that's why when you're describing, like, listen, with your core, right? Because when you're moving with the best decision for all involved,
True.
you have that sense of peace. You have that sense of knowing, like, it's actually going to be okay because I'm making the right decision, not just for right now, but also the bigger picture. And
Right.
when I learned that, when I heard that, I was like, wow, that's a really interesting way to really think about the intuition. But for me, I found it's absolutely spot on.
Well, I live by that because since I'm a father of 4, so now that I have my children, that's it. All the
Yeah.
decision making takes them into that equation. So as a matter of fact, I've removed myself out of the equation and I made it all about them. So I want to make sure whatever I do, I
Yeah.
think they have to be all right. And that's changed everything for me. Like
Right.
it's like protection. They're protecting me.
Right.
I try to
Absolutely.
protect them, but they're protecting me,
Oh,
It's wild.
right. Because we are always connected, no matter what. No matter what.
Always.
Oh,
Always.
so we are going to be closing up here, and I would love to give you the floor. Whatever you would like to share, whatever your intuition is telling you to share in this moment that you'd like to
Yeah.
impart to those that are listening.
All right. That's something that I usually, that's the one thing I believe that has saved my life and I would like to share with people is that creativity is a magical one. It really truly is, because it has allowed me to, just for the sake of being creative, to escape, enjoy myself during the saddest moment in my life. Because I love drawing, I love writing, I love thinking, but more so I love words and the word of words and thinking creatively, and that I know is a muscle, and I was always afraid of losing it. So I'd say if you believe in creativity or are a creative in some kind of way, and you feel like it is part of who you are, nurture that part of you, and don't think that it is something that is worth nothing, because creativity is like a universal currency. You can use it anywhere. So don't be afraid to tap, because I'm talking from a creative standpoint, because this is what I am. I do it every day. And that has allowed me to do what I do, whether it's music, whether it's art, whether it's fashion, create, because it will also heal you, balance you, make you dream, and don't see any limit to what you're coming up with. You could be creative as an account, you could be creative as a mechanic, but I believe that creativity in the life of a human being is a very powerful force and should be used. That would be the last thing that I would like to communicate to the people listening right now.
Beautiful. Wow. And yes, I think it is incredibly powerful that you, with your journey, with your reflections, with your constant willingness to be a learner and remain curious and sit in the silence and allow the listening of the thoughts and what's really
That's
coming
it.
through, what's being communicated, that you in that inner fortitude, as we talked about last time, that you're communicating, like,
Yeah.
keep creating, protect it, nurture
Yes.
it, cultivate it, keep creating.
Yeah. I like to,
So
I like to, I like to unpack it,
yeah.
like this. It's like a painting, and some people are going to grab to certain things, but in the end, just like be, don't be afraid of being who you are. Don't hide, because when you do that, if you do it for too long, you will be miserable, and then you'll be so afraid of changing and go back to what you thought was like, oh, I always loved doing that, but maybe it's too late. Never too late. Keep going.
Never too late. Wise words. Wise words. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you know,
It's such a joy. I'm so honored to be here with you again. Truly.
pleasure.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you. And everyone from
great
the
conversation. Like it's a heart to heart conversation. I don't know. I had no idea where we were going to go,
Mhm.
but you just go with the flow. Be like water, as Master Bruce Lee said. Be like water. Just flow. And then like this is the most. I think that when I do that, and I love to do that, I think that I'm at the most genuine, the most honest, the most true. And then you also, people get a chance to see who you are, because you have to show yourself. Hiding who you are doesn't allow for anyone to connect with you. So thank you for allowing me to be me. Thanks.
Absolutely.
There's a song saying, thank you for letting me be myself again.
Oh, so good. So good. Oh, we're ending on that note. Nothing is better
On
than
that
that.
note,
So
all right,
good. Thank
good.
you. Thank you. Thank
Until
you.
next episode. Bye bye.
Until next time.
Till next time.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Wow, that was such an amazing segment. Thank you so much for everybody. Give that thunderous round of applause. Priest and Fab were great. And, I can see them all in the green room and watch this. Thank you for letting. Oh, I won't do it. I will not do it. I promise. Michael Silvers, it's frog in the throat whenever you hit. Hold on one second. Watch this. There we go. Move the mic. So Michael Silvers, Vice President of Los Angeles Tribune. I'm so excited to be here. That was a great interview because it's about mindset, but it's also about the places we are and the places we'll go and what we're willing to let the outside world bring to us and what we're willing to say no. What we're willing to say no as we move forward and we continue to move forward. And that's the great piece. I'm going to bring up our next amazing speaker. She's changing the world and she's beaming all the way in from Singapore. So without any further ado, and I'm going to let her do what's called an earn the right because she knows how to do it. Let's give it up for Crystal Chow. There we go. Hi there. How are you?
Hello, everyone. Hi, Michael. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's so
And
great. Yeah, go ahead.
sorry for my voice. I've been out in the wilderness in Malaysia. I've been a Berjaya Hills. So been shouting, been screaming, yeah.
Oh, I
So
know. Been there. I remember. By day 3, I was like, okay, it's all good. Well, welcome again and do what you need to do for your voice. You can take a drink. We're all good. We're an audience together. This is really just about making a difference. The greatest thing about what
thank
we
you.
just learned, it is how we look at ourselves. And you're building a lot right now. So why don't you so everybody out there, this is called an ETR. It's an earn the right. Why don't you just take a minute and let them know a little bit about yourself and why you're here?
Okay, so my name is Crystal, and I'm a money consciousness coach. So you may ask, what exactly is money consciousness? So before I go into that, maybe I just share with you how I got embarked on this mission. So basically, I spent a decade in my early career in banking, serving over thousands of clients, sharing with them about financial tools in banks, before pivoting into crypto for another year and a half. So basically, through all this conversation with different clients, I actually noticed a pattern that the pattern that keeps people from being financially abundant and financially struggling. So I had this strong mission to really share with others what exactly this difference is and to actually bring them from a more disempowered position to somewhere more empowered so that they can actually have more choices and freedom in life. So finally, I got drawn to this mission, which is why I'm out to serve.
You know, it's all about service, isn't it? It's about
Mm,
doing something for somebody and making a difference in their life. It's like we look at that thing every day. What is that one thing that I'm going to do for somebody else? You know, and it's
exactly.
great to have you part of this team because as part of the team, you know, you're on your mission, we're on our mission, and we're putting them all together. And which
Exactly.
right, which means we're going to affect more people, which means we're really going to be of service. And that makes a difference every single day. You know, there's the kind of thing in life that we always wonder, what are the things that get us to where we're at, right? And what are the between the books? I used to say books and tapes, but that was a long time ago. You know, between the books and the podcasts, what is either one book or podcast that you're currently either reading or have listened to that just has inspired you?
Mm. Okay, so the book that has inspired me a lot, if I talk about finance, it will be Think and Grow Rich,
Hmm.
which is the one that I know you like a lot too, because
Hmm.
the principles are actually really important. And if you talk about finance, and the reason why I'm here is because finance is actually beyond just the tools, and it has a lot to do with the mind. You realize, and basically based on my observation, especially in my decade-long career in finance, right? What I noticed is that it's not the paycheck or the qualification level that determines a person's wealth.
Hmm.
So basically, they may have really high level, but that of education, but sometimes that may actually be the exact hindrance of them moving to the next level because of a fixed construct. So basically, it's a, to really thrive and succeed in finances or life, you need to actually unlock the mind, which is a big mystery, but it's not too tough because many people that came before us have actually found the technique, the tools, the mindset to be able to actually guide us to that path.
You know, it is this path that we walk because there's been so many people before us, right? And
Mm.
there used to be a joke in our world of personal development and coaching and training that really after Socrates, it's all IP infringement. But you know, it's the kind of thing that we learn every day. And that so you're constantly, I always say to everybody out there, how many of you, by the way, that are listening to the show, put a 5 in the chat. And I know some of you on some of the channels can't do that, but put a 5 in the chat if you're constantly still enriching and enhancing your life by investing in yourself with courses. Put a 5 in the chat if that's true. And that's the one thing, Crystal, when we first met, which was not that long ago, you were in courses. I mean, literally, I think we talked when you were in another one, right? Because you're constantly enriching and enhancing your own life, but you're also doing it
Exactly.
for those around you. You have a little one that you do it for, right?
Yes.
Everything, right? My grandkids once, I'll never forget, we were doing virtual after virtual, and one of my grandkids sat next to me and said, "What did he say?" He looked right at me. He said, "Papa, yes or yes." So it was those kind of things that they do transfer to those. Look, there's fives going all over the place. Look at this. There's a 555. These are people who invest in everything they do and in themselves. Um, and it really makes a difference every day. So, can you talk a little bit about the importance of investing? I don't know how to get that through sometimes to people because when you're investing in yourself. The first investment
Mm.
should be in yourself. It should be that I'm going to, because look, I worked with Bob Proctor. Bob Proctor said, buy every course on the planet, read every book, and you'll become better every day, but you'll never stop. Talk a little bit
Yes.
why you're always in and what that means for your future and those around you.
I feel like investing in yourself is really okay. If I think about the mind, okay, so basically when we are young, I would think of our mind as a cup. So basically, this little cup, you can only fill. I won't say you can only fill, but people tend to fill it up to the brim and stuff like that. But when we invest in our learning, this cup can actually get bigger and bigger and bigger. So we can actually fill in more. And what I like about investing in myself it's not only that the cup expands to allow me to fill in more, it also allows me to actually see from different perspectives, for me to be able to be more empathetic, more understanding, and realize that actually, okay, so the more I see, the more I actually find the similarity. So that's the contrary and the the fun thing about it, because especially when people don't know about what's on the other side, fear tends to set in, because to protect ourselves from what we don't know, we don't want to do more. So it's kind of like a disempowering cycle that move us downwards. But by investing in ourselves, we realize, oh, the sense of empowerment starts to get stronger. And the more we know, I feel like, okay, there's three things that I really feel strongly about. I feel like the first thing is the humility to actually acknowledge that there are many things that you don't know and be more willing to learn. And also, you'll be able to see in more perspective, which makes you, like what I mentioned earlier, more empathetic, more being able to connect with everyone. And then, of course, the last thing is, once you are able to connect with everyone on a personal level, you realize that actually what everyone wants is the same. What I mean by the same is because everyone just wants to be loved and accepted. And if they actually feel love, there's no need for them to act out of fear, which comes back to the negative spiral. So I feel like learning is actually so beautiful. And also, you have grandkids, I have a daughter. So by learning, I feel like we can lead by example, by showing them that actually learning can be fun and it doesn't stop when your education ends. And in actual fact, if you seek out for your own mentors, own teachers, own coaches, I feel more energized to learn because I can pick what I want to learn. I can pick who I resonate with. And I bring in the attitude of, going in 100% to absorb, to learn, instead of traditional education environment where they make us sit down. Because when we sit down, actually, we half the time we don't remember. Sometimes, I don't even remember the lecturer's name, which I feel sorry, but but of course, on the flip side, I know that there is also limitations in traditional education. That's why it's always important to seek out for your own mentors and teachers and coaches, so that you can actually, I think self-learning is really important because you take charge. And that's also how you get to feel empowered, because you decide what I want to learn, what I want to enrich, what I want to enhance.
The great thing about that, again, is I love the way you said that, because I remember those times, right? In college, I had some great professors, and I had one once who sat down, opened the book, and read from the book. And I'm like, right, how is this going to empower us in any way? I could read from the book.
And you probably can read in a more comfortable place, on your sofa, on your couch. Why would you want to hear someone reciting so dullly to you? I don't
That's
know.
right.
I don't know. I'm just making an assumption, but
No, it's true.
can you?
No, it's true. It was stunning, actually. And it's the kind of thing, everybody out there, if you've ever had that, put a 1 in the chat. If you've ever literally, I couldn't believe it. And they didn't even embellish or enhance, or they literally just read from the book. And I think that's with the education. We have amazing educators. My daughter's an educator. There's amazing educators. Dr. Rebekah yesterday, she teaches for World Bank, and but did you see her expression? And she took everything to the next level. She even had us doing little exercises to keep us in motion, because that
Wow.
kinesthetic side really makes a difference all the time.
Exactly.
Right? And that's the thing. You said one thing, find your mentors.
Yes,
You
that's
said
right.
find your mentors, and that for me has changed my life. That was, it
Mm.
started, I happened to be, well, it started with Bob Proctor, but that's the biggest thing. Can you talk a little bit about mentors? Now, everybody out there who's listening, if you don't have a mentor, and a mentor is not your broke brother-in-law, that is straight from a Bill Walsh comment, but it's not your broke brother-in-law. A mentor is one of the most critical person you will ever have in your life. Can you talk a little bit about mentoring and what it's done for you, and how important a mentor is?
It's so important. I feel like mentors actually help you to, mentors and coaches, they help you to look at your blind spot that you can't see, which is they will call out things that you need to know to bring you to the next level. Because sometimes, especially for friends, for family, they are well-meaning, they love you, but they wouldn't. Sometimes you won't hear the truth from them because they're trying to protect us. So being a mentor, because they don't have any vested outcome in what they tell you, so they are able to tell you. So that in a way, the emotion is neutral. There's no biasness, nothing personal. So, and also the reason why I will always suggest to seek out for your own mentor, because you can only accept and receive something that you truly respect. A person that has been there, done that, or there's a certain level of resonance and connection, then seek them out as a mentor, because that's where you can truly receive, and you are willing. It's two willing parties.
Right. And I think that's a great seek them out. That mentors just didn't fall in my lap. I was active about it. When I
Exactly.
realized that if we had or hosted blah blah something, that meant Bob Proctor showed up. We did it. It's saying yes to everything. It's saying yes to those mentors. And we talk about this a lot too. It's like, why do you sit in the VIP section at events? Because you never know who's going to be. Why do you sit in first class on an airplane? Because you never. I was in first class on an airplane from Phoenix to Los Angeles, and Sharon Lechter was sitting next to me, and we talked about grandkids the whole way, right? But you never know who's going to be sitting next to you, and that's why you
Exactly.
always make those. We always say go VIP, and we always
That's
say,
what I always do
right?
too.
Oh, I know you do. I know. It's like, and it doesn't mean about sitting in the front row. That's not the point. The point is who's around you. You talked about
Yeah.
those around you,
Yeah, because
and I
that's who,
go ahead.
the people around you. I mean, as much as strong as we may want to perceive we may be, but I feel like ultimately we are still human. We get influenced by the people around us. So the people that we keep around us, we have to be very really selective, especially those we seek our opinion for, or who are supporting us, because I feel like their words have power and it does affect our mind, because all this gets seep into it, and subconsciously it actually will affect us. Yeah, so
That's
seeking
right.
out for people who inspires you actually also brings out the best in you, because you can start to see and think about possibilities and potential, instead of thinking about what why you can't, or about reasons why you can't do certain things.
It's I won't use the quote because it's from when I was with Peak Potentials. It's a course we created, but it is the reasons, right? Or we just continue to move forward, and it's those things that stop us and block us every single time.
Yeah.
We also have a worldwide audience, and I'm going to just do something just for 30 seconds. We have a worldwide audience, and we have a large audience in parts of Asia, and I know they speak Mandarin. Would you just say hello to them?
你好，大家好，我是周燕彤，我是一个金钱教练，很高兴你们在看我们的直播。我的中文这几年有在进步，然后呀也有很多中国国内的朋友。我现在参加一个个人发展的活动，也来了一群中国国内台湾香港的朋友，很
Thank you
多华
so
人。
much. Oh, you're the best. The greatest thing is we are an international company, right? And we're global
嗯
and we go everywhere. So just know that Crystal being part of our team, we're going to bring it out to all languages, and people always say, well, just do it in AI. But there's still something about having that human factor, right?
Yes.
There's still something about, because then you're responsive to their needs and what they're asking for. So we are so excited by all of that. With the couple minutes we have left, can you give them, the audience always loves one thing they could, if they don't, let's say they can't watch the rest of the show and they're going to listen to the replay. Can you give them one thing they could do today, whether it's financial, when they wake up, whatever it is, just give them one thing they could do today, they take away, and they could start doing it every day.
Okay. One thing is overcome. And okay, so to me, is to play down your fears, because these few days I'm in a camp. Um, this camp actually brings out the best of us. And just a few hours ago, I'm gonna show you guys something. This one, Michael, I'm sure you know about this.
Yeah, I
So
do.
this
That's
is
amazing.
actually a steel rod. It's supposed to be straight, but I use my throat, and with another lady, both of us bend this with our throat. So the advice that I have for you is to step out of your fear, because fear is just mainly of it's just something that your mind makes up. It's a story that your mind makes up that is not even there. And it's not even alive till you give it energy to make it alive. So basically, it when you're able to just take a step forward into challenging yourself, you will realize that nothing is too scary and you can achieve anything that you set your mind to achieve.
Awesome. I want to thank you so much for this impactful session. You know, your throat got better, right? Because you started to get into your flow, and your
Yeah,
your flow and your energy said to your throat, "We've got this." You
we
know,
got to share this
we,
message.
that's it. That's exactly right. And we'll do whatever to share that message. So
Whatever it
everybody,
takes.
first of all, put a 5 in the chat. Forget the 5. Put a 10 in the chat and give Crystal a thunderous round of applause. You know,
I'm
we
so
won't do an
glad to
aho
be here.
right now, but you're amazing. I thank you so much for being part of the team. I'm so honored because we mentor each other. Mentoring can go both ways, and it's very, as long as I'm open to be coached, I'm still learning. I'm in courses, and that's what
Yeah,
it's
but
about.
Michael, you are an amazing mentor to me. So I got to thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. This is going to be brilliant. Well, from our audience to you, there, let me just show you here because you really can't see it. The
And
10s
the
are coming
thunderous
in.
10 to
Yeah.
both of us, Michael, me. Thank you, Michael. You are amazing.
Thank you so much. Have a rest of your brilliant day. Thank you for showing up all the time. You always show up. And I look forward
Thank
to
you.
talking to you very soon. Crystal, have a great time with what is, oh, it's
Thank
early for you.
you.
What time is it for you right now?
It's 2:20 a.m. and I got to wake up in 4 hours for
Oh,
more programs, but yes, I'm a warrior.
you are a warrior. You're amazing. All right, Crystal, have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for spending your time with us, and we'll talk
Thank
to you
you. Thank
soon.
you, Michael. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
Thank you. Bye, Crystal.
Bye.
Did you hear that, everybody? She's got a course. She's got to be up in 4 hours, and she still made it here on time. Actually, she was early, which is great, and ready to really be um, just everything she could be at 2:30 a.m. Isn't that awesome? Give that a thunderous round of applause. That's the team we're building. That's the world community you're all involved in, and we'd love more of you to be involved. I just want you to know before I turn this over to Alisha that October 24th, write that down. If you're in Southern California, anywhere in Southern California, I want you to join us for our live show, the Los Angeles Tribune at Barnes & Noble at the Grove. We have kicking it off Sheila E. Sheila E., if you remember Prince, she's also an award winner. Obviously, she's up for the Grammys. She got her Hollywood Walk of Fame just this year, and she is tremendous. We have Maurice Bernard, many years on stage and 30 years on television. We have business leaders. We have entrepreneurs. It's a great night. It's just 2 hours. We have a red carpet. If you want to be part of that, we're going to give you a link later to join us there. You can also, if somebody could put this in the chat, just put my email address in the chat. That's msilvers@latpn.com. Just make it come from us. You can email me and I'll get you the link directly, but we'll be posting it later. We're so excited to have the show. And now, without any further ado, to have a glorious day as usual, Miss Alisha. Let's give her a thunderous round of applause, everybody. You're amazing. Wow,
Thank you so much,
you were
Michael.
right there. You were right there. All right, have an amazing session, and I'll see you all soon.
Thank you so much, Michael, and thank you so much, Crystal, for sharing your thoughts. For those of you that are tuning in, we are at the Global Neuroscience Symposium hosted by the Los Angeles Tribune. Over the last 3 days, we've had so many phenomenal speakers come in and share their perspective, share their life's work around how the brain functions and works, and how we get to continuously up-level ourselves and, most importantly, heal. A common thread and theme that has come up over the last 3 days is that a lot starts with healing from within, understanding our traumas and how we move through them, not push them aside, but how we process them and move through them so we can really show up in this world the way that we want to. I mean, you hear from Dr. Amit Goswami, James Kwik, Dame Doria Cordova, Rex Sikes, and I'm going to bring up in just a moment Miss Parisa Rose. You heard her open up today, day 3, with a really fascinating, real and raw interview with Fab Morvan. But you all are in for a treat because today we get to hear and learn more about who Parisa is and how she has evolved along her journey. And Parisa, I mean, it's so great to have you on. I would be remiss if I did not take a few moments to acknowledge the beautiful interview that you had with Fab Morvan. I mean, the depth of the type of questions that you asked him to really allow him to open up and share his real life perspectives, not the narratives that other people have placed upon him or the narratives that other people want him to say, but really what his true experiences were and how he shifted and how he got to learn about himself and how the noise enabled him to figure out what to block out and then gave him the courage to actually walk in all that he is. So Parisa, what was your experience like speaking with Fab? I know this is the second interview that you've done with him, but would love for you to share a little bit more about that. And then I got some exciting questions for you.
Yeah, well, thanks for the question regarding that interview, because I can say with conviction and confidence that being able to have the opportunity to interview him was hands down one of the most memorable experiences for me so far. And I say that from the perspective of watching the film that has recently come out regarding the Milli Vanilli story. I watched that movie from a trauma lens. And I kind of watch all things and I experience life kind of with that lens, not doom and gloom, like everything's so heavy, but really from the perspective of like, okay, this is the storyline, this is the plot, and with that movie, everything is true in that movie, which is fascinating. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It is, if you thought the interview was great, there's nothing compared to the movie. Really watching it through a trauma lens and then having an opportunity to interview him, I'm like, I want to dive deep into not all of the things, but really be able to lift under the hood of some of these things that I felt were so remarkable. One being that he experienced a career where he was shot straight to the top in the world, had global attention, millions and millions and millions of eyeballs on him, and then went crashing down, but was placed in this perspective and this label of shame, global shame. I know that when I've experienced shame, it feels heavy. I don't have the world's eyeballs on me though, not in that way. And to see that he's here, he's thriving, and he's wanting to share his reflections and his learnings, but coming from that place, I'm like, this is literally the highest of the high, and he's gone to the lowest of the low, and he's here to share the journey and to reflect on it. I'm like, I want to be able to talk about that. I want to be able to share about that because people need to hear that.
They do.
They need to hear that, you know? So what was my experience? I'm blown away. I'm grateful, honored. And he's remarkable. And I'm so grateful he was willing to share that level of his story.
Yeah. I mean, it was such a pure expression of who he was to really walk through every aspect of his journey and what he learned and where he wanted to get support and he didn't get the support, but how he took his experiences and said, I want to share my story with the world because I want other people to understand that it doesn't matter where you've been. It's about where you're going, how you can meet yourself where you're at, not worry about anybody else, but how you can meet yourself where you're at and just grow from that place and allow yourself the space, right, to go through whatever it is you're going through and the grace to go through it wherever you're going through to show where you'll ultimately end up. And I mean, Parisa, you have a story of your own, and you are someone that has vividly studied the brain, literally studied the brain, studied neuroscience. What took you along that journey of really diving into neuroscience in that way?
What took me on the journey? Necessity took me on that journey. The need to survive. I was, I don't want to say blessed, but at this point I will say I've been blessed with a very dynamic life so far in my years. And I have experienced a variety of trauma. And what psychiatrists or psychologists both actually would call like a capital T trauma. I've experienced a variety of those, ones that have rocked my world. And the trauma impacted me to a level where it was actually some stuff that was talked about yesterday by some of the speakers about how when your brain is on overload, your body actually starts to shut down. Your mind starts to shut down because you're literally in survival mode. Your brain is evaluating what resources it has, and it's only focusing on handling what is necessary, which is keeping you alive and getting your blood to your organs and keeping you functioning on a very minimal level. That's where I was at. I was there for quite some time. And being at that place and being in my 20s and coming off of a very thriving athletic career, I was not familiar with where I was at. That had not been my life up to that point, but it was my life in that moment. And it had been my life. It had been building up. And it was out of necessity that I was like, okay, so I have this thing called PTSD. And PTSD is ultimately an umbrella term for many symptoms that are different for each person. There's a lot of symptoms. Symptoms can be depression, anxiety, paranoia, panic. All of these things are symptoms underneath like the PTSD umbrella. So I was told and diagnosed that I had this thing called PTSD. And so on a very simple, innocent Google search one night, out of desperation, quite frankly, I Googled, can you cure PTSD? And the answer was no. And even though the answer was no, I'm like, but I feel like there's something I can do.
Yeah.
Okay. And is there a cure? No, there's not. But it is absolutely possible to be in remission of your symptoms of PTSD. And that's where I stand today. So is there a cure? No, but can you be in remission, which means you do not experience those expressed symptoms? Yes, it is possible. I'm a living proof of that because I dealt with severe anxiety, severe depression. I had paranoia disorder, panic disorder. I couldn't leave my house. I couldn't drive. I had to hire a nanny to come take care of my son at the time. I couldn't even go outside to get the mail. I was not well. And it was through avid research, learning about how did I get here? What happened? And then learning that I couldn't just do all of the things at one time, because in my athlete mentality and my rigor, I'm like, okay, I'm going to learn all these things and I'm just going to like apply them all because my life depends on it. Yes, my life depended on it. And I learned that actually you have to just go one step at a time.
Yeah.
You have to one step at a time to let the brain start to heal. When the brain starts to heal, then the mind starts to respond differently. When the mind starts to respond differently, your body is expressed differently. You experience your body so differently. You don't hold your body weight the same. The body shape, your composition changes.
Everything.
Your face changes. The inflammation changes in your body. Like you look like a completely different person. I have before and afters of when I was in the thick of everything and to now. And I mean, no shame, no shade. And I will definitely dive into it when I'm ready and when I want to. But I've not had work done on myself, on my face, my body. And again, no shame in that. Because I've enjoyed seeing myself change because of the process I've gone through and the process I've chosen to let myself go on of healing and letting just myself see how I change and what I truly look like and how I truly, what I feel my truest self as in my body as the healed, most like awesome version of me without having that cloak of heavy, trauma experiences on me.
Yeah. And you're so awesome. Like I wanna highlight that because you're so pure and you can tell that it comes from a real place. And I thank you so much for opening up with us and sharing just a glimpse of the journey that you've been on. And I know that this journey, it's not like you just wake up one day and you change tomorrow. This is years of research, of finding specialists, of understanding who you are from a different perspective and not attaching any labels, but acknowledging like this was my experience. And because I went through this experience, the way I'm acting or reacting is different. And it may not be expected, but that's okay. I get to work through this each and every day. And I mean, we had Dr. Rebekah on yesterday, who was the former chair of neuroscience at Johns Hopkins and does a lot of work with the Neuroscience Institute. And she was talking about how the way our brains function, oftentimes there's a reaction if we've had trauma in our lives to how we actually show up. But
Yeah.
your story is a testament to how we can evolve, right? How we can get our brains to think in a different way, so to speak, and where that can lead us in life. And it's such a beautiful journey to kind of see you continue to go along, and you can hear the empathy in your voice because it's a real perspective. We felt that in your interview with Fab, different circumstances for sure, but we felt that. What are some of the insights or some of the learnings that you felt like you came across as you were going through your journey of yourself, but also like of how we function and show up in the world that you'd like to share?
Oh man, I could write a whole book on that, truly. Like, and that's what like gets me excited.
Yeah.
I'm like, of all things, I'm like, ooh, that's exciting. I'm gonna write a book. Like, genuinely, I could write a book on it because I feel like I've lived life as an observer my whole life. It's my natural sense, it's my natural personality to be an observer, not necessarily a participator in a moment, but to always just be observing, soaking in, taking in all the things in my environment. And then adding the additional experience of trauma. And ultimately, when I say trauma, what I mean is, in this context, I'm going to say it's the disconnection of self and the disconnection to others, because that's what trauma does. It disconnects you. It disconnects you from your true self. And it disconnects you from really understanding how to experience that bond, that belonging with another. That would be one thing that I've learned. And in the healing, in the learning, in the understanding literally on a molecular level of how the brain and the body and how all this beautiful thing that we get to experience in our bodies, this thing called life, how everything is connected. Nothing is disconnected. However, the experience of any kind of trauma, and trauma is subjective to the person. We all are experienced and impacted by things differently, and nothing needs to be dampened or dimmed. If the situation impacted you on any level, it impacted you on that level. That is that. There's no question about it. No one can say anything about it. They may try to say things about it, but do not let anyone else's words or perceptions of your experience invalidate your experience. Do not let you validate yourself. You validate like, wow, that hurts. Wow, that's scary. It's okay that it's scary. It's okay that it hurts. You get to move through it, yes, but validate your own experience first. Next thing I've learned, or another thing I've learned, is that a diagnosis does not mean you are defective.
Say that one more time, please.
Diagnosis
really
does not mean you are defective. A diagnosis does not mean you are defective. Again, a diagnosis does not mean you are defective. I've had literally so many diagnoses from like at least a dozen autoimmune diagnoses. I've had a list literally from my psychiatrist. And yes, if you need one, see one. They are wonderful people. If you don't like the first one you see, find another one. There are wonderful people out there in the medical field that want to help. But on my sheet, I literally had a list of things that I was diagnosed with, because actually, guess what? I was experiencing all of them pretty severely. Yeah. But I still wasn't defective. Even in the thick of it, I was not defective. No one's defective. We're just disconnected.
And we're just all going through different life experiences. And, you know, a diagnosis is not a label that you have to feel like you have to grow into. It can be an acknowledgement to say, all right, this is maybe where I'm at right now. What are my options? What can I learn? And how can I move past this? And so, yeah, I really want you to stress and impart on that message, because, you know, we've heard it from so many people that have been on this summit, but we've heard it in the past, people like Jim Kwik, you know, because he had his injuries when he was a young child, that you're not enough, you can't do this because of this label, insert XYZ label, you will never amount to insert what your dreams are. And it's so important to remember who you are. And it's so important to remember that life's like, you may have gone through experiences that does not define who you are. It will be a part of your story and your journey, and it may not feel like it in the moment.
Right.
But along the way, you will realize that those experiences made you exactly who you get to be and get to evolve into. And, you know, I know that you have gone through so much, right? And those experiences and those moments were challenging, and it was lonely for you. Like, it was lonely. What are ways, as you continue down your healing journey, that you found the courage to say, I want to reconnect again? Because it can be scary when you feel disconnected from the world, to say, I want to disconnect. I don't want to disconnect, rather. I want to move into that place where I can connect with people again. What was that experience like for you?
Well, first I want to touch on one thing, and that is, this is one of the most crucial parts about any diagnosis. It is not your I am statement. It is not I am depressed or I am anxious. No. Release the I am statement. It's that I experience depression at times, even if at times is pretty consistently all the time. Create a time, like a timestamp on it, not an absolute statement. An I am statement always is a declaration of yourself. You are not depression. You are not anxiety. You are not these things. We are not these things. We experience them. Say, I experienced this. I experienced that. I would say, to answer you, I took it really slow. I took it very slow. Reconnecting with life, with people. I took it very slow. Sometimes it started with a text. Sometimes it started with a like on a post on Instagram. Sometimes it just was a simple emoji. And I'm saying it as that simple because it really was that simple. And it gets to start that small in order to build the body and build your nervous system up to believe that you are safe to connect more. To this day, and I'll close with this, to this day, 7 years ago, it's exactly to this day, I looked it up the other day. To this day, 7 years ago, I could not do a live for 2 minutes consistently, 2 minutes straight. I could not go live on Facebook and talk. And it was a challenge of one of my mentors to do. I looked it up and I went 1 minute and 17 seconds. And that was as much as I could talk. I had the worst dry mouth. I was full body sweat, stressed out. I couldn't even recall what I said. And I was terrified of being seen. I was terrified of hearing my own voice. I was terrified of my words not being valid because I was still learning how to validate my own words. I was trying to find and discover what my voice sounded like, but specifically the authority of my voice. And here I am today, being able to share all of this stuff with you all and being able to host others. Yeah. Movement happens, progress happens. Just stay with what you're doing. Stay small. Be diligent with the small. It does add up and it does get a lot better at the molecular level and on.
That's such an important message, Parisa, because it can be easy for people to tune in and to hear people kind of say statements of, you know, if you just do this one technique, then you will shift. And it's such an acknowledgement that it takes time. It's a process, and you can start. And it does happen when you start with one step at a time. It can be a like, it can be a high, you know, but you have to start in your own pace and not let other people around you dictate what your own journey looks like for you. Parisa, I know that you host with us, and we're going to bring you back on for another segment because your story is so important. We appreciate you for sharing, and you are just such a light. So happy 7th-year for when you reclaimed your voice and all that you are. I know we're joined by Michael Silvers, and we're going to move on to the next segment, but thank you again, Parisa.
Thank you. Thank you.
Michael, you're on mute. Join us.
You know, I'm going to do the sign language part. You know, we need to do that actually. But, you know, it was such a great segment. Thank you both so much. Thank you for everything that we do. And, you know, it's the power of finding our voice, but also working as a team and really moving together. So thank you both. And we'll see you both back very soon.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Parisa.
All right. You know, everybody, we're having way too much fun. So here we go. What I'd like you all to do right now is take out your phones. Unless you're driving, don't do this. And what I want you to do is I want you to share and post this with everybody you know. I want you to let everybody know in the world we have so many great speakers coming up that are going to be addressing so many issues of mindset, of the neuroscience, of how it works, of how we move forward, of how business looks. We have an amazing woman who speaks for the United Nations. It's just going to be an amazing day. Keep the energy going. Keep it up. Stand up. Take a break. Take a big yawn. We learned that yesterday from Dr. Rebekah. And without any further ado, I'm going to bring to stage Miss Chris Ashley. How you doing?
Hi, Michael. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Doing really good. You know, the great thing about everything that we're doing here, and audience, know too that when you share, you're expanding this information to somebody else. That you're letting somebody else in your world enter your world and say, there's something I can learn. Maybe there's something today or tomorrow. And with that, we do a little bit of what we call earn the rights. So Chris, tell us a little bit about your background and why they should listen to you out there. Because everybody always goes, who's this? Why am I listening? We know this already. It's the natural way we are because we're meaning making machines. So go ahead. It's over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want my background in terms of my professional background or my personal background that led me on this journey?
Oh, let's, take a minute and a half and hit it however you want.
Okay, well, following Parisa's, by the way, that was so beautiful, everything Parisa shared. I was so inspirational, so moving. So I just want to call her out for that. And I relate to her story so much. I went through my own trauma when I was younger. I was sexually abused by a family member for 4 years, and I had this big, tight-knit, extended Italian family. When they found out what happened, many of them disowned me. And it put me on this path of PTSD, of feeling insecure in my body, of these low vibration emotions like anger and shame that as a young adolescent, I was 12, I didn't know how to cope with. And then one day my life changed when someone handed me a book. And we've been talking about the power of books today, right? And that book showed me that there are other ways of thinking and moving and being in this world, right? It's that mindset shift, that brain shift that we've been talking about for the past 2 days here. And I put into practice, and I remember as I was turning the pages of that book, it was like a sleeper agent, right? Like something inside of me just woke up. And I became insatiable. I started reaching for more. I started reading every personal development, spiritual, psychology book I could get my hands on. And I started attending workshops. I found mentors. I found teachers. I was saying yes to every course like you tell us to. And my world completely changed. As my brain was healing, my life changed. And the other part of my story is I started to change my mind to get better. My mother started to get worse because her family had been ripped down the seams, and she didn't have these books and mindset change and teachers. And it manifested as physical illness for her. She became very, very sick. She got cancer. She got all of these weird diagnoses. And I made a promise to myself that I would do everything I could to heal mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, because I realized my mother was my biggest teacher, because I saw her make that choice, because healing is always a choice, even if it's a difficult one. And I've kept that promise to myself, and it's put me on this amazing journey to help other people, to heal my brain, to heal my body. And it's found me here with you. And now we're launching this amazing course together. So I'm really excited about where we are.
It's great to have you on, and again, everybody, just know that Chris is part of our team, and she's moving forward. She has her own world, and it's called a little one. We know that because I've had many of those. But it's really about launching yourself forward, taking the learnings, in a way, we take the pain, and we have decision. There's decision points. Am I going to move forward or not? Am I going to sort of hate the world or not? Am I going to? That's where we talk. There's that always that love and forgiveness, and which is
Yeah.
incredibly difficult. At the same time, what is the pains within our own system that we can move forward and help others? Because if we keep moving forward, others move forward around us, right? We're the educator. Your little one's watching everything you do. So, and it gets more when they're teenagers, but and then they come back when they're 25 and life is great. So just know that we are really excited because it's about leadership. And leadership is something we do from inside. Leadership is something we take steps every day. Can you talk a little bit about that is?
Oh, you cut out a little bit there for a second, so I
Oh,
missed the last part of your
yeah,
question.
it's okay. Just talk a little bit about leadership and how important that is and how that keeps us moving every day.
Absolutely. I mean, leadership is so important because, like you said, well, like everyone's been saying, we're all connected. And the way to help heal the world is by rising up, right? And being a light for others. And when other people see you rising to the task and choosing to get better rather than bitter, right? And to forgive and to make a difference and to help people, they say, like, oh, what's Michael doing? Or, oh, what's Chris doing? And they start to rise up to your level, and
Mhm,
that's how you can't force anyone to heal, you can't force anyone to
mhm.
change, but you can be that beacon for other people. You can influence people in a really, really beautiful way. And so the way that we heal the world is by healing our inner self and then being that light that shines for other people so they can rise up and be a healer in their own life.
Yeah, and that's the great thing. And also, it's always because we talk about mentoring, right? A mentor is somebody
Yeah.
down the path from you, and a mentor is a leader because it's a step I want to take. And I think that's a big thing. So at the Los Angeles Tribune, we're going to have some announcements coming out pretty soon. So everybody, watch out for that. But just put in your Brain Leadership Academy. That's all. Just put that. We'll let that one go. But it's part of what you're creating is you're creating for us that ability for people to join something that we love community, but we
Mhm.
also love to be part of something that's moving forward. We love to be part of something that is really changing the planet. If you look at this broadcast alone, and I used to always say how many countries are like, don't do that because we're in so many more countries, right? So globally, we're really creating leaders around the world. And remember, here's the one thing I think, Chris, that's always really important is there's amazing followers, right? Because like when I was at Peak Potentials, I was a leader, but I was a follower at the same time. I did whatever it takes. Mary Garfield, my business partner, when she was with Tony for 18 years, she was a leader in her own right, but a follower of Tony and the mission. And it's amazing to be be the greatest follower there is. And that doesn't mean that you do it's always ecological, no harm to yourself or others. That's really the standard you play for. Um, and really, so part of what you're creating is that we're all leaders, but we're just going to be more amazing followers. We're going to be the most amazing followers. Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of what we've been saying, like find a mentor, right? And say yes to every course because we're always learning, we're always growing. If there wasn't more for us to learn here, like we wouldn't be here anymore, right? Like our life would be over. We are here to learn and to grow and to experience this amazing human experience. And so, personal growth really is everything. And we bring it back to neuroscience, right? We're constantly creating those new neurons, those new synapses. We're changing our brain and we're growing and we're healing. So being a follower is just as amazing because there's always more to learn. And I think you said it to Crystal earlier, you're my mentor as well, because every single person that you meet in life has something that they can teach you.
And that's the thing is, are we coachable? Right? Because we start from that position too. Are we coachable? We're on this call. And it's always fascinating to see who's on the call and who's not. And people who work with me always say, how do you track everything? Just I've done this for so long, right? I can see the numbers in the board and the comments and let me tell you, as I get a little older, it's getting a little, I'm more a little focused on the single things. But I look for those amazing, I don't know, we're going to coin a word here about followers because followers are amazing, right? But I look for those. I look for those who make comments. You happen to be one of those I see all the time making comments. comments, right? But I look for those who make the show. Look at Crystal. It was 2:30 in the morning. She had just been in a 12-hour course, and in 4 hours, she's back for another 12 hours, and she's working her butt off. I know what they're doing because I've been in that same course 14 years ago. And those are the ones who just show up. And the thing about you, Chris, is you just show up. You just make it happen. I mean, you work through whatever it takes to make it happen. And if you really look at sort of, just don't tell them anything, but give them a little tidbit of learning leadership. See, I'm playing this right. We gotta be, because there's big announcements coming out, but we're just letting you all know Leadership Academy. Okay. Anyways, Chris, go.
Yeah, I will just say that we are creating some incredible courses. And the first one, our signature one, is going to touch on everything from influence to growth mindset to public speaking. That's been a lot of people's fears that we've heard about the last few days, to adaptation and persistence and resilience. So really well-rounded idea of leadership and ethics of leadership. You know, Mo Rock wrote an incredible book about all of this too. So we're really going to hit it from all sides. And of course, the more business aspects too. You're going to get a really great experience.
Yeah. You know, and that's the great thing too, because for us, what as our CEO Mo Rock and his vision and so we're all following along with that, and we're moving forward. And the reason that this happened too, and you were there, is we did a leadership show, and man, we now have 1.8 million people have seen that. And what did they say? How do we get more? How do we get more? So we responded, right? We respond with that, saying, here's how you get more. You know, we're very excited by that. And that makes a difference every single day as we continue to do this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, when people are watching these incredible events that we have, and they're like, well, wait, how do I become someone like that? Right? How do I overcome my fear of public speaking and get on stage, or overcome my PTSD like Parisa did? Or how do I show up in these ways? It's like, okay, well, let us lay it out for you. Here's a framework to get you up to this level.
Yeah, there's a friend. I love it. I love it. You know, the exciting thing about this is it's always about moving forward. It's no matter what happens, we are never ever going to stop. And we're going to take others with us. That's the thing. We used to talk about, are you going to push them, or are you going to stand up on the rock and pull them up? And it's much better to get there where you need to be and then pull them up, to bring them up to your level. And because you can only push. Do you want to push somebody all day long? Does that sound fun to anybody? No, right? And we look for leaders like that. So you sort of stepped up and said, I'm in. What do you need? Let's go. And that's what we always look for, especially in our industry, because we always talked about it's ready, fire, aim, right? We just go, go, go. And talk a little bit about failing and how important that is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, through every heartbreak, every tragedy, every failure in life, there is a hidden Easter egg. And once you find it, tremendous healing, growth, and leveling up takes place. So I always say fail forward. You know, you grow from every challenge that you go through. And if you weren't making mistakes, you wouldn't be learning anything. You know, I was thinking about like Thomas Edison. It took him like 10,000 tries to make a light bulb. Like 10,000 tries. When he was asked, like, why didn't you give up? He said, I didn't fail. I just found 10,000 ways to not make a light bulb. And that's that growth mindset that we've been talking about. Because everything that happens in life is for your highest good. It readies the soil, it plants the seeds for you to learn lessons and grow, but then it's just up to you if you decide to grow, right? That free will always exists, but everything is happening for you.
Yeah. And I think it's great because it's always a great example. I know people who know me for a long time, I used to always talk about the kernel, right? And the recipe for chicken and how many times and right. And so I've stopped using that because I used it so much, but it's so true. I mean, it's that persistence and there we go. Christina just put here, look at this. Don't give up, learn. It's learning every single day. It's fall forward. There's so many terms around this. It's things that we create. It's every time we fail, it's just a learning. We're just proceeding to the next learning. It's how many times are you willing to fail? And I can tell you, I failed a lot. I just going to continue to fail. I mean, just look at the little ones, right? You know, they hit, especially, you know, when they hit 2 years old, there's a lot of failing. But it's those things that we continue to move every day. And we're so excited to have you not only part of the team, but this is a family. And the other thing too is, for those of you listening out there, October 24th, virtually or live at Barnes & Noble, Chris will be on a panel there. Chris is part of the show. Chris said, I'll come and help. Oh, it's going to be crazy. You should see all the people coming. But at the same time, we're going to go virtually to all the different countries and really show what we're doing. And you're part of that, because you're part of a movement of leadership. And if you take a look at academies of leadership and how our mindset's going to move forward, it just doesn't get any better. And, you know, and next time we get on, we're going to have you, and you have a partner on this. And Misty's amazing. Knowing her, she's training somewhere or doing that wonderful stuff. So she's always somewhere. I always say, where are you this time? Any last words for our audience? So they'll just anchor in. They'll definitely come to Barnes & Noble or watch the show, and definitely listen to the next things you say.
Yeah, you know, you were talking about failure, and we were talking about modeling it for our children, and it just made me think of this story I just heard. I think it was the CEO of Spanx. Every day when she was growing up, her dad would ask the kids, "How did you fail today?" So you can almost look at it as this exciting thing in life, because then you get to grow. And when you step outside of your comfort zone and allow that, that's where your dreams happen, right? On the other side of your comfort zone. So I think it was Crystal was talking about let go of your fear, because on the other side of all that, that's where tremendous growth happens. And it's so exciting. And then on that side, you look back and you're like, oh, that's why I went through that. Like, oh, it all makes sense now. Like, I'm so grateful I went through all that. Thank God I went through all that.
Yeah, thank God. You know, this has been awesome. First of all, everybody put a 10 in the chat and give Chris a thunderous round of applause. You know, it was great to have you on today. It's great, the things that we're doing. And this is just the beginning. Actually, we haven't even started yet. I mean, think of everything we're creating and doing. It's not even starting until probably 2 years from now. If you think of if you look at the globalization of everything we're doing, and at the Tribune, we're so excited because of the strength and the power. And look, we had Jim Kwik, we had Dr. Deborah, right? The chairman of Johns Hopkins. We've had Fab Morvan, we've had Joseph McClendon. He's only talked to like 10 million people minimum. It's way more than that. It's the power of all of us doing together. It's the power of here's the tens, here's the tens, here's the tens. Look at the tens are pouring in. You know, it's the power of us doing this together and making a difference every day. And you're part of this. So I wanted to give you, for myself and the Los Angeles Tribune, a thunderous round of applause. Chris, you have a brilliant day the rest of the day. Thank you for all your comments. Thank you for being part of this. And we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much, Michael. Thanks for everyone tuning in. Have a good day.
All right. Bye, Chris. You know, it's great that we have the power of really making change. It's great that we are the globalization. You saw Crystal earlier get up earlier in the morning, and then, you know, she spoke to the audience. And yes, that was Mandarin. For those of you who asked that question, I love when they ask those questions. We have a team of worldwide, you know, anchors and trainers and people who are really about globalization and making this a better world. So first of all, share the show. Everybody share the show right now. Take your Facebook, take your LinkedIn, take your YouTube, take your Instagram, share it out to other people. The numbers are growing. They've been solid. They're always solid. Why? Because we're always about enhancing, enriching, and making you different, making it different in your life. We are not going to drag you. We will stand in front of you and help you and pull you up over that rock to get you to where you need to go. We're excited by the next segment. I'm going to turn the show over to the one. Is this a big enough buildup? Should I just keep going? Should we do a thunderous round of applause? Should I play? Should we have fun? I'm going to give it up and over to Karen Hall. Watch herself pop herself up. 1, 2, there she is. All right, good. Karen, just have an amazing show. This audience is excited. They're great. They just love the information. You've got international beaming in, which is always awesome. And I give it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Michael. And I am so excited because our next guests are 2 of the founding members of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal. And these 2 guests are such amazing souls. You are going to love them. We have Jackie Wilkinson and Barbie Ray that are going to join us. And here they are. And so I'm so excited. They are just the most heart-centered leaders, and they both have the most incredible stories. I can't wait for you to hear about them. But first, I want to just thank Mo Rock and Michael Silvers and Mary Glorfield for all that they are doing to provide this platform of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal, because Mo Rock said, we need to give more platforms for women. We need to help them to have more visibility. And how many times does that happen? We see this lopsided, numbers where there's like 80% of the people that are on the personal development stages are men. And we have about the same 80% of people that are podcasters are men. And Mo said, I want to get more women out there. We need to hear their voices. And so today is one of those opportunities that is made possible because Mo Rock is such a maverick, and because of Michael Silvers and his tremendous support and untiring work to serve, and Mary Glorfield, and for all that she does to elevate and promote women. And so thank you, Barbie. Thank you, Jackie, for being with us today. We're so happy to have you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Jackie. It's good to see everyone.
Oh, it's so lovely to see your beautiful faces, and I'm so honored and privileged to be here. Thank you.
Yes, and Jackie is joining us from Italy, and Barbie is joining us from Illinois. We have people all over. This is a global organization. We have many countries represented in the Women's Journal. For example, Crystal, who is in Malaysia and Singapore. She's all over. She moves around a lot. And we have Japan. We have Australia. We have several different people that are different countries and listeners from all across the world. So I want you as an audience to get to know these women. And so, Jackie, I'm going to start with you. So Jackie is a wing commander in the Royal Air Force in the UK. And in addition, she works with the Defense Network with mental health. She is also a best-selling author of the book, Turning the Tables on Trauma. She has gone through so many things in her life that have brought her to this point. Jackie, could you tell us more about you?
Oh, thank you, Karen, for that introduction. Yeah, so as Karen mentioned, I'm currently serving in Italy. I work in NATO, and I've served for 21 years leading, coaching, and mentoring personnel. And as Karen mentioned, I'm an author and also a certified coach, and I'm really dedicated to health, fitness, and mindset. It's really important because for me in my life, I had to overcome quite a bit. And I'm actually known for turning the tables on trauma, where my shame, resilience, and vulnerability have actually transformed my scars into strength. And the reason I published my book is to provide a roadmap for other survivors. It's a book written by a survivor for survivors to know that there is a pathway of hope and healing, and that we can overcome any trauma in our lives when we understand the healthy healing strategies that are out there that we can just adopt. So that's that. Thank you. That's what I'm sharing.
Well, that's beautiful. That's so beautiful. And, so many times when we are wanting to go through some of these, journeys about how to overcome. I know for me, when I have gone through trauma in my life, I have been just like, how can I get through this? Who can help me learn? And it's so amazing to have somebody like you, Jackie, that has written a book that can then share with us tools that you have learned. And Jackie loves neuroscience, so she's going to delve into that a little bit later. But so do I, and so does Barbie. And that neuroscience is very powerful. But to have somebody that's been in the trenches, that then has turned the tables on that trauma, and instead of being defeated by it, has been empowered by it, is just absolutely incredible. And so pay attention, audience, get your notebooks out, because Jackie is going to share with us some great tools. And Barbie has also gone through trauma in her life. Barbie is also a best-selling author and an international speaker, and she is a resilience expert, an empowerment coach. She is a humorous, motivational, and inspirational speaker, which her comedy is just hysterical. And you are going to love hearing from Barbie. And so, Barbie, if you could tell us some more about you.
Oh, thank you, Karen. Well, Jackie and I have a lot in common. We both are trauma survivors, and we both help people overcome their trauma. And I also What I do is I help people overcome barriers. And what I found is the more clients that I help with barriers is that sometimes it's trauma based. Sometimes it's technology based. Sometimes it's just dealing with people at work. It's amazing. Everybody puts their own barriers in front of or above themselves. And if you're standing in the doorway of your own success, you need the tools to kick it open and succeed. And that's really what I do is I help people figure out what it is that's standing in their way and help them overcome it.
And sometimes we don't mean to put a barrier in our way, but sometimes subconsciously we are doing this. Sometimes we have some of these limiting beliefs. Sometimes we have heard things so many times as a child or in our formative years by someone who was in a position of authority or influence in our life. And that can make a very big impact. I know that has happened to me, and I'm also a trauma survivor, just like these two ladies. And I have gone through, my own experiences of trying to figure out how to overcome those limiting beliefs. First of all, how to figure out what the limiting belief is. And then once I figure it out, the interesting thing for me is that when you become aware, that's a huge process just to become aware. But then secondarily, to recognize the faulty thinking in that limiting belief, because for most of us, our brain wants to be right and our brain wants to hold on to it. And it says, no, that's right. That is true, actually, because look at all this evidence. And I know my brain will make lists. It can give you lists of all the reasons why that limiting belief is true. And when I'm in a trauma response and the fear is rising within me, my emotions are escalating, I just seem to grip onto it even tighter. So it's very interesting to be able to have these tools and someone that is listening that we can actually process these things with. And so Jackie and Barbie are both phenomenal coaches, and they have helped other people to overcome and to move forward, to move past those limiting beliefs. And so there is great power in having a coach. I am very grateful for coaches in my life. I am also a coach, and I hear people say the same thing to me. And that brings me one of the greatest joys in my life is if I can help someone to not suffer as I have and to move forward in their life. I feel so much joy. And I sense that both of you feel that same fulfillment. Jackie, would you say that's true?
Oh, absolutely. When you have gone through something yourself and you've figured things out and you've learned, from different authors, different books, different processes, different courses, and you figure things out to actually make your life more deeply fulfilled in all aspects of your life, whether that's your health and fitness, whether it's your relationships, is actually crucial. What you want to do is share that with someone. And then when you see the change in them, it is so empowering. It is so deeply connecting. And it just brings me joy. And that's what I want to do is I want to help so many people and serve them to just find that deeper happiness and overcome.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. And how about you, Barbie?
I feel exactly the same way. I kind of relate it to if you're watching a movie in subtitles, you may not recognize at the moment that it's the wrong movie, that you're reading the subtitles that's not going along with the movie. That happens in our subconscious. Sometimes we're playing out in our head negative voices that do not reflect what's happening in real life. And if you don't recognize it, if you don't have the tools to recognize and pull those out, you lose, because you're always going to be playing the wrong line. You're always going to be sabotaging yourself. And that's one of the barriers I've seen numerous times with people.
Right. Oh, I think that is so true.
Can I give a quick tool to
Absolutely.
people?
Absolutely.
Okay, so here's a quick thing that you can do. Well, it takes a month, but here's something you can do to give yourself the idea. I guess it's not quick, but it works. What I want you to do is grab a notebook, and I want you to set a time for the next day, whatever it is, random. It has to be random. So let's say 10:24. So you're going to open that notebook the next day at 10:24 when your phone alarm goes off, because that's the random time you set. I don't care what you're doing. Stop for 1 second and write down every thought you're having. Everything. Then go right back to what you're doing normally. Set another random time for your phone. Do it 3 to 4 times a day and immediately stop, record everything you're thinking, and then move on. At the end of a month, I want you to go back and read everything in that notebook. And what you're going to find is you're going to find patterns that are going on in the back of your head. Mm-hmm. And those patterns are either going to be positive or negative. If you have nothing but positive things to say, but your life is unfulfilled, then you need to consider what that means. Maybe you're in the wrong direction. Maybe you're not aligned. Maybe you're successful, but you're not happy. Now, it could be the other way. Maybe I hate where I work. I hate everybody I work with. But then you need to sit down and figure out, one, is it really the job? If it is, move. Life's too short. But what if it isn't? If you're having all these negative random thoughts going through your head, then you're sabotaging yourself. And you need to start going into gratitude and appreciation and figuring out what it is you can do to improve your life. But if you don't know it, you cannot fix it.
Oh, if you don't know it, you cannot fix it. Absolutely. And that's that piece, that awareness piece, that so many times a simple tool like this that I may not even know about, but finding that out and making me aware of these patterns, these common things that I am noticing in my thoughts is so crucial. And so on that, Jackie, could you tell us about how you became aware of some limiting beliefs and how you overcame the trauma in your life? What was that journey like for you?
Yeah, I just want to say, noticing the patterns, Barbie, is absolutely crucial, because when we get to notice those patterns, we start responding to situations instead of reacting. And sometimes when we don't know what's going on, we're reacting to things, and that can come out in our behaviors. And for me, when I was diagnosed with complex PTSD and I had a breakdown, this was about 8 years ago, I was really struggling in my life. I was, my behaviors were volatile. I was reimagining the things that were happening with my parents because it was a very volatile relationship. And that was playing out as behaviors in my adult relationship. And what I had to do was understand those behaviors by bringing it into my conscious mind. So exactly what Barbie's just said, I was writing things down and I was noticing what was triggering it. Was it certain things? Was it certain times of the day? Was it, oh, I'm fearing abandonment now, this is going to kick in? And when you notice actually it's a specific trigger, you can then reduce that and understand it. And then that helps you then to respond. And it doesn't necessarily happen straight away. It might be that you react and then, oh, I've just reacted again, and you catch it after the moment. But the more and more you become self-aware, the more and more you can catch it before the event happens. And that is crucial to changing our behaviors and overcoming trauma, because then we're in control as opposed to our emotions and behaviors running away from us. And that is the beauty of what we do to overcome. It takes so much time. It's hard self-work. It's not easy. And oftentimes, we don't face those emotions. We sometimes numb them by watching things, by doing other things, by keeping ourselves busy. But actually, when we allow ourselves to, and I describe it like being a water buffalo, when we allow ourselves, water buffaloes, they see the storm and they go right through it. And the way that they succeed is because they just go through it. They don't bury it. They don't turn their back on that trauma. They just actually go all the way through and come to the other side. And when you deal with your trauma, just like a water buffalo, you'll absolutely overcome everything. So just face everything, look at it, identify what's going on, and then you can rewire your thinking, rewiring your brain in your conscious mind, because it's your subconscious that creates all these behaviors. So that's what I've tried to do in my life is apply that thought processing of reprocessing and reimagining.
Oh, that reminds me, Jackie, of a saying or an acronym for fear: face everything and rise. And you're absolutely right. When the cattle are in a storm, a cow will run from the storm, but the buffalo faces it. And so it is less traumatic for the buffalo because they get through it quicker. But when the cow is being followed and basically being chased by the storm, that is so much more damaging,
for life. It'll continue to follow you for life, actually. So the idea is we just need to face these things. We need to talk about them, share, and expose that. And then actually you can then start rewriting the narrative of your life. And it's really hard to do that. Go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, Jackie, that just ties in so perfectly to what Chris Ashley was just talking about with facing, her past and what had gone on. And Fab Morvan, I mean, to face that trauma in front of the world. I mean, it's enough when I have to face it myself and when I have to face it maybe with, my family or a group, but to face it in front of the whole world and to deal with that shame and to have so much abuse in the comments. I just appreciated the courage, the incredible courage that he had to do that. And Parisa Rose, the same with her and how vulnerable she is to share that with us. And yet she faced it and she became empowered because of that. And so I just love the power that we feel together as a Los Angeles Tribune community, that we are facing our fears. And I think probably every single speaker on this event would probably say that they have had to do that in their life. And so, Barbie, what are your thoughts about that?
Well, it's actually one of my favorite phrases that I say all the time, and that's courage is not the absence of fear. It's action in the face of it.
Yes. Yes, very true. Barbie, tell us about your journey of facing your fears and overcoming trauma in your life.
Well, I've had a lot of it. The joke is I'm the Grim Reaper's favorite chew toy. So I've had a lot of facing fear and facing death.
Oh.
But one of the things that I dealt with that I think a lot of people have dealt with, and that's what I was horribly bullied as a child. So those negative voices followed me in my life and they stayed behind me and they constantly talk. And I always say with my clients and with myself, I'm a work in progress. So I have tools and techniques to help you take those and fix them. But even as hard as you work, there's still those moments where those negative voices, they roar and you hear them and then you have to change and you have to fix them. So that's something that is a constant. And I'm always doing that. I'm working with my clients and I work with everybody on stopping those negative voices. But here we are. This is all neuroscience. And they have proven it is much easier to handle and accept negativity than to accept a compliment. For whatever reason, we are so much more comfortable hearing negativity about ourselves than positive things about ourselves. So reshaping and reframing how we accept things, how we hear things, and how we perceive things is one of the most important things that any one of us can do. You really, really need to reframe the narrative to a positive to help yourself. And that is one of the most important things that I could ever share.
Yes, absolutely. And I thought that was so interesting how Jim Kwik brought that up, that reframing is one of the ways that we can activate our parasympathetic nervous system to calm us. And I find that, that is very powerful. In my work, I have studied emotional intelligence and how to develop emotional intelligence, how to calm my nervous system, because I've had to work on that in my life. And so now I share those tools with leaders. I mean, when you're a leader with a team, if you can calm your nervous system, the interesting thing is that then you co-regulate with your team and you help to calm your team. I mean, how many times, if we're in a crisis, do we look to the leader? And if they're feeling calm, if they're, like, we've got this, we'll figure this out, it conveys faith to us as well. And I think that so many times as the leader, sometimes we want to mask that and we want to pretend that we don't, but there we can smell it when it's not authentic. But when a leader can, regulate their nervous system, then they have that power to help regulate the nervous system of their team. And then they help to build that resilience in their team. And Jackie, I imagine in the military that you have had opportunities to see this as well.
Absolutely. I think leadership in the military is crucial. You need it for operations, you need it for your teams to operate at their best. And, before I was able to own my story, I thought that vulnerability was a weakness. But actually what I learned in growing through becoming a leader that vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness. And actually, when you share your struggle stories with your team, it creates a snowball effect that actually they then feel safe to share. And what that leads to is a much deeper connection in your teams. And as you said about co-regulation, and then what it brings to the team is a much heightened performance because the team is operating in a safe space, like psychological safety. They feel that they can raise their hand, ask a question. They can, be creative and make mistakes, because people make mistakes. And when you lead with that empathy and non-judgment style, you will get so much more potential from your team, because they will feel valued as a person. And this is absolutely crucial in all types of leadership. But actually, when I deployed to Afghanistan, for example, you really have to understand your team, and leadership is absolutely crucial in getting the very best, because you are in heightened, stressful situations. And in those situations, when you're under that pressure, behaviors do change. And as a leader, you need to make sure that you're looking after your people and that they are, supported and understood, and rather than judged and criticized. And that is absolutely crucial to get the very best.
Absolutely. And it's interesting how it's not just crucial in the military. It's crucial in the corporate world. It is crucial in our own families. It's crucial in any place where we have a relationship. And being able to have that empathy allows us to develop that relationship and build that trust. We can't have the trust without empathy. And Barbie, I'm going to have you close it up for us and tell us some more of your thoughts about using emotional intelligence and these neuroscience tools.
Well, I think I'm going to tack on to what Jackie said, because I love what you said, Jackie. And I think that you need to take it and you need to really be vulnerable. But one of the other things I think you need to do is, especially with my business clients, one of the things you need to do is listen and understand the perspective of other people. Recognize that we are all individuals, and the way that I process information is different than the way you do. So one of the most important tools I give to people is to take each person in your personal life and professional life, listen and understand and learn how they perceive the world. Some people are better at written instructions. Some people are better at oral instructions. Understand each person's point of view, their perspective, how they respond, how they react to things, and treat each person accordingly. That will give you a smoother environment in your personal and professional life.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. I mean, don't we all want smoother relationships in all our lives, in every aspect of our life, in our professional life, in our personal life? It's just, I think that a lot of times those relationship issues are the stick that gets in the way of our spokes as we're going along. And all of a sudden we come to a screeching halt, and then the trauma response comes up and our emotions escalate. And it's, how do we get through that? And these women are really pros at how they get through that and how they help their clients to get through that. And so you'll be hearing more from Jackie and Barbie, and I'm so grateful to have you, Jackie Wilkinson with Turning the Tables on Trauma, and Barbie Ray, an empowerment coach and also a best-selling author as well. Thank you for being with us today, ladies.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. This was a pleasure.
It was great. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, our next speaker is also a founding member of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal, and her name is Dr. Lisa Tan. And we are so excited to hear Dr. Lisa Tan speak to us. And whoops, we got the wrong person up here. Let's move her back. There we go. And so, Dr. Lisa Tan,
join us. It's all right.
Join us. Fine. Are you in Puerto Rico today?
I sure am, sweetie. I'm in Puerto Rico today. It's about 3:30, and we're about to go and celebrate my birthday. So that's where I'm going right after this.
Is it your birthday today?
It's on October 10th. We're going to celebrate a bit early.
Oh, happy early birthday. And there's nothing like keeping the celebration going.
Yeah, something I remember from Joseph McClendon. He's like, we just don't celebrate enough.
Exactly.
I might celebrate all week. Who knows?
Celebrate all week. I love it. I love it. and I think that is so interesting. I remember when when I was listening to people, and they would say, like, they would have a big celebration, like some of my high level corporate, CEOs and things, and they would achieve this amazing milestone, and they would be like, yeah, that was great, but now I've got to do da 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 da, and they were just like constantly moving with this moving goalpost, and I was like, whoa, let's stop and celebrate that. And it's like, who has time to celebrate? We've got to move on and get more work done. And so you brought up such an incredible point, because that also is so important for reducing the cortisol in our life by allowing ourselves to celebrate. And that is a very powerful effect for our neuroscience as well. Well, Dr. Lisa, tell us about you and what brought you to this point.
Ownership, when Fab said that, it landed so deeply. And it triggered me to share this story where about maybe 10 years ago, I found myself with my daughter on one side, my son on the other side. They were sandwiching me. We were all on one mattress, living in a one bedroom. And that night, I just heard sirens and stampedes and knocks on the door. And I was just terrified. I remember grabbing my two kids and just shaking. And as the sound settled, I worked up the nerve to go peek through the blinds to see what was going on. And the police had come to arrest my neighbor. And I remember asking myself, like, how did I get to that point? How did I get to that point where I couldn't even make good decisions? And the decision I had to make at that moment was, do I bring my daughter in to see a doctor to see if she has Lyme disease?
And this is so common. We doubt ourselves. Can we make good decisions? And this is so common. I think all of us out here in the audience have had that moment where we have doubted our decision making.
Yeah, exactly. And it was from that moment on that I knew something had to change. I could not keep living that way. And I had to find ways to help my daughter. But the ownership part of it is that that's actually not something I've ever shared with my daughter yet. And I do think it's time that I own up to that moment. So thank you, Fab, for bringing this out in me and being so fully present, because I do believe it's so important for all of us to own up to whatever decisions we make. And then learn from it. And just learn from it.
Absolutely. That taking responsibility part is so key. We talked in several of the other sessions about agency, about the power of agency, that we have the power to make that choice. And Bob mentioned it as well. Parisa has mentioned it. Joseph McClendon talked about it. Jim Kwik talked about it. And thank you for bringing that up again, because we have to be reminded that it is a power that we have to make that choice. So tell us some more about your choices that have involved neuroscience in your life.
So since that moment, I was determined to get myself out of this really tight cocoon that I've wrapped myself in, this cocoon of fear. And So I just start delving in, just like Chris, right? Reading every single book she could get her hands on and reaching out to different mentors. And I made a promise to myself that if I ever got out of this, I would never, ever want another mom to go through this alone. So that was my promise. And I remember scrolling through YouTube, and this video comes on. And the person on the YouTube says, "Where is the richest place on earth?" And the first thing I jumped to was United States. Come on, that's where I was at the moment. The cemetery.
The place of unfulfilled dreams.
Yes, it's the place where, podcasts are never launched, books never published, forgiveness never given, I love yous never said, stories never shared, the masks never removed, and the dreams never dreamt. So that was the turning moment for me when I said, no, that's not me.
And what dreams did you go after, Lisa?
I had to let go of some before I could open some doors. My pharmacy had just closed down at the time while all this was happening. And I knew that was the door that I was ready to close. It was actually probably never even me to begin with. So I had to close that door in order to open probably a door I didn't even see at the moment. I remember closing a door, but there was nothing on the other side yet. And I went on a search. And it led me to a trip to Estonia. And I found myself on stage one day for the first time in my life. And in that very moment, I heard a very loud voice in my head, right as I was sharing, "Welcome home." And I remember, just as I am now, going through my process, the audience was also going through their process. And I remember holding that space for them. And I knew so clearly that that's what I want to do. I want to hold a transformative, sacred space for others when they're ready to get out of their cocoon.
Right. Oh, that is so powerful, Dr. Lisa, because so many times we don't feel safe. And I find that same thing with my clients. If they can just feel safe, then they can access those feelings and those thoughts that maybe they have pushed aside and they have tried not to even deal with. They don't want to think about those things. But when it's safe and they can then process those things, that's when they can do the work. And so tell us about some of the work that you have done when you have felt safe.
When I have felt safe, that was still a continued journey. I would say the turning point for me when I felt completely safe, I remember sitting across my friend, White Wolf, and she had her singing bowl. And she would ask, "Have you forgiven yourself?" and the singing bowl would not resonate. It'd be like, bzz. And then she would ring it again. And there I was, just in the process of what feels like a lotus seed coming through the mud, trying to emerge. And at one moment, I finally said, I forgive myself for that decision about my daughter. And at that moment, that was the first time I felt like I broke free from my cocoon.
Oh, it is so powerful, Dr. Lisa. I think all of us as parents have had to forgive ourselves for things that decisions that we have made, and how liberating. We just have a few more minutes, but before we go, could you tell us some actionable steps that you have taken in your life to help you move forward that relate to neuroscience?
I would love to. But there's actually a very key point that just came to mind. And that is actually around forgiveness. As I delve into that some more, and this is from dear Neil Donald Walsh, that there is actually nothing to forgive. Now let's think about that. There's actually nothing to forgive. If my experience with my daughter led me to where I am today, if our enoughness sends each of us on a journey to self-awareness, if it is through our wounds that the light appears, is there something truly to forgive if we honor our shadows as much as our light?
Mic drop. Honor our shadows as much as our light. Oh, it is so beautiful, because those wounds are where the light comes in. And those wounds, those are very wounds, are the things that can propel us forward, that can cause us to want to learn and to want to overcome and to better ourselves. And I hear that in you, in your story.
Yes, yes. So I just want to leave a simple tool today, building on smiling, yawning. So let's say you've just had your biggest smile or your bear yawn that Dr. Rebekah tells us to do. And you're at the state, the emotional state that you want to be in. As that emotional state is rising, grab a part of your body that you normally don't grab, such as your pinky knuckle, and anchor that state in. So this could apply to any state: joy, excitement. Anchor that in as that emotion is rising, and right as it peaks, let it go. Clear, and repeat 2 more times. So whatever state you want to access, you can literally do it by just grabbing that part of your body.
That is a great tool that we can go back to again and again. And that reminds me of Jim Kwik when he said we can do energy. You can do that joy when you grab that little knuckle on your pinky.
Exactly.
So Dr. Lisa, it's been great to have you with us, and we will have you on again. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for sharing with us about forgiveness and about how there really was nothing to forgive, because it led you and those around you to where they are today. So thank you for being with us, and we look forward to having you again. All right. Our next guest is we are going to have a panel. Oh, I think actually we aren't going to have a panel. I think we have another guest who is coming on. And so we have a co-host who is joining us that will introduce our next guest. And so you can just look forward to more amazingness. Alisha, yes, I am so glad that you are here to introduce our next guest.
Thank you so much, Karen. And what a moving conversation that you just had with Lisa, like the level of vulnerability and of walking us through her experiences. There's something that you two talked about, which was forgiveness. And it's like forgiveness of self and forgiveness of others, but how liberating and freeing that truly is. I would love for people to kind of just sit with that word today, because so much healing can be found in forgiveness, and it just opens up the opportunity. So thank you so much for that, Karen.
Oh, you're so welcome. It was just, I mean, to hear Barbie and Jackie and Dr. Lisa all talk about their journey. And I know you feel the same way when you get to hear the guests share how they have come through, where they've come from and where they are now. It just amazes me how much power there is collectively, and to hear women supporting women. It just thrills me to have this platform where we can do that with each other.
Yes. And so thank you so much, Karen. We're going to bring up our next guest in just a moment. And we were talking about healing and forgiving and clearing the space for whatever comes next in your life. And our next guest is someone that understands the abilities and the potencies of frequencies to really activate limitless possibilities and to really help clear and heal the body. And so I'm delighted to bring our next guest to the stage, Mazadi Sajadi. Mazadi, would love for you to further introduce yourself and your work with our audience. But I'm excited to have a very important conversation around frequency and energy work, because it plays such an important role in all of the conversations that we've been having over the last 3 days here. Hi, Mazadi, welcome.
Hey, Alicia, how are you? Hey, Karen.
Hi.
How are you? Hi. So what I do is basically, I've had 3 near-death experiences. And from that, I've learned to see beyond, say, the physicalness of this reality and start to see, say, how realities create themselves, or how we create our realities, or vice versa, whichever way. So when you're an observer of a reality, or just like, say, you're a friend and you watch your friend go through some process, you can see a lot clearer what that friend is going to get into. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
So through the 3 near deaths that I've had, you pull yourself out of this reality that most people exist in, and you start to see the underlying patterns. Those patterns I call algorithms. And those algorithms are, say, beyond the energy or the frequencies of the human form. Like like gravity is like an energy source, right? Your heart sends out energies, your chakra systems, and so on. So what I call these is like inception frequencies. Those are the core level frequencies that create our reality here, create our physical, say, experience here. And if you can attune to that, say, core level frequency of who you are, or your blueprint of your life, you can transform people's lives rather dramatically. Sometimes like a 10-minute session can literally transform somebody with over like decades worth of therapy. That's how fast, because you go beyond, say, the realm of time and space.
So Mazadi, I would love for you to dive a little bit more into the work that you do in these sessions for people that may not be aware of or understand how energy and frequency work occurs. As we've been on this program, we've talked about trauma and trauma responses, but would love for you to share how this clearing and this energy frequency work plays in kind of dissipating maybe some of that energy or trauma in the body.
Sure. Well, with XI, exponential intelligence science, Alicia, we start to understand that, we go to the core level of why the trauma was created in your life blueprint anyway. So most people, they do emotional trauma or emotional trauma release. They do, mental trauma release, but the core level trauma is still, say, resonating in your body, in your frequency, in your cells. So what happens on this is, what happens, Alicia, is that somebody has trauma, but then they try to forgive themselves or they try to let go of those things. But again, that memory is still hidden in your cellular identity of who you are. And therefore, you keep attracting trauma after trauma after trauma. Does that make sense? So the same thing with like relationships. You look at a relationship pattern and you'll see, if you stand back and observe like relationship patterns of yourself, you'll start to actually see it's like, damn, it's the same relationship that I've had, just with different people, and they treat you the same way. Now, if you're in a pattern of a traumatic relationship, you will attract relationships that will traumatize you, whether it's physical relationships, personal relationships, intimate relationships, parental relationships, child-parent relationships, or even relationships with money, or a relationship with whatever you would call God, because it's a singular pattern that dictates your whole life. It runs through every identity of who you are. If some people, for example, if they don't receive the physical trauma, they will start to abuse themselves. That's how, poignant the frequency of trauma is in this example. Does that make?
Yeah, that's fascinating, because what you're really sharing is that, there is a book, it's called The Body Keeps Score, but the body remembers. And so your practices, your techniques really go to that point of which the body, even if mentally maybe in your conscious mind, you're like, I'm over it, I forgave, but subconsciously on the cellular molecular level, your body is remembering. And so it's reacting. So kind of in a session, what work is really being done to kind of clear the body's memory of these experiences so that you can kind of let go of that pattern repeating?
Okay. So what I do in a session, Alicia, is really kind of cool. Again, we all have these abilities, but I've learned to hone them. Through the again, mainly the two near-death experiences, it's given me abilities to, again, stand outside of somebody's reality, and then I get to see your whole, lifeline. Your parents' lifeline, any genetic makeup that is affecting your current state of where you could be, or your pure potential of what you could be right here, right now. So it's literally like a video that shows up. But not only can I see that video, so I can see your past, but then again, very different than a psychic ability where somebody can see their past or their future. I actually see algorithms. I see patterns within your experiences, and I go, oh, this is the pattern that you're running, and it started when you were like 2 years old, with mom doing something, or something happened with your mom, or whatever it is. And then, so let's release that. Obviously, you can't change what happened to you because it's written in physical, it's in the sands of time, but you can take away a very different meaning. So that experience, somebody was talking about Akashic records. It's a little different than Akashic records. Akashic records are the sands of time. It is written, absolutely. But what you take away from, say, your Akashic record, or what you take away from that experience, is what's important. So you can turn trauma into great opportunities of success, which I've done. You can turn disease into great opportunities for healing. Right? It's just your body's way of saying, is like, hey, I need help. I don't know how to process this. And then what we do is just bury that in our being somewhere, because we just don't know what to do with it. It's kind of like plasticized foods or genetically modified foods. It's like you ingest it and your body goes, I don't know what to do with it. It's a foreign substance. I'm just going to leave it here somewhere. And then that creates, distortions. It creates, cancers. It creates all sorts of
Allergies.
Allergies.
In my case, I'm allergic to
case.
everything I used to eat all of the time. Conversation for another day.
Yeah. I can actually help you with that, but some other time.
It's interesting to know. And so, how did you, because Azadi, you mentioned that you had a few near-death experiences, but How did you go down your journey of exploration into this type of work coming out of those experiences?
Yeah. Well, the first one really, I think what's more important is, there's near-death experiences that happen all the time, but the difference is that I was groomed to have that near-death experience. Just like I teach now with like people who take psychedelics, so on. It's like you want to understand where that psychedelic is taking you. So when I say I was groomed, I wanted it so bad to understand what the meaning of life was about, who we really are as a pure potential of possibilities, right? Because that's what religion always tells you. It's like you're this fantastic self, you've got limitless power. But as I looked around, nobody had that power. Everybody was ill, they had problems, the wealthy had problems, so that didn't really work out for me. Wealth, although wealth doing it properly works out for a lot of people, or spirituality or religion, that didn't work out either. So again, I tried all those avenues, but I'm going, what's the real answer? What's that one, mathematical equation that equates to life, like living the possibilities? So that first near death literally showed me, it's like, this is the possibility that you've been searching for. And I'm not going to get too much detail. You can look at it on my website, xicode.com, thexicode.com. But what happened is that I had my jaws crushed and I literally separated my consciousness, who we really are, and my physical being. Just a temporary, say, spacesuit that we, put ourselves in. And then after that separation, it's like, oh my good, I'm here. My limited self is over there. It's like you feel so powerful, just literally like spirit being, pure potential, all possibilities. There is no lack, there is no shame, there is no guilt, there's nothing. It's just pure potential possibilities. It was quite amazing. And then as I stepped in, again, you feel that power within your body. The second near-death experience, it was a drowning, and it allowed me to understand the mechanics or the logistics or the math behind how to navigate, say, the universal knowledge that's out there or the physics of the universe, how to navigate it for myself, and clean my life up, and then from there, clean up, hundreds of thousands of other people that I've worked with over 14 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
With amazing transformations, by the way.
And so can you talk a little bit about with the clients that you've worked with and the individuals that you've coached over the years, what some of those experiences were like, or some of those transformations were
Sure.
like, particularly for people that maybe didn't understand what the experience was going to be like going in and then actually went through the process?
Yeah. So again, some people might call me, the jack of all trades, because I help people with spirituality. I help people become highly successful. I help people, with relationship issues or a lot of health issues. If they can't figure it out, if the hospitals or medical community can't figure it out, they'd come to me. So, but in reality, I'm the master of one. I help you be the best possible self that you can get, that you can be. Once you remove all that, everything about you like expands to a higher level. So what that means in physical terms, and I can give you story after story. The best one is this young girl. She was like 9 or 10, around that age, and she would have like fits of running after her mother with like a kitchen knife. Something would just like snap, and it's like, what the hell happened? It's like devil child, and they were literally about to put her on like about 4 or 5 psychotic medications. She had 4 consultants or 4 doctors. They were going to put her in a padded room for 6 months with no human interaction. In today's world, that sounds like chaotic, to me. That's like old times. I actually worked on her for about 10 minutes. She went home with a splitting headache. The next morning she woke up and her mom called me just crying. It's like, oh my God, I got my daughter back. And ever since then, she's totally transformed. She's a leader. She started her own like selling cookies, or her own little business online. Everything is just quite amazing. And that's how fast, literally in just a 10-minute session. And this isn't just like an extreme story. These are like, if you look at the website, there's just tons and tons of like stories like that. You can transform people who've had like stage 4 cancers. Their cancers can disappear. Again, I'm not saying I cure anybody, but there is a reality in the multidimensional realm, and it gets into quantum physics, quantum mechanics, and so on. Something that goes beyond, say, the brain. There's that bridge that goes beyond the consciousness that's out there, so to speak.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
So, Mazadi, before we go to close in just a few moments, we'd love for you to explain a little bit more about frequency immersion for individuals that may not be aware of what that is. And I know people can go to the xicode.com to learn more, but would love for you to share more about that.
Sure. I can actually guide you through some space. If everybody could just take a deep breath in, I'll put you in a frequency, and then I'll just talk about it. Frequency immersion, usually when people talk about frequencies, they talk about the energy systems of the body. I talk about the inception frequencies. So if you can imagine, if you can close your eyes, just take a deep breath in. So that you're dropping a pebble constantly in the ocean of space and time. And that pebble creates, say, ripples or waves, frequencies, right? And those frequencies literally create the way you see your life, the way you the way you create your life here. So take a breath in again, guys. The problem is that you're dropping this pebble, and this pebble, it's like genetics of your parents, your life experiences, the distortions that you've run. So it gets distorted, that pebble. It's not a pure version of who you are, but you're dropping it again in the ocean, and it's just creating those ripples. And then, so you've dropped the pebble over here, but over time, you start to see that, gosh, it's not creating the waves that I like in my life. So people start to change the waves of who they are. What I do actually is like, let's change what you're dropping into the ocean of time. So that's your inception frequency. And then once you say delete, or once you say refine what you're dropping in, you get to the cause of the issue. But once you drop that in, you are, say, close to the purest version of who you could be each and every time that you're dropping that pebble of, say, consciousness within this reality. Does that make sense to you? It's very, very different than normal frequencies or energy systems of the body.
Wow, that's so interesting. I want to continue to learn more. Mazadi, as we move into closing remarks, I'd love for you to share aspects of your work that we may not have touched upon, but you really want people to understand and know about, and how it's also tied with the way that our minds and our brains function. So over to you for closing remarks.
Sure. Most people think that, most people think that, solving the world's problems is in here. Trying to find a solution is in here. We need better solutions. We need to throw more money at a solution. It's really not. It's about changing your consciousness. And again, the consciousness is the reality that you create yourself in. Like Einstein said, if you're you can't solve a problem in the same reality that you can't have a solution in the same reality the problem exists. You literally have to step outside of this consciousness. And if you really look at, say, any benevolent system or any benevolent solution, no matter what it is in this reality that somebody fantastic has thought about, it's always turned into a destructive, say, situation, no matter what it is. Again, you can test me on this, you can push me on this, but no matter what we've done, it always turns into a destructive situation. And again, it's not because of what we're doing, it's not because of the brilliant ideas that people have come up with, it's because of this consciousness dictates that we destroy our reality. It's based on 3 factors. One, lack, one, control, and then sacrifice. Those 3 ingredients exist in everything that we do possible. So think of it, making love, creating, helping others, those 3 ingredients exist in some form, right? So to get away from that and to solve the problems of the world for real, you have to elevate yourself to the same level as what nature has evolved to. And this is where, again, technologies, things that were supposed to benefit us always destroy us. So that's the problem. So again, the solution is not more say methods of doing it this way or doing it that way, because that's never worked before. And again, I'm not knocking down the solution, but the key is that we have to elevate our consciousness to the same frequency as what nature resonates at. And when we do that, the solutions that we have, the solutions that we apply can actually do us some good. Otherwise, it's always turns into a destructive, say, behavior. And again, it goes beyond, say, the science of the brain. It goes into, say, our higher consciousness of who we are.
Wow, taking it to the next level. Thank you so much, Mazadi, for joining us today. I'm sure people will have questions on the work that you do, and people can find you at thexicode.com. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So I'm going to bring our next host up, Ms. Donna Campbell, who will be leading our next panel discussion. But Donna, I know that you were listening in on the segment that we just had with Mazadi. Would love for you to share some of your thoughts. I could see you kind of nodding and reacting in the green room.
Yes, and here I am talking away, and I've muted myself, of course. Yes, a lot of what he says I totally resonate with, because it's a lot about vibration and frequency and energy. And, you know, there was a great quote by Albert Einstein, and it was used yesterday on our show. And it said, the future of all medicine is the future of frequency. And that is so true. And it really resonates with, I think, the theme that we've had over the last couple of days with, and even with Mazadi talking about how frequency and vibration can heal, and even physical level dis-ease can discreate and recreate differently.
Yeah. I think that's so great about the last 3 days of the Neuroscience Symposium, because we're hearing from scientists, we're hearing from people that do energy work and understand frequencies. And then we're hearing personal stories from individuals that have had their own breakthroughs exploring various different modalities. So it's been fantastic. Donna, I would love for you to introduce our next panel discussion.
Yes. And before we get started here, we're going to take a quick break, because I'm also going to bring on a very special guest. So hold on.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, and we are back, and we would love to introduce our CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, because we do have a special announcement before this next panel. So Mo, we would love for you to join us here. We are super excited that you took time today to be with us.
Well, thank you so much, Donna, Alisha, everyone watching. Congratulations to the team. This has been such an incredible event. I've been taking notes. You guys have done a fantastic job producing this, putting this together. Yesterday, of course, we opened with Jim Kwik. We closed with Les Brown. And today we've had another all-star lineup here. And I want to just also give a special thanks to our friend Jim Kwik, who was instrumental in helping not only make this event happen, but in promoting the event. And he shared this event to 2.4 million people in his community, and his community has been very supportive of this event. So I want to just take a second to thank Jim, and there will be a lot of exciting announcements in the future with Jim Kwik. So I had to take a second to thank him. By the way, how's the audio, Donna, Alicia? Is the audio good? Okay, yeah, fantastic. And I'm excited. I'm pumped up. I know, Donna, you're going to be leading a fantastic panel here in a couple of minutes. I can't wait. I'm going to sit back and take notes in a minute. Now, if you're watching this and you're a participant in the programs that we do here at the LA Tribune, maybe you're a reader of our newspaper, our Special Thought Leadership Edition newspaper, you know that the work we do here is all about redefining media and redefining what media can do in our lives. And one of the biggest, most exciting divisions that we have here at the LA Tribune is our film division, our motion picture division, and some partnerships that we have with big distributors, big film festivals, big producers, lots of people not only in Hollywood, but outside of Hollywood, right? Because film is no longer, the film industry is no longer just defined by one area of one city like it once was. It's become now an international phenomena, especially with streaming the last 15, 20 years, slowly, but eventually changing the game, as they say. So I'm very excited because Donna Campbell, you're going to be our leader here with our film division. We have a movie that is coming out at some point next year. The production will be finished. It's called The Pillars of Power, where we have thought leaders that have been a part of our events and summits, household names that everybody will recognize are participating in our film division. Some of the most recognized motivational speakers, best-selling authors of all time, people that have sold tens of millions of books, are participating in our film division. I'm excited. I just want to take a minute to let people know that Donna Campbell, you're a visionary for helping lead this, along with Alisha, who's also heavily involved in this. So I'm pumped up, and I just wanted to tease the folks here in our community to stay tuned to the films that the LA Tribune will be producing. All of our films will be specialized in the leadership category. Most of them will be nonfiction, but we're even working with some fiction authors that you have all heard of as well. So I'm excited. We're going to do adaptations, and already 2 films are in pre-production. 1 is in development and in production. And so we look forward to starting to share these with our community next year. So I just wanted to come here to congratulate everyone involved in this Neuroscience Summit, to thank our friend Jim Kwik again for promoting this event and for being a part of it, and to tease some incredible things that we're going to do by way of our film division. Donna Campbell, back to you.
Thank you. And thank you so much for being here with us today, Mo, and for introducing this. I'm going to be bringing up our panel here because these are some of the cast members that we have in The Pillars of Power. And the subtitle to it is The Hidden Secret to Achieving Greatness. And so it's right in alignment with everything that we have been talking about and sharing here on the Neuroscience Summit. Alisha, I'll let you go for a moment as I invite our guests up. Oh, no, Alisha, I was expecting you to stay. Oh, no, we're trying to do
We're really delighted with The Pillars of Power. It's going to be such a phenomenal exploration of leadership from so many different angles and facets for us. So we're delighted to have our guests joining us today. Hello, Tiffany, Antonia, Greg, Cynthia, and Susan. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, thank you for being here. And in our Los Angeles Tribune style, I'm going to have each of you do a quick little introduction of yourself, who you are. And Tiffany, I'm going to start with you and share with us a little bit more about you.
Thank you, Donna. This has been an amazing movie project, and I'm so happy to play with you on this. Love you. Love Mo. So for me, I've been seeing and healing since I was a small kid. I've been getting paid for it since I was 8 years young. I love helping people to become aware of what's going on in their subconscious mind, reveal and heal. And there's 4 different modalities that I do that specifically rewire your brain for success, for health, for love, and making the best possible life that you can create.
Absolutely. I love it. Absolutely love it there. Susan, we're going to turn it over to you here for a moment and introduce yourself.
Hi, thank you so much, Donna. It's so good to see you, Alisha and Mo. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I'm an energetic expert. I work internationally. I have the ability to go into your subconscious and I remove your unconsciousness and your whole life changes. So this was something I never in a million years thought I was going to do. Come to find out, the Lord and I were going rounds about me actually not wanting to come here to do this. And he said, it had to be you. And I was like, okay. And here I am now after spending 18 days in utero after my mother's water broke. So I have been divinely guided to be in service to humanity. And I am so grateful to be here with all of you. Amazing people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Antonio and Greg, let me have you do a quick introduction for you.
Thank you so much, Antonia Van Becker. And we're with the Self-Health Institute. We love to talk to bodies with our Core Talk Holistic Healing. So we do muscle testing and just talk to your body and find out what it needs to heal, where it needs to heal it in your beautiful innate healing system, and let your subconscious and your whole super consciousness tell us what to do.
Yeah, our bodies are so incredibly smart, really super smarty pants, and they inform our whole way of being, which then our beautiful brain and mind gets to experience in this incredible reality. And it says, wow, this is awesome. I feel so great. So that's really our intent always when we work. And we think of ourselves as energy healing mentors to be able to help people to move down the path in their journey so that they can feel great and really be able to have that energetic vibrance that they so much want.
Perfect. And Miss Cynthia.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Cynthia Clark, and I had a deja vu experience in my 30s where I discovered hand analysis. So what I do is I help people to discover their true and authentic selves by actually reading all the markings in their hands, including their fingerprints, their lines, their hand shape, to assist them in discovering what their brain is actually telling them, because we do have a brain connection with the hands, and you can see the inner reflection of who you are through your hands. And I help people to uncover their true selves and then live their most authentic and purposeful life.
Beautiful, just beautiful here. And one of our cast members, we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty with the camera. So when that gets sorted, we'll bring him up and do a quick introduction for him. But what I wanted to share here about the pillars of power, what we're really wanting to do here at the Los Angeles Tribune is to redefine the concept of greatness to a modern audience by demonstrating the profound impact of emerging leadership, spirituality, and science, because all three of those go together. And it's really, there's 5 main pillars. There's one on mental health, one on health, one on relationships, money, and spirituality. And all of those are interconnected. And so our vision is really to inspire a new generation of leaders and change makers who recognize the secret to extraordinary success lies in the holistic integration of mind, body, and spirit. So Alisha, let me ask you here, how do you see inspiring a new generation of thought leaders through this movie? What are some of more of our goals and things that we would like to achieve?
Thank you, Donna. And I love that question because, you know, with the pillars of power, we're really trying to show the connectivity between spirit, between mind, and then between action. And the film's goal and purpose is really to bring the viewers along the journey of how they can apply these principles into their everyday life. It is an homage to the thought leaders that have paved the way to where we're at now, but it's also a way for people to get more involved and more engaged in understanding how spirituality, science, and action play a role in their own everyday lives, and to inspire them to do more and to be a part of this growing space where leadership, development, and mindset are all intertwined, and most importantly, healing. I think if we've learned anything from the last 3 days of this symposium, healing and doing that inner work and understanding why we're here, how we function, and understanding, like Cynthia was saying, our pathways, right? Our pathways in our hands, how we're supposed to interact with that knowledge is so critical for helping people getting from where they're at right now to where they want to be. And so it takes a community of thought leaders coming together to share stories and share inspirational ways of being, of how to understand yourself so you can fully be you in this world.
Absolutely beautiful there, Alisha, for sharing that. Susan, how do you inspire a new generation of thought leaders integrating the holistic mind, body, and spirit?
Thank you so much, Donna. Yes. So I've discovered that there is a new frequency available to us called Done Differently. And it's something that we just sort of opened ourselves up to as a collective consciousness as a whole, where we're able to do something that we've always been doing the same way we've been doing it, because it's not broken. We're not going to fix it. And our parents did it that way, and their parents before that did it that way. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, that we're still doing, except it's considered humanities insanities. So there's a different way of doing the things we've always been doing, only differently, with way more joy, a ton more fun, and it brings in the abundance. So I'm working with women all around the world collectively to have conscious conversations each month about this and how we can bring it forth on the planet. And this is going to shift and change everything moving forward as we do things differently.
Perfect. Yes, absolutely. Because I really do believe we are meant to do things differently. And now we're taking it into film to not only show, but to demonstrate and to really be that catalyst for change there. Tiffany, same question. How do you inspire a new generation of thought leaders?
We all have power within us, untapped power. To me, the way that I access it is through connecting with the divine and bringing that divine power through me to help facilitate miracles and changes and shifts and things that are going to bring a lightness, a brightness, a positivity into the world. And I would love to inspire others with how to actually tap into that for themselves and be an instrument in that way and bring power into your health, into your love life, into your career, and just love the life that you are creating.
Beautiful, beautifully said there. Antonio and Greg, same question.
Yeah, I think one of the things that thought leaders are looking for is, how do I express myself into the world in a way where I'm going to really have an effect in a really positive way of having my life be front stage so that people can then see that, and it invites them into a genius part of themselves, into a larger version of who they are. And we work with people all the time on, what's the stuff in your life that might have been difficult, that right now might be causing some hiccups, might be causing some blocks in being able to be in front of the world in the way that you want to. And what we find is that when people see that spot in their life where there was a challenge, and then they're able to overcome that challenge by creating more flow in their body, then the body is able to instruct the person. It's like, this is amazing. That thing that looked like a problem, that's this amazing opportunity to share, where you can now up-level all the people around you when they say, you mean the stuff that happened to me doesn't have to shut me down? That it can really be the golden opportunity to move forward in a way. And when people hear a thought leader talking about their story and how they've overcome things and how it has created flow in their life and like unlimited possibilities, then they have that feeling like, this is why I'm here. The genius of who I am is in being me.
Perfect. And Antonia.
Tagging on with what Greg was saying is that helping the thought leaders and the people, the young people of today, kind of on what Tiffany was saying as well, accessing that divine universal energy that is all, and knowledge and strength and courage that is all about informing us who we really are. And what we really want is all of those transformational leaders to be being themselves and being full of themselves, getting rid of all the stuff that isn't them, all that, you know, generational trauma, all of the adverse experiences, everything that we talked about earlier, that Alisha was talking about earlier, that makes us, you know, follow these tapes or whatever, the old, let's get out the old, that Susan was talking about, so that we can bring forth our original genius in our own way to show people, enlighten people, and help them transform. That's what I think the films are going to do, and showing people, oh my goodness, it is, I do have the strength and the power and the courage to be myself and bring my gifts out into the world. And here's how I'm going to do it.
Beautiful.
You go, sister.
I love it. I love it.
Love that.
Cynthia.
Yeah, thank you. I look at it from the perspective of the higher dimensional realms. So I started receiving the number 717 over and over again after I moved to Sedona. And it was really interesting synchronicity that started happening for me. And so I started receiving these downloads from the higher dimensional realms that our hands are not only the reflection of who we are on all different aspects of our being, but they are also portals to our multidimensionality. So tapping into the energy aspect, I think where we're all heading is this pathway of ascension. And we are all moving into a higher realm, a higher dimensional realm. And so as thought leaders, it's time for us to embrace new information that we previously just didn't have access to. And now we are getting we're getting so much information. It's so exciting. So I feel like the hands can be kind of the kickoff point for people in discovering who they are and then moving into that higher dimensional version of themselves.
Perfect here. And our last panel member was able to join us, Jagadish. Hello. Before I have Alisha ask a few questions here, do a quick little introduction for yourself.
Well, my journey has been on the spiritual path, what might be considered mystical, but the spiritual path of the Eastern traditions. And the Eastern tradition under a title would be Sanatana Dharma, which includes all the wisdom of Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, Sikhism, and all the things that are there, all the Vedantas that exists there. And I've been lucky to live in India and practice with really exceptional holy people, fully God-realized people who I lived with and did 18 hours a day of practice with for a little over 14 years. So I'm coming out publicly after a 10-year retirement and just seeing how the world is changing, how we're bringing in neuroscience, how Eastern experiential truth has been influencing over the decades the Western world, and the Western world taking it and doing what they can with it as well, with science and things like that. The Eastern traditions has a very great spiritual science that's been proven to be incredibly effective for thousands and thousands of years.
Beautiful. Alisha, I'm so excited to be putting this project together with you and some other films we are working on. So take it away.
Yes, so excited. I love this conversation and where it's going around the spiritual science and helping people. Like for so long, people have been grappling with how to understand themselves, and we're looking to the outside world to teach us. But a theme that each of you have shared today is that a lot of that teaching is already within, but how do we actually access that knowledge, that beingness that we have within us? And so with the film, we're really looking to further share these messages with the world. Jagadish, I would love for you to share, and then you to go over to Susan, what kind of impact that you're looking to have with sharing your message, the learnings that you have accumulated over the years with the world, but through story. Jagadish, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, dear. Well, really, what I've come to is the power of divine love bliss. And, I mean, this is I don't want to take up so much time with my background and what I've accomplished for myself and for the many clients I've had over the decades and things. But the idea here is that we're moving from a humanistic platform, we're moving from a behaviorist platform. I have a graduate degree in transpersonal psychology as well. But we're moving into more advanced realms to realize our truest nature. And so a lot of people are dealing at the level of our true nature. What's our true nature? Is it our sole purpose? Is it this or that and that and this? At some point, we got to move to the transpersonal, where we go, which deals with soul purpose and things like that. Then we want to move into the transcendental or transcendent nature of who our truest nature is. And that's beyond conceivability of the mind. It's experiential. And the idea with that is many of us have touched that in our lives, but the science of how to get there permanently, where you're in a permanent state of illuminated awareness of the absolute nature of all being, absolute truth. So my work is cutting through all of that, and everything that goes on before that for the individual to become self-empowered, to clear as much of their psychological content, negative conflictive content as possible, which I do in therapeutic work, if you will, but is to reach that point of total self-realization. And that's a stepping stone to a complete type of God realization, right? But however, what a lot of people don't know and is considered almost secretive is that there's levels of God realization that keep going beyond and beyond. Like the 3 days we've been working together, everyone, right? With the LA Tribune and everyone here, is keep moving, keep improving, right? At some point, we leave everything to do with the mind behind, and we start going into the transcendent experience of being. And this is beyond the astral realms. This is beyond creation, actually. It's beyond creation. So we go to that point of God realization, self-realization, etc., God realization. Then there's intimacy with God. So we start out theistically in our love and devotion to God and our self-improvement, etc., all of that. Then as we approach God in intimate friendship, which takes time, it takes time, then we are no longer theistic anymore because we're best friends with God, the God that's beyond creation level of God. Yeah.
That is so beautifully expressed here. Thank you for all of that. As we're wrapping up this segment, we're going to go into very quick closing remarks. And so 20 seconds here, Cynthia, last closing words.
Yes. I just want to say that there are 7 aspects of ascension that I was given. And as we cultivate our divine selves and we work with these aspects of ascension, then we are definitely going to be on that ascension path So the bottom line is you're a divine being of light, and you're a co-creator of your universe. Thank you.
Beautiful. Susan.
Yeah, so if I was to share with you that you've never done anything wrong, that everything that has happened in your life you have created, and it was divinely designed to be that way, and you are here now at this place at this time, and eliminating polarity of good and bad, right and wrong, we are going to help you and support you in moving forward in neutrality, so you have a choice in your universe.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Tiffany.
I love science and I love woo. And when I did brain mapping before and after doing healing sessions, it would show 25 to 40% change in the brain. So being able to allow for that scientific proof and validation that what the Eastern philosophers and healers have been doing, for a couple thousand years or more now, there's an actual science to it. And I'm so happy to be a part of it.
Beautiful, beautiful. Antonio and Greg.
Thank you so much for having us here. We're so thankful to be part of this. And being here right now is at the crux of neuroscience and energy healing. This is where the healing happens. It's where the love happens, the realization happens. Being in the moment, in your breath, allows all of that to come together perfectly.
Greg?
Well, I always have something to add.
I know.
He always talks about the breath and the being here now. What's amazing is in this moment, our awareness focuses on our brain and our mind, kind of, gives us a place to be aware. Beyond that, as Jagadish was saying, is this divine intervention, which is able to bring into our body a feeling beyond what the mind can really even express to us. And it's the love, it's the connection energetically to this unifying force, this frequency that is us together.
Beautiful, beautiful. And Jagadish?
I don't know what to say. Prayer is a great catalyst for focus and attention, and can reach our hearts and minds up to this exalted states of transcendence. And I guess a better term is transcendental realization of absolute sacred true nature. And I'm glad to be a part of this with the LA Tribune and Donna and Tiffany, who brought me to all of you. So
thank you. And thank each and every one of you for being here with us. Alisha.
Just want to say thank you so much. I think that it's beautiful to be able to explore the world coming back together, the unification of science and spirituality and energy work. And it's beautiful to explore those connections through story and through impact. And so it's just been great hearing a glimpse of each and one of you's story here today. And I know there's so much more to come with the pillars of power and how it actually enables people to show up lighter and brighter and more impactful in this world, because they're really one with themselves, so they can really be one with everything else around them. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. I'm just really excited, you guys. It's the first time we've come together. We are in casting right now for putting all of the rest of the cast members together for Pillars of Power. And if you have an interest or want to be a part of this documentary that is going to be coming out, reach out to either Alisha, myself, Tiffany. We can definitely answer any questions for you that you might have, but we still have a few more cast member spots available. So thank you, everybody, for being here and being with us today.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. And as our guests leave, I'm going to stay on here with Donna for just a few moments here, Donna. Donna, I mean, your work is at the center, right, of energy work, spirituality, and business. I would love for you to share more about what this project means to you and the impact that we're looking to have on the world.
Yes. I love to write. And as an author, I love expressing my ideas. But when the opportunity came to make it come to life in a film, I couldn't say no. And I just think that the world is at such a transitional place right now that if we can demonstrate everything and show the world you can really do the inner work, shift and change, come into that alignment process, how much more of a divine flow we can all be in. And all of the things that science has been sharing of recently, it falls into the spiritual realm, but it also connects us. And so we become in a vibrational alignment. And when that vibrational alignment happens, those roadblocks, those obstacles, those limiting beliefs that we've heard about for the last 2.5 days, are just not there. It doesn't stop us. We are limitless beings. And to have the ability to express that through film, hands down, yes, I'm in.
And I love film too, because it's such a powerful medium. It's such an interesting way to learn, to express, but to reach, to reach other people through story. And so excited for this project that's going to come out, because here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we're about education, inspiration, and impact. I think that's the word of the day. I started day 3 of the symposium with, but it really is. It's really about impact. It's really about reaching and meeting people where they're at, educating them and helping them along with their journey. And Mo Rock, CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, is such a visionary in figuring out different ways to connect with people. And people learn through different mediums. They learn through podcasts, they learn through books, they learn through film. And we really want to take an intentional role in putting positive, informative, educational content out there in the world across different mediums. So really, really, it's an honor and it's a delight to be a part of this project.
It is. It truly is. And I know this, when we take steps moving forward within the Los Angeles Tribune, we don't take them lightly. Oh, I think we're going to go do this now. Really, we've had this conversation. I've had this conversation with our CEO, Mo Rock, for over the last year. And now it's time to implement, because we've done the research, we've done the background checks, we've done everything that needs to really bring our visions forward, and also what's in alignment with the Los Angeles Tribune.
Yes, yes. So Donna, we're on day 3 of the Neuroscience Symposium. We started off with Joseph McClendon, CEO and founder of the Neuroencoding Institute. We had that powerful, powerful conversation with Dr. Amit Goswami about activism, right? About consciousness and being aware of our own consciousness and healing. And through that work, actually being an activist in this world to contribute more positively to this world. We've heard from Jim Kwik. I mean, he shared so much, but even principles as simple as smiling and the role that gratitude can play in your life. This morning, Parisa opened up with Fab Morvan. I know, Donna, you've been tuning in. What are your thoughts of this 3-day neuroscience symposium?
Stellar. That's all I can say. It's been some really amazing, stellar moments. And to see all of these great people, these legends, because we closed with Les Brown yesterday, and they all show up sharing a similar message in their own way. And so we're on the right track. We're doing the right things. And when you listen, there is a frequency that's going out when we are all connected to return to us in a higher way. Even Masadi, who was on just before this panel, everything, Barbie Layton, I think of some of the other people that have been sharing, we're all communicating the same message in different ways to touch people, because it's all about this alignment process. But stellar would be my word.
I love that. We're going to add that to the words of the day. The healing, the transformation, I think also the vulnerability. Like, I think it's important to understand the science, the brain science behind our experiences, but to hear about the personal breakthroughs, I mean, has really been remarkable how people navigate. Fab Morvan was talking about shame and guilt and the role that played in his life on such a public and global stage, but how he had to quiet out the noise and go back to the inner self to do that inner work, to heal and to be able to share his story. We'd love to hear from you all that are joining in. Our audience has been with us all day today, all day the last 3 days. Please share your thoughts and your reflections on the Neuroscience Symposium. Please share where you're tuning in from, and please share your questions. We at the Los Angeles Tribune, it's about a community. So we'd love to hear what moved you, what encouraged you to think a little bit differently, where you're coming in from. And we encourage you to share. You know, it's important for us to bring education to the world. Some of these speakers, they speak with hefty fees, but we've brought them here to be a part of our community, to really teach and to learn with us all. I think something that almost every one of the speakers we've heard from over the last 3 days emphasizes they're always open to learning, to experiencing what they don't know, and that's what helps them evolve. So Rex Sikes, it was great hearing from you yesterday. Yes, science really only validates
yes,
what we've known in practice for centuries. And before we bring up our next guest, I'd like for us to bring us our next host, who has been tuning in every day the last 3 days and is part of the Los Angeles Tribune family. Jason Antelect, how are you today? You are the managing director of the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau. You've been tuning in the last 3 days. Please share your thoughts on this symposium.
Well, I'll be honest, I am beyond fabulous. And how great is it that I get to be up here with two of my favorite folks? So thank you guys for having me. This last couple of days, I thought I might be pretty slick, recognizing that we've been saying this for years, but man, it is just repeated over and over again. The awareness, the inner work, the application, and that it actually works, right? Science is really starting to prove the things that we're all trying to figure out and bring it right to the forefront. It's just to see that happening over and over again has been truly inspiring.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that, Jason. Jason, would love for you to introduce our next guest that is joining us today.
I am super stoked to do that. This is one of my genuinely favorite people as well. When Kevin Lee showed up in my world, I knew that we were going to be doing some things together, and it was really excited when he said yes, that he would play with us in a couple of different areas, including on a podcast, right? Did an interview, and now we get to actually do an interview today together. Kevin Lee is a multi-time best-selling author. He's an accomplished speaker and life purpose coach, a spiritual medium too. But let me tell you, the real neat thing about Kevin is that he had a successful metaphysical center of light in Florida for well over a dozen years. And he has talked to so many different folks about the tools and the things that we can actually do in our day-to-day. Like you were saying, Alisha, just the simple things that show up. And he's chock full of the ability to help us understand certain aspects of it. But specifically today, Kevin's going to talk with us about how we can get into that power of positive self-talk.
Wow. I love that. And I think, Jason, you're like the best individual to actually lead this conversation with Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you do Akashic record readings, you're a transformational coach, you help people reconnect with who they really are from the inside out. So we're really, really delighted for you to be leading this conversation with Kevin. So let's bring Kevin on up with us today.
Hi, Donna. Hi, Alisha. Hi, Jason. Good to see you.
Kevin.
Hello.
Kevin, it's so fantastic to have you. Thanks for agreeing to play with us and enjoy some time sharing what it is that you do in not just the spiritual medium aspect and your coaching, but really some of the tools that help people get into those grooves, right? Those little spaces between the boards that we have a little bit of trouble getting into, right? That negative self-talk specifically. So help us understand what you're going to share with us today.
We're going to talk about weeds today. How about that? You know, the negative self-talk, it reminds me of, you may not know, but I grew up in Texas on a big cattle ranch. And so we definitely had these big gardens. And when I talk about positivity and negativity and self-talk, things like that, I like to reference to our negative self-talk, that the limiting beliefs as weeds. Because let me tell you, sometimes when you're out and you find these weeds in life, and you just snatch the bloom, you snatch the stem, and you walk on in life, you come back in a week, there's that weed again, right? Blooming, happy as ever, spreading. And just like negative self-thoughts and negative talk, those weeds continue to grow and even get stronger. They're like programs, right? And what I found growing up many times is that the weeds would annoy me, and I would fight with them over time. And then I would eventually reach down, dig into the earth, and I'd find out they'd have like a 1 or 2 foot taproot, right? That's why they survived. And so just like these limiting self-beliefs that we have since childhood, we have programmed ourselves, we have grown the roots of those negative weeds, if you will, quite extensively. And so that's why they stay within the essence of our being. And that's why when we pass a mirror, we may say, I hate my body, right?
Right.
And,
it's those
right?
things, right? It's the things we're saying to ourselves in those moments we don't always catch, that inner dialogue that says, can I do it right? How do I look today?
Right.
And you're saying that when we don't pay attention and maybe sometimes get some of those by the deep parts, right? Really yank them out, that we're actually feeding them and letting them grow back stronger. That
really
makes perfect sense.
And a lot of people, I've heard people say this before. Well, we're just going to take the negative thought and we're going to change it to a positive thought. Well, thinking about revenge in one moment, or that you don't like somebody, you'd like to harm somebody in one moment, and turning that into unicorns and cupcakes, that doesn't solve the problem. That is literally like breaking that weed off by the stem or by a leaf or something. It does nothing to it. And so you really have to get to the root of the problem, and you have to embody this new positivity. And the only way to do that is through rooting out the problem, and to reframe that and replace it with something that actually empowers you. And so that's what I want to share with everyone today. So have you ever experienced things like that, Jason, where you caught yourself, maybe even in front of the mirror, just repeating things from childhood that someone said to you that you didn't like, but yet it's still coming out of your mouth later, years later?
Oh yeah, for sure. So many of us have been in that kind of situation where we've been subjected to the not so kindness of others, right? And some of those things do carry along with us. And yeah, I mean, even at a part of my life where I had gained some weight, I still had that hearing of you're so skinny, you're so little. And I figured that my guidance counselor said that I could be anything. I said, I want to be 6'1". And I didn't make it there, so I'm still looking for him. But the point being that we really can be anything, and being told those things and having them carry over, right? And that's one of the things specifically for me, Kevin, that I would love to see if you can maybe help me with, is that feeling small. Sometimes, even when I know things are good, still having that little part of me that goes, oh, little Jason, they used to call me because we had 3 Jasons in class.
Right. Well, let me ask you this, since you brought it up. You mentioned that the negative self-talk had to do with, I am so small, something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
I'm not tall enough. I'm too small. And so what has that thought in your life over the years, what has that resulted in for you?
It's well, the first thing that comes to mind is I wear a lot of boots with heels.
I'm from Texas. I know that trick. It works. Got my modeling contract.
You have the beautiful hair, man. So modeling's sort of a given. For me, it really was about being able to stand up and feel like I was actually tall enough. Yeah. To have put my shoulders back and my head up and really feel like I was stepping into that height that I was stretching for. And that always seems to feel like a gap to me. Is that what you mean?
Yes, exactly. And so these are feelings, these are states of being that are a result of that program, that deep-rooted negative self-talk that just lingers, and just ripping it off and replace it with a positive thought, that doesn't solve the problem. So we've got to get you out of your head into embodiment. And so what if you could do this for me and for the audience, is there a way that you could take that negative statement of I'm not tall enough, or I'm too short, and how could you turn that into a powerful, positive statement about yourself in relation to height?
I've always been tall enough.
Yes.
We're headed the right direction.
Yes, that's the right direction.
I'm taller than I ever imagined.
Yes, things like that. And so I'm exactly as tall as God needs me to be.
Oh, I like that one. Can I have that one?
Right? I'm a Texas preacher, so I got to throw in a little God here and there. But in all honesty, it's a great way of looking at it. I'm exactly as tall as the universe needs me to be. And so I'm not placing any judgment on myself. I'm just simply stating a fact, but it's really quite powerful. It's very positive. And I've simply, if I can literally just recite that in my being a time or two, close my eyes and do that, I literally move from my head to my heart and change my resonance field. And so that's a moment where we are embodying a new truth. And so when we catch ourselves walking by a mirror or a reflective service, and we say to ourselves negatively, I'm not tall enough. That, oh, I wish I were taller. Why can't I be taller? And so we replace it with that thought very quickly. We move in, we're no longer judging ourselves. We are embodying exactly who we were meant to be. And we're here on earth for a reason. I'm a purpose coach. I mentioned that. I think it even says it here in my title. And so if you woke up today and you took a breath, I guarantee you one thing, you still have purpose on this earth. And so when we fulfill purpose, whether it's one flow of purpose in life, it could be 100 flows of purpose, because purpose isn't one thing for our soul. It's multiple things. At one point, I served medical missions in the Philippines for many years. And at another point, I stepped into nursing. Another point, I stepped into real estate. Another point, I've stepped into many things, legal nursing. And so there are different ways that I can serve humanity and myself. And so purpose isn't just one thing. It can be multiple things in our life. And so this example of turning negative self-talk, the limiting belief, into a positive, powerful statement is a simple and really a critical tool, because there's not one person on this earth that doesn't judge themselves, that doesn't speak down to themselves. And it really is, it's a program. It's something we've been taught by our elders, by our parents, and by society. And even the marketing is subliminally teaching us we're not enough. I need to have the Apple iPhone. I am not enough. I need to have a Samsung phone, things like that. And so we're constantly being bombarded by this, but this little technique is a great way to change your mind. And I guarantee you that little trick or technique will change your life, because what is it doing? Again, empowering you. It's giving you the tools that you need to go into the garden of your mind to actually dig deep and root out those programs that don't serve your highest and best. And truly, that little technique, I catch myself doing it unconsciously now. I've been doing it probably for a good, I would say 8 years since I read about it, learned about it. And I've started noticing different ways to approach that concept, even in different religious communities, in yoga, in Hinduism, in Buddhism, in spiritualism, in spiritism. And so it's a fascinating technique that must come from a divine source, because I'm finding it in multiple communities around the world. So I love that little technique, because you can just keep it in your pocket, pull it out when you need it. And it really is powerful and effective. And I'll say this, it is a way, it's not about the doing of it. It's about just being the statement that you create. But in that moment, again, it's not I'm trying to get you to do something. I'm trying to get you to love yourself. Because by embodying positive, powerful self-talk, you are literally pouring into yourself and loving on yourself, maybe at a time where no one else in your life is doing that. I always say we have to start with ourselves, pour our own cup of tea, right? And serve others from what flows over the top of that cup, because I'm going to keep 100% of my cup as much as I can for me. And I'll serve people like you, Jason, Donna, Alisha, from the overflow. I'll bless those around me with what I can. And that's really how we should be showing up.
You just did that.
Yeah.
Right? You just did that with that technique. And one of the things that we've talked about quite a bit too is how somebody else can help us along in that, how the mentorship, because I got a couple of questions in and then you give me the one, you know, what if I'm as tall as I need to be? Well, yeah, you know what, I am. I really do feel empowered and I feel like I can sit a little higher in my seat.
Thank you,
and that's the beauty of the impact that can have right away. It's like the reframe the pain. You're just, and even if it's in increments,
right?
I kind of say this to my folks too, and believe it for myself. Sometimes that 180 turn is just it's too fast, it's too much, it's too quick, and those increments and kind of convincing ourselves and getting some proof of the results along the way, and just sitting up a little higher in my chair and feeling a little better. I'm gonna call that results. So thank you. That power of positive thinking really is exactly that. The reframe of the pain that feels pretty accurate in there. Can you tell me more about what that means for you and why it's so effective?
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's a psychological technique. We use it in neurolinguistic programming and things like that. It's a way to get you to look at a problem, what you think is a problem, and that's part of the problem is the way we look at it, right? So we're trying to get you to reframe pardon me, how you are looking at a situation. And if you can change that perspective of how you place value and emotion into a situation, if you can look at it from a new perspective, you can actually get rid of wasting the energy in a way that doesn't serve you, and really embody the new resonance, this new way of thinking and looking at a situation, so that you hold the energy, so that you grow your own energy and you're not spending it in a very useless way. So reframing is a way to stop the flow or stop the bleed, I guess is another way of saying it. And it just allows you to rewrite the program. That
it really aligns with the frequency, with the energy. We're back to having that same conversation, and some of the awareness, right? Awareness is a step. Right. Dr. Joe Vitale shared with us that every time you have a problem, you seem to be there. Right? Every time I have an issue, I'm present. You know, so who's the one that can actually take responsibility and take charge of the moment? And there's more than one way. Some of us do it through the energy, some of us do it through intention, some of it do us through awareness or a combination. And I'm scratching the surface of that possibility. And you're saying embodying it. When we have a technique to embody it, it's that much more successful.
The more we stay in the present moment, like we keep speaking about over the last few days, if we're in the moment, in the now, paying attention to how we're thinking, how we're feeling, how we're responding to situations around us, that's critical to do. Pay attention to that inner dialogue. Take those negative thoughts, reframe them into a positive, powerful statement, I like to call it. And then also every day, check yourself by committing to speak kindly to yourself on a daily basis. I always say we need a kindness revolution in the world. Definitely we need to be kinder to ourselves. And that is one of the easiest ways to do it, because we're always present with our own thoughts, are always operating. So if we just, again, stay with the inner dialogue, pay attention, I guarantee you very quickly, you're going to be surprised how limited those moments of negative self-talk appear in your life. And you're going to increase your spiritual frequency. Your whole, just this presence that you have will be a lot more charismatic, magnetic, because you literally are radiating at a higher frequency of positive thinking. It may sound crazy, but there's a spiritual science behind it.
You just sort of equated it again, those strong feelings to that there's that frequency opportunity, is that confidence. I would add to the list you were just sharing, the frequency of confidence and being able to step into that, because we understand, you know, we get who we are in a different way. We've gone from, as you shared, from negative to powerful. And I think that is one of your great takeaways here is that negative self-talk can be turned around, even if it's incrementally. And we're pushing it, and we keep pushing it and prodding it, and we start to actually step into it more, because we're creating the intention and energy, however we want to reframe it to ourselves, and moving through with it. There's an opportunity to get on the steps, on the path, on the flow. that equates it to all the same things that we've been talking about all weekend. Has it really been this simple the whole time, Kevin?
It's that simple.
I mean, I'm kind of dumbfounded. I feel like I say this a lot.
Show up and love on yourself. If you can't love yourself, how are you going to love anybody else out in the world? Come on.
Well, awakening, don't recommend, right?
Right.
This is not for the faint of heart. Spiritual path, 2 stars. And there's some days, man, I just kind of wonder. And having the techniques and the things and the understanding, that's what got me really excited about what you shared. Is that it flipped on that light bulb for me, that everything we're talking about, I can keep hearing and saying that it's the same, but even the little sneaky things, the sneaky stuff that gets under the wire, where those little techniques work for that too. If we want to gig fish them all night long, right?
It sure does.
Absolutely. Kevin, thank you so much for bringing such a great presentation of something we can use every day.
Absolutely. My honor, my privilege. Thank you so much, Jason.
Yeah. I feel like we've got a minute here. Is there a final takeaway that you'd like to give folks? You've brought so much value already, but is there one final thing you'd like for everybody to know?
Just something that's been probably in my heart, my spirit lately is just about serving people. And, I've had people come to me, call me, book sessions with me to ask me, how can I show up and serve in the world? How can I serve others, the needs of others? And quite simply, I used to actually ask that question. And what I learned was simply serve the person in front of you, meaning the person that you meet at a store who's serving you. Just share a little bit of kindness, smile to them, open a door for them, help them with something, or even just pay them a simple compliment. It doesn't really have to be rocket science. And I think we truly do need more kindness in the world. I referenced that earlier. And it's just about bringing the vibration of love, the vibration of positivity, the vibration of light into this world. And with all the chaos, whether it be religious or political or war related, there's so much struggle in the world. And it really starts with us. We don't have to do much. You don't have to have a lot of money. You don't even have to have money. You can literally show up, shine, and serve. And so that's just the message that you don't have to go far. The universe brings to your path exactly who needs to be served. Are you willing to not judge that person and serve them in a place of positivity, kindness, just the simple fact that I see you, I hear you, even if they're grumpy guts that gets in your way for the day. Listen, you can turn to them and say, I see you and I hear you. I can hear the frustration. I don't understand it, but I want you to know I hear you. I wish you a good day. And you know what? Nothing wrong with that. It's pretty kind. I don't have to get into a relationship with the person, but at least they have been heard, because that's what they needed, clearly. And so that's just a perfect example of how we can show up and shine and serve other people. And I hope that helps some of your viewers today.
I absolutely love it, Kevin. Thank you so much. I agree that kindness can relieve suffering. Yeah. I recognize that there is suffering in this world. I get that. But I also recognize that the amount is negotiable. That is, it's not necessarily required. Sure, maybe we need it for the dichotomy and the understanding. Once we can move past that, there's a potential for things to go a lot better. And just showing up with a little bit of kindness takes that a long, long ways. That's exactly what you deliver in the value, Kevin. And I urge folks that, thank you. It was really fun to have you kind of help me be a little taller. I don't think I'm not looking for my guidance counselor anymore. I feel like I can totally let that go.
I'll serve you anytime. I'm happy.
There's another side note, man. I got a session and got to do an interview and everything. Kevin, thank you so much for taking the time and participating with us.
Thank you, Donna, Jason, Alisha. I appreciate what you all are doing, and just love and light. We'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Kevin. I know I feel like I got up a little taller today too, Kevin. I love that those were such tangible, impactful, I can implement this today to really reframe the way I think about myself in small moments, but it's those small moments that really make meaningful change. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I always enjoy listening to you, Kevin. So thank you.
You're so welcome. Good to see you.
That was so great. So Kevin, we're going to bring you off stage, and in just a moment, we are going to introduce our next guest, and so delighted to introduce our next guest. And Donna, it's great to have you back with us today. We're going to take a little bit of a shift to talk about experiential moments in our lives. And, you know, there's so much science and research out there that shows how experiences in the moment, it's Maya Angelou always said, you sometimes don't remember what someone said, but you'll remember how they made you feel, right? And events invoke a level of feeling. Our next guest that I'm so delighted to bring out today, her name is Rebekah Maurer. She is the partner of EMRG Media and the Event Planner Expo. She's also a licensed therapist. She went to school at Tufts and then Columbia, and she's a licensed therapist that has been making the waves in the New York event scene and beyond. Rebekah has worked with corporate clients such as Google and YouTube and Columbia Records. She throws the VMA after party. She worked with Ogilvy and Fiverr. She's done so many album release parties. She did Cardi B's album release party, Christina Aguilera's album release party. She worked with artists like Neo, Busta Rhymes, Spike Lee, and Ja Rule. And she's also an advocate of women empowerment, and she's navigated both the virtual and in-person event space in so many ways. And she brings her understanding of behavior to the work that she does as a licensed therapist. So Rebekah, it is such a pleasure to have you on with us today. I would love for you to further introduce yourself and some of the work that you've done. And then we're going to dive into what I think is going to be a fantastic topic for our audience, is the kind of brain psychology around events, both virtually, but also in person, and how you're really shifting and shaping the event space. Rebekah, welcome.
Well, thank you, Alisha. Nice to meet you, Donna, and thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be here. I think, you know, events are a very intricate part of everyone's life day to day and in general. And I think that oftentimes people are really looking for those special moments. But talking about me, I mean, I think you did a great job. You introduced me in full breath. Our company's been around for about 20 years, full service event planning and production. But it's really about the person, the human, the moments behind that. And I think that that's a piece that's, you know, really, really critical when you're thinking about what you want to do.
That's phenomenal. And I mean, Rebekah, so you've been in the event space for so long. You've navigated COVID from in-person events to virtual events. But I would love for you to kind of share with us a deep dive when you're planning events and you've worked with some of the most notable figures out there. What really goes into the planning? Because like you said, people remember how they feel when they're at an event. And you have to think about the senses on so many levels, from the sound to the smells, the sense to what people are seeing and how they're really experiencing the event from end to end. So can you talk about that a little bit more? And then also how your just understanding and knowledge, being a licensed therapist, has really come into the fold as you've worked to build some of the biggest events out there.
So, you know, back in the day, I want to say before the pandemic, I think that events were different. I think that there was a goal objective. You kind of did the basics. You did, you know, food and beverage, and you found a nice space. But I don't think they were as thoughtful as they are now. And I think that that shift with the world closing really kind of put people into like a different focus, right? Like we realized how important it was to be around people. We realized how important it was to create those in-person experiences. I think at a higher level than what we had thought about it prior, right? Because you missed it for so long. So as you're planning, it's really important to not just think of it as, okay, I need a date and I need to do this objective. It's what do we want those guests to experience? What are our goals, right? How can we create those moments for, let's say you and I are colleagues, what can we do to make our relationship better and create something that maybe we wouldn't experience in the office and that someone will appreciate after the event is over, right? We plan for months and sometimes for years for that one day. And so how do we make that moment and that day experience be something that lives far beyond, that isn't going to just be that minute, but that's going to make you think about it for like the next 6 months or the next years of your life?
Wow, that's so powerful. And I love that you brought up like the memory aspect of events, because people remember events. They remember how they felt at the event, and they remember the strong kind of social bonds that are created during those events. Storytelling during live events, it activates multiple different aspects of the brain, which really impacts that long-term memory. So what are some of the aspects of event planning that are kind of really, really critical for creating a community experience that is warm and welcoming and that doesn't induce kind of feelings of, wow, I remember that event and I didn't like the way it made me feel. Like, how can people kind of anticipate that and think about how to really intentionally plan that event so that those long lasting memories are like positive and warm and welcoming?
That's a great question. I think that that's something that is actually the backbone of an event, right? So when you're creating an experience, who's the audience? Who are the people that are coming and what are they expecting? And what can you give them that they're not expecting, but they need? So, right. So people think, okay, I need to network with someone. Okay, great. But how do we make that networking experience something that isn't just that one engagement? It's something that lives beyond. So by creating those different interactions, it allows someone to say to you, okay, wow, I came to that event expecting to meet people, but I didn't think I would love it. Or I came to the event and I loved it, but I didn't realize that those 5 different engagements made me realize that I need to work on X, Y, and Z. So it's kind of looking at it from who the audience is, what are they expecting, and then what's a non-expected moment that they would appreciate knowing who they are.
Wow. I love that, the non-expected moment that they would appreciate. And it's really thinking about, what are those, some, maybe I call them the little big things. It might seem so simple, but it actually has a really, really big impact. I'm going to use that word impact again there. So for you, I mean, you throw some of the most lavish events in New York City and in beyond, like restaurant openings, album release parties, corporate events. Event planning is not just for event planners, but any entrepreneur that's trying to connect with their audience or their potential clients, maybe throwing an event. The way that you show up on socials or in a virtual event is an event itself. And there are so many people that, if you're throwing a dinner party for your friends in your home, that is considered an event. People are throwing events all of the time. What are 2 or 3 kind of tips that you can share with individuals as they're creating community spaces? Because I really look at an event as a community space where people are coming together for a specific goal or purpose.
No, I love that you're talking about that because we started to do a series of dinners where we curated specific guest lists, and they're not huge, 20, 25 guests, right? And what we did is we intentionally sat them in spots with people that they didn't know, next to people that we knew that they would, connect with, that there would be synergies, but that they don't know as of yet. So when you're thinking about, like, let's say you're curating a dinner experience, because everyone has dinners, right? You have dinners with your family, you have dinners with your friends, you have dinners, out. So it's something that everyone can do. It's like, think about it when you go to a family function and there's the people who are the closest and they hang out the most, right? But when you start to now mix that up and say, okay, I'm going to sit you next to your uncle who maybe you don't necessarily talk to and see or live by, right? You're creating new relationships, and that in essence change the trajectory of what people experience. And so it's not like you're cooking different, right? You're still giving the same food. You're just actually orchestrating how you sit. And that sitting component all of a sudden will change the interactions. And now people will leave and they'll say, wow, I didn't realize, I'm using an example of the family because it relates to everybody, but, oh, wow, I didn't realize this person who does, who works in the events industry, like, I never thought we had anything similar in mind, but now I realize our background's the same. And actually we have similar clients. We could strategically partner. So it can be used on a personal basis, right? To create that engagement. And then it can also be used in like the work situation, because let's be real. You walk into a room, Alisha, if I know you, right, I'm going to gravitate towards you because you're my comfort zone.
Yeah.
So naturally being around people that you don't know makes it uncomfortable. But when you're curating it and you're invited to an event, so I'm inviting you, you know that you're welcome. So now if I'm putting you next to someone, you trust me. So you're saying, okay, well, what was Erica thinking? Why are they putting me in this capacity, right? Or, your company. And those are the things that are simple. They're intentional, but they really do change the experience, because now you leave knowing, 10, 20 other people that maybe you would never have walked into the room and talked to. I would have just stayed in the corner with you.
Yeah. And then that's what you would have remembered when you went to the event, and just like, oh, it was kind of familiar. It maybe didn't put you outside of your comfort zone. But, people talk about conferences all the time. And they say, when I went to the conference, I was shifted. I was changed.
Correct.
Oftentimes it's because of, maybe the speakers that were on stage, but it's kind of the little simple things that the conference organizers put together, or that conversation that they had with someone in the bathroom that led to like their next business partnership or collaborator, or someone speaking about them as an ambassador. You never know what's going to happen when you get there. But I love that you teach people, Erica, how to be so intentional about curating those spaces. And I feel like this applies to events when you're hosting a live event, but also as individuals, as we think about, how am I engaging when I go to an event? Am I always talking to the same person that's familiar? What would happen if I talked to 1 or 2 or 3 people I didn't know? Where could that conversation lead me? So I love that we're kind of getting this perspective from 2 different angles. Erica, you host the Event Planner Expo, which is one of the biggest event planner expos in the country. It's actually happening in just a few weeks in New York City. And the expo, what's so interesting about it is that it's part networking. So there's a networking event the evening, the first day, but the second day is really a conference where you bring in thought leaders. In the past, you've had Damon John speak, Kevin Harrington speak. I know that last year Gary Vee spoke, and you've done a lot of work with Gary Vee's media company. This year you have Tim Grover speaking, who is a coach, a mindset coach. He's worked with Michael Jordan. You also have David Stark coming. And then you're doing something really special. You have a day 3, which is a day with vendors. And you have hundreds of vendors. I'm going to let you speak about it in a moment, but coming in together to share the latest and greatest technologies and just latest and greatest ways to have experiential events. Can you talk about why it was important for you and your partners to kind of start the Event Planner Expo and how it's evolved over the years?
Yeah. So, I mean, for us, it's about community and it's about creating those moments. And we saw that there was like a big hole in the market space where people were planning events, but they weren't connecting with a lot of other people. Before the pandemic, like, to digress, people were competitors. And after the pandemic, and I think through that, people became more camaraderie and they became more strategic partners. I think there was a big shift. So we started this event 12 years ago. There was no event that was done with event planners, produced by event planners. So because we are planners and we're entrepreneurs and we're business owners and we understood the different pieces, we felt that it was really important to be able to create a forum where people could come together. And you don't just have to be an event planner. You just have to be someone who wants to learn, wants to be inspired, who wants to be educated. And maybe you plan dinner parties for your family or, your friends, right? Maybe that's your niche, but you work in finance during the day. So we're big about education. We know that, like, if you're going to stay in a little niche pocket, right, you're only going to know that. And so we always want to expand outside of it. And that's why for us, bringing together like high level, hardworking, creative innovators in a room where you could have someone who is like at the top of their game, and you could have someone who is inspired to start, right? And you have these juxtaposition of these people, but together each person can walk away with like an extra element that they're doing, like a takeaway, right? So for us, we do this 3-day event. We do like a networking cocktail reception where, again, we're putting high level people in a room and we're saying you're all there for the same reason, right? You're all there to be better, to learn, to grow, and strategically partner. So for that, everyone's like open and receptive. Yeah. It's not like we're being forced to go. We want to go, right? And then the second day where you talked about David Stark and Tim Grover, like, Tim Grover pushes you to be the best that you could be. He's someone who's going to help you shift, right, from your current state to a next state. And when you're an entrepreneur or you're just working, you need to be able to have that motivation. And that's something that's a driving force, right? You could be the best, event planner, but if you don't know marketing, sales, mindset, strategic partnering, how good can you really be? You'll only be in a bucket. And that spans true for every single genre of type of work. So for us, we wanted to really put together a full day of education so that someone can leave and say, wow, I could take that back to the LA Tribune. And I can say like, you know, oh my God, I could apply this marketing strategy that I never actually thought about. So that's like a big piece. And then the next day, like you talked about the trade show floor, we have like the best of the best showcasing from, you know, restaurants and hotel spaces and, you know, creative brand marketing teams and production houses and photo booths. So it's like a full breadth of everything, and it's not one dimensional. So whether, like I said, you're a planner in a big corporation and you just want to know who should I call when I'm planning all my events for like Group M or, you know, Fiverr, or if it's something where you're like, I just want to know because I have my daughter's birthday coming up and I want to just have someone in my Rolodex so I can do it. Those are the things, but it's also about networking, right? It's really hard to get busy people to pause. And that's what we wanted to do with the show. We wanted to get busy people who are leading the industry to come together and give their knowledge and make those connections. So that's what we did.
I love that. And for those of you tuning in, thank you so much for the gift, Erica. For those of you that are tuning in that would like to learn more about the Event Planner Expo, you can visit it at theeventplannerexpo.com and use code LAT20 as being a part of the community. Thank you for that gift, Erica. There's a couple of aspects that I love that you shared there, that you're bringing different people together, but it could be as simple as I'm planning a birthday party for my daughter. I'm having people over for the holidays, and I want to understand how to create a space that's a little bit maybe more immersive or more experiential. Can you talk about the breadth and scope and the number of vendors that are actually going to be there on the trade floor?
Yeah, so we'll have 155 exhibitors, and they're all different. So we have floral partners, we have private caterers, we have chefs. And remind you that they travel all over. They're international. They'll travel all over the country. They're not just like, because it's in New York, it's not like, oh, I'm solely stuck in New York. So for those who maybe, you know, aren't from New York, that you'll still be able to utilize those vendor partners. And we have like the venues, we have rental, you know, furniture companies, we have AV, we have tech. We have literally every component that you could think of. So whether you're even planning like a high-end travel leisure time to like Greece, we have a travel agent that curates experiences just in Greece, right? So in the luxury market. So ultimately, we're really going to be showing a piece of everything.
Yeah.
And so I think that that's why it's so unique. And that's why I think that the people from like the huge corporations, Fortune 500, Fortune 100, and then the solopreneurs and, you know, PR people and marketing directors and brands, they come because it's that one moment, right? It's that one aha element that could be the piece of surprise. This year, we have this really amazing activation that's going to be created. We have like people that are really producing booths that are, you know, 10 feet by 10 feet to 10 by 30 feet. That's like major setup. So you're not just walking in and seeing like a table. You're walking in and you could be like walking on a subway cart, like legitimately. You know, you could be walking into Miami and like you'll see those different moments, and it changes your perspective, right? Because unless you see it and you know it's possible, you don't know. And that's what the show is really about.
I love that. And I love that you're practicing what you're teaching, because you're talking about how do you anticipate some of the needs that you may not necessarily, like the person that's there may not necessarily experience. But when they're there, they appreciate it. I've heard from people that have been at the event last year that there was a photographer taking professional photos.
Correct.
You never know when you're going to need that professional photo. And as a solopreneur and entrepreneur, it's great to have a photo with your bio. And so that's like a subtle, unanticipated need that you are thinking about as you curate these spaces. But as we move into closing remarks, Erica, I would love for you to share about the fact that on day 3, it's not just about vendors, but you're having fireside chats with different industry experts from different industries so people can go and see what the vendors are doing, but also really hear thought leadership for people that are pioneers in this space, pushing the events forward, the event space forward, whether it's technology, whether they're a marketer and they're talking about how they're using the latest and greatest technology and experiences to enrich their own company events. Would love for you to share and then go into closing remarks.
Yeah, I mean, besides the main day, like we talked about, we are going to have panel discussions, and they are industry leaders. There are people who are doing creative and innovative aspects, and they're going to be sharing like how have they survived? How have they grown? What are the things that they do on an everyday basis? I mean, you talked about a few minutes ago, we talked about like if you're at a table and you make 1 or 2 contacts, right? Well, imagine if you do that and you come to the event and you make 10 contacts a day, right? And you apply those things. It's talking about the basic elements of necessary tools. So from a marketing, from a strategic partnering, from how do you create relationships with brands? How do you turn that into dollars, right? Because people have relationships all the time and it's not monetized. So it's those elements that we're going to be talking about that people need. They don't realize that they need it, but once they hear it, they'll have that aha moment. And that's why we really dive into those questions and have them share their information. Because look, if I can tell you something and you're 10 years behind me, right? And I can fast track you and save you a couple of years, that's a big value.
Yeah.
Because those little tips are really big shifts in person's development and career.
Little tips are big shifts. Erica, remember that you said that. Write that down. I hear a slogan coming for you. I love that. Erica, as we move into closing remarks, I'd love for you to share maybe some aspects of your experiences in the event planning space that we haven't touched upon. And then would also like you to just talk about how being a licensed therapist has really contributed to how you think about your work. Over to you, Erica, for closing remarks.
Thanks. So I think that, as an event planner, you never know. And as an entrepreneur, you never know what opportunity is going to create out of a moment. And so you should treat people and expect that somebody, even if it's small, you want to give your best. And if you give your best, you're always going to be able to grow. And I noticed that over the years, many times I might have been approached to do something that was like very small. Some people were like, well, why are you even going to do that small dinner party? Or why are you going to plan that, smaller event? Those small events create those big opportunities, and you never know what something is going to be, behind that event, because ultimately it opens up the door. So I think that, for me, learning and growing, it's about appreciate the moment, do the best, give it 110%, even if you think like it's a small opportunity, because that's going to forge, and always be there. Someone calls, pick up the phone. If someone asks you for a favor, do that. You have to go above and beyond, and that's going to make a big difference.
The little big things. Thank you so much, Erica. Donna, I know that you are listening in. I wanted to bring you up to be a part of this conversation because I know you've thrown events, stadium events, small scale, large scale. So what are your thoughts as you've been sitting here listening to Erica?
Erica, everything that you said is so incredibly true on an event planning side, because it's about building relationships and creating memories, not just the logistics of the event. That is important as well. And like what you said, putting one person next to the next person, like the uncle next to the brother kind of thing, if you moved them around, what is the different type of experience you can create if those two don't get along, for example? So yes, everything you said, hands down, totally true. And for all of you that listen to that segment, follow her advice. It's spot on.
Follow her advice. If you guys want to learn more information about the Event Planner Expo that's coming up, it's in person in New York, but also virtual. You can learn more at theeventplannerexpo.com. And thank you so much for the gift, Erica, LAT20, to get a discount off of your ticket. Erica, the guidance that you've given, I mean, I think, for people that are having a dinner party this weekend, they can implement it, but it's also guidance that people can apply to their relationships with people. How am I interacting? How am I anticipating something that the person I'm talking to right now may need, or this would be helpful for them? And then being very, very intentional. I mean, this conversation was about events, but I think it could apply to relationships and just the everyday experiences that we have with one another. So thank you so much for joining us, Erica.
Thank you both for having me. I can't wait to see you guys soon.
See you. Thank you. Wow. There was so much gems there.
There was, and I was trying to share a few of them in the live feed on our Facebook page, but it's really true. It's about creating memories, and that's why we have events, even if it's the simple dinner party at your house.
Yeah, it's important. And we're at the Neuroscience Symposium, but memories, feelings, they impact how we react and act in certain situations. And so anything that's in person, that's experiential, is going to have an impact on someone. And how can we add to more positive interactions instead of maybe interactions that detract? Because people remember that. We're learning, as part of the neuroscience symposium, that experiences we remember it at a molecular level. So that was great. I'm excited to bring Jason back with us, who will be hosting our next panel. Hi, Jason.
Hi again.
And Jason, I know that you've worked on your own events too. So I saw you smiling in the green room, but we'd love to hand it off to you, Jason, to introduce our next guest.
Well, fantastic. Thank you so much, Alisha. And I really was paying attention, trying to get some of those notes down myself. Thank goodness that there's a replay, right? We can already watch the stuff from the last couple of days and get caught up in review. It's just super blessed that we're in this position. Want to thank the Los Angeles Tribune, the leadership, Mo Rock, Michael Silvers, Karen Hall, Alisha, Donna. I mean, the whole Tribune family, especially Mon and Blessy. I want to put some props out for Super Mon and Blessy for their production and behind the scenes support that brought this panel together, especially for the folks that we're about to meet, you guys. Some of these are new faces to the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau. My name is Jason Amselek, and I'm the managing director for the Bureau. And this is the first opportunity I've had to host a panel, and I can't wait to have some of these amazing folks that I know you guys will enjoy, because the energy that is packed into this group is top shelf. We've got a TEDx speaker. We've got we've got the Kaizen coach. We got authors. We've got a stunt man. We are about to deliver. And let me tell you guys that one of the neat things here is that we are literally, this panel is the target audience. Oh my gosh, because all of us have experience. Well, not all. Josh is the odd man of the six this round, but we have all experienced some kind of closed head injury or concussion. And because of the Neuroscience Summit, we have been backstage comparing notes and listening to all the neat things that have been added here, because it really is helping us understand that when we were recovering, I know when I myself was recovering from a concussion, that a lot of these things I had to find out on my own. I didn't necessarily get every single trick or some kind of tool handed down to me. I was really finding my way a lot in trying to figure out exactly how I could answer the pile of questions that I was trying to answer, because I had myself recovery and trying to figure things out. And in the path of that, it sent me inward in my way, in a spiritual journey, but it sent me inward into a whole different realm. And along the path, I have met these incredible people that today are going to be able to share some of their authentic experience and what they've brought to the table. Josh Allen Dykstra, he is a business philosopher and author, all about fueling the future with human energy. And we're talking about right in the workplace, you guys. Josh has got an incredible philosophy of how to reshape the face of how we do business in the boardroom and frankly, everywhere. Teresa Byrne, one of our award-winning TEDx speakers, she's testing for her black belt today, you guys. Her 8th black belt. Speaking of black belts, we got Bobby Lee Black. He's an actor and a stuntman and an advocate for remembering who we are. His site, remembers.net, and the wisdom that was dropped in that video you'll find on the homepage was one of the reasons I was so jazzed to have him join us today. The rounding out our panel here today is Leslie Abroleda. She is the creator of Kaizen Life and is as I said, Kaizen coach. One of the great things about Leslie is that she brings the body, the breath, and the brain together. That is one of the keys to what she's doing, and allowing us to be sure that we have not just one base covered, but more than one. Right? That we can actually bring all of the pieces together. And Brandy Jordan, author of I don't know if you guys can see it. The Art of Conscious Relating, relationship expert and human design specialist. Her book with Richard Corbet, it actually influenced the relationship in my life just in the first 20 pages. It was absolutely stellar. So welcome, you guys. So glad to have you. Thank you for being here. Just to see your faces and to have you guys all here and have it actually happen. Thank you. And I gave a little bit of an introduction, but Josh, why don't you give us a start off here and tell us a little more about what you do?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Can, perfectly.
Fabulous. Hi, everybody. So great to be here. Thanks, Jason. So, I'm with an organization that we call the Work Revolution. So let's talk about that for a sec. So we don't mean revolution in any kind of violent sense. We mean it in the sense of like a turnaround, right? Like the Earth does a revolution around the sun, right? So the way we work right now, mostly like science knows a lot about how to create great work. Science knows a lot about our bodies, and the workplace ignores almost all of it. And so this is the kind of revolution that we are pushing for, is workplaces that are inherently life-giving and energy producing for everybody.
Wow. And that's what I'm talking about. We're back to that energy conversation and really putting energy into those relationships. And Brandy, that's something that you know a lot about, the relationships and the what it takes to have a cohesive relationship, not just in a romantic sense, but kind of in all the senses. So tell us a little bit about how you support people empowering their uniqueness.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you for having me. Well, I am one of the partners at Emerge by Design. And what we do is we help you come into contact with your innate body's wisdom. And through that, you find romantic connection with everything, with the entire world around you, with your business, with your friends, with the trees outside. Our job here, what we aim to do is really help authentic expression be the thing that integrates you in the world around you. And then, as I said, everything is romantic after that.
I love that feeling of being romantic with everything. Really embracing it that way, and the love. It's I just absolutely can tell you guys, when Brandy hits the stage and shares that information, it is so powerful and impactful. Another one of our power folks here is Teresa Byrne. She, as I said, guys, tested for her 8th black belt today. Teresa, are you ready for your afternoon?
Yes, I ran home last night and today, and I'm ready. I'm ready for this. Thank you for having me.
We're so glad to have you. Tell us a little bit about what you do, not just helping people defeat the inner bully, but how you help people bring out that power within themselves.
Well, think about and even in martial arts, we're trained how to deal with the external bullies, right? Like all the people that are causing issues in our lives. Well, what do you do when it's coming from inside the house? Kindness first. And truly, in power is not empowering. Nobody's going to bump you on the head with a magic wand and, oh, you got the power. No, it's all about finding what unleashes it. Is it breath? Is it body? Is it connection? Is it kindness? Is it positivity? The answer is yes. But it's that power that we all came to the planet with. And the minute we start looking outside of ourselves for that power, that is a no-win street. So finding it and then unleashing it, that's really my thing.
Yeah, and that is so true, man. We had so much fun with the strut, right? Strutting that power, having a good time. My dear friend Bobby has joined us too. He's got one of the smoothest, coolest voices going on for sure, man. And Bobby is all about advocating for us remembering who we are. Bobby, welcome. It's so great to have you for our first Tribune event here.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here. I tell you, the stuff that I've been hearing it's all resonating with things that the things that I've been teaching. And one of the things, we were talking a little bit about the body, and one of the things that we work with is changing the cellular structure of your body through the power of vivid mental imagery. And the cells, when they reproduce based not only on the original cell, but also on the environment into which it's producing. And what we try to do is we try to flood that environment with positive peptides that serve us rather than limit us. And that way, when the cells reproduce, they want more of that and less of the other. So that's one of the things we do with the body,
It feels like we're talking about that shift in the negative to the positive again, as Kevin Lee was helping us with. Bobby, I feel some tools coming on there.
There's some tools. Yes, there are.
We're going to get to that here in a minute. Leslie Abraleda. I hope I'm not butchering the name. I don't like to get people's names incorrectly, but I know you'll forgive me. You have this incredible trio going on. I love it when I look at your website and see that combination of the body, the brain, and the breath, and the way you really look at the cohesiveness of that, not just body, mind, spirit, but kind of another way of doing that. So as the Kaizen coach, which I just love saying because I understand it so much better now, thanks to you, help our folks understand why I'm so excited about the body, brain, breath combination.
Well, I think it's ultimately about breaking free from our distractions and our dissatisfactions. And I think as human beings, it's a pretty normal way for us to show up that way. So I'm so grateful to be a part of this conversation today, and grateful to you for the invitation, Jason. At the end of the day, we're all holding the pen of the story we're living. And if we can better understand the power of our personal narrative, I think we can be better empowered to create the life that we're willing to live.
Right on point. So let me ask you this, okay? Because I know you have some of the recovery space that I've experienced. What were some of your basic things, first of all, that helped you understand that you needed to do something different? Right? Because I know when I got bumped on the brain, I was asking all kinds of crazy questions, right? They were stacked up for days. And sifting through that was something that I had to do through my inner work. And you found a way through that. So what kind of questions were you asking yourself, and how did you answer them and apply that?
I think I have a bit of a unique path in the head injury population. I've had 4 diagnosed concussions, and they were all before the age of 20. And I've had another that went undiagnosed. I'm pretty confident, but I was sure I knew what was happening by the time it was happening. But nobody ever told me it was going to be a challenge. Nobody ever told me I was going to be struggling because I'd bonked around and bruised my brain inside my head. You know what I mean? So I think in a lot of ways, not knowing what could be the challenges was actually one of the greatest gifts of being so challenged, and not knowing that I was not being put into a box and not feeling like I had to walk into whatever that challenged description that everyone else was going to have was going to also be my path. So I kind of joke around. I was measured with a significantly high IQ as a little girl. And so I wonder sometimes what would have happened if I hadn't had so many head injuries, but also I was a kid of the 80s and I had a lot of fun, doing things that ultimately resulted in head injuries.
we were a little more dangerous to ourselves back in those days, weren't we? Try to run out the front door without your keys and your phone and your wallet nowadays. We'll lose our minds. So just really straightforward, just a quick question about the brain and the breath. Help us understand why those two things are so important to have connected, and how we can do that for ourselves.
So many of the speakers over the last 3 days have just shared amazing tips and tools and tricks for how to bridge the gap between the body and the mind. And I think especially in the spiritual world, we talk about the body-mind connection a lot. And please don't let my tone indicate that I don't think it's important. I do, but I think the breath is what bridges the gap and really helps us be empowered in our bodies and empowered in our minds. And when we understand the brain is a part of the body, not a separate component of being human, it gets easier. It really does. And there's so many different classes and techniques and things that you can do, but breathing is always there. The breath is always accessible to us from the minute we are born until the moment we are no longer here living. So being able to use that tool that's the easiest to access, and I think one of the most powerful tools, has been a game changer for me personally. And it's part of why I'm so passionate about sharing it with others.
The ever presence of the breath, for sure. That from the beginning to the end, just it being there is enough reason to pay attention. And that was one of the points you had made the first time I saw you speak that really has stuck with me. Thank you for sharing that and being here with that kind of information for us today. Now, Teresa, you pull it up from another plate, like you go and wrestle it in and bring it down. So tell us what your tools are like and how your journey was maybe a little different and unique, and why you ended up beating up a bully.
Well, I'm not a big fan of the fight energy, and I think Rex Sikes mentioned it yesterday, the day before, or some day before now. So if you're one of my friends, you know that I will say sometime before now, because really, I don't know what was now, before now, after now. So being able to understand that fight energy will drain us. So I was in a car accident, and for all y'all out there, spiritualists who are like, I need to get hit by a 2x4, or somebody needs to run me into a brick wall. No, you don't. No, you don't. That is what happened to me. I got run into a brick wall and ended up with the equivalent of 6 concussions at one time. And one of the neurologists said that I had a, quote, hot mess of a brain injury. And when your doctors are telling you that, it's like, oh, crap. All right. But the beauty of it was that I got to learn all over again. Jim Kwik talked a lot about neuroplasticity. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but what they don't tell you about an injured brain is injured brain cells don't heal. They die. They slough off. They're necrotic. But what we can do is replasticize. And so the first time any of our brains were growing, we were, at the whatever, the effect of our environment, our families, our culture, whatever was present. Well, y'all, when your brain changes, you have to change. So you get to neuroplasticize yourself. Is that even a word, Jason? I don't even know.
We'll go with it. We're cool.
I love that. And I have to say, there was more information on correct neuroscience on this summit than many of the doctors that I worked with. So I had to go do, similar to Jason, go find my own tools. And it's about the process. It's about application, right? And that's why we're all here. So there's the smile, there's the yawn, there's the shake your booty, change your thought process, there's the breathing. I would wake up with PTSD in the middle of the night, and I'd have to, since I couldn't go see an EMDR therapist, I'd start doing this and breathing in and breathing out. And I think that one of the reasons that my TEDx talk went to TED was because I gave a really simple hint. Inhale, exhale, and say whatever the most treasured person in your life would tell you. For me, it's always like, it's going to be okay, or I've got this, or you've got this, or whatever that happens to be. One of the other tools that I wish somebody was teaching us, our brains love the sound of our voice the most. Your brain believes what you tell it. So I freaking recorded I don't believe in affirmations because my brain goes, no, you don't. I have a snow house. No, you don't. I have a house on no, you don't. But when you look at a declaration, I would declare I'm making an impact in the world the best possible way. I am creating a life going forward. I'm healed and I'm healthy. I recorded that and listened to it every day in my own voice because I believed what I was telling myself. And I really needed to be able to heal. The other piece, I think, for me, that was one of the tools is that recognizing the power of positivity. When your doctors pat you on the head and go, don't lose hope, and they don't know what to tell you and what to do, you got to find hope within. And what does that look like? It means staying positive like your life freaking depends on it. I'm going to say it again. Positive like your life depends on it. And why? Because positivity, gratitude, they reduce the amount of C-reactive proteins in your body, which decreases the inflammation, which brain injury is all inflammation, right? And so being in that positive space, even if it's like, oh, thank God for another day, or, oh, look, a sunrise. Or for me, it was like, yay, weighted blanket or fuzzy thing. I was so sensory, like I needed happy sensory things. So all of these tools are like part of the laboratory of your life, our lives. And figuring out what works for you is about the experience of it, learning how to apply each of these different tools. And I also want to throw a shout out to Dr. Rebekah because there's so much mythology when it comes to brains. You know, the whole brain, the half brain, the left brain, the right brain. My brain didn't know which way was up, y'all. I was lucky to have up.
I remember those days. I remember those days not knowing what the direction was. Couldn't listen to anything with more than 2 instruments in it. Right, those kind of moments, and it took a while for those perspectives to shift. Now, Bobby, that's one of the things you're really good at, and one of the things that really touched me about our conversations is that you have such really just amazing perspectives to offer, so such wisdom. So, what would you tell anybody that's working through similar things, asking the same questions, whether they have a head injury or not? What's your top couple of things to say? Hey, here's something to consider.
Well, I mean, in order to really love yourself, you have to hug the cactus. There's a part of you that you don't dig, and that part of you needs love. And what so many of us do, especially in the West, is we try to reject that part of us that we find distasteful, when in reality we need to accept it so that it can change. You know, hugging the cactus is probably the hardest thing that I do. You know, I mean, because there's stuff about all of us that we hold ourselves in contempt for. You know, and when I have those vivid mental images in my mind of me being contemptible, then I manifest that reality. I become contemptible very easily. You know, what we try to do is we try to change the vivid mental pictures, because it doesn't mean that the picture that you're creating doesn't have to be any less real to your subconscious than a picture that you actually experienced. It's the same thing. And we make up stuff all the time to create realities that don't serve us and don't serve the people around us at all. You know, so what I would say to somebody that was in that questioning place is the first thing that we got to do is love us. And in order to love us, we have to hug the cactus. We have to love that part of us that's not so cool, so that it can change, you know.
I feel like hugging a cactus is now necessary. This is an experience that I've got to have. I've been doing it the whole time. I hear you, Teresa. I see you saying don't do it, but Bobby's when he says it, it's so smooth. It's like Simon Says. I'm just mesmerized. I have to go do whatever Bobby tells me. It's the voice. I'm telling you. And I love what you said about contempt. Okay. And that's something I noticed in myself, in my relationships, that the same problems were still there because I was present. And Brandy, that's something you know something about. I know because after I highlighted some of the first few pages in your book, I was able to get together and have a much deeper conversation about where I was coming from in that. So how when we're trying to work through those difficult spaces in relationships and we've got those problems with ourselves, how would you say we communicate that to our partner?
Oh, I absolutely love Bobby Hug the Cactus. And I think that, you know, this is part of our work at Emerge is to, the way I say it is to help you see what love sees. And when you see what love sees in everything, gratitude comes, health comes, your epigenetic structure improves, which then improves your overall health. And so what I help with is not only, well, to answer your question, Jason, is that how we communicate that in relationship is honesty. And one of the tools I say is pass the butter. Feelings get to be like pass the butter. Yes, I'm feeling sad now. Pass the butter. Yes, there is sadness or anger alive in my body. Okay, pass the butter. And so when both of us can remain nervous system regulated enough to allow each other's feelings in that moment to exist, then we can arrive where we are at in the shadow, which then allows us to choose something else. In the shadow, I say. I think that our language is so restrictive in that binary speak because it's such a beautiful part of who we all all are, this cactus that we bring along with us. And so to be able to see what love sees in everything, this is where my beloved and I are meeting at the intersection of our mythology and our mechanics, and learning how to regulate our nervous system at the edge of that intersection. And so how you do it is honesty, and allow honesty to exist, and then address whatever it is in me and my neurology and my belief system and the patterns that I've developed that prevents that from happening. Because also remembering that we all have a place and space, a purpose. Our biology vibrates with a certain energy that is in resonance and magnet to other things that are here to help us evolve. So when we can stand on that platform together, then we realize that everything we follow our bodies into is the thing that is here for us. And we can partner in how to meet that together.
Wow. Well, the honesty and pass the butter, and then all the rest of it is that easy. My girl would say that she's going to slather on some butter in the process. I don't think she's going to pass it just along, but the application is perfect there. Thank you so much for bringing it and presenting it that way. Now, Josh, you're somebody who knows a lot about application and what to do with the things when we've sorted it out. We've answered some of the questions, and now we get to implement it, and especially in the workplace. So that help us understand when we're interacting with others. We've answered these questions, and now we're implementing the new way we're going to do things. How would you guide us through those kinds of changes and what that does to the ripples and what we're going to be dealing with as a result?
Yeah. The most important thing, I think, from our perspective at least, is we're going to go back to the energy topic, right? So, and in the way that we work, right, in the way that we choose to show up in the way that we work, in the way that we choose to work, most of us understand energy in very little. Like, most of us understand energy at work only in the absence of it. Mostly, like, we only really understand energy when we don't have it, like when work is sucking the life out of us, right? Like, we get that, like that's totally obvious. We could have a list of a lot of things in that category. What most of us don't understand very well is what brings us life and energy in the work that we do. And so I would say this, in order to make this practical, right? This is where we should go, or where we can go, is doing a deeper discovery about getting more specific about, okay, these things, these specific activities light me up. They make me more focused. They make me more present, right? They make me feel like I've got more capacity when I do these things. When I do these other things, right, they kind of derail me and they distract me and they make me feel dull. And so how do I actively pursue doing more things that make me light, that make me focus, that make me show up the way that I want to show up with the people that I work with, that make me show up with my customers, that make me show up with my, right? Like, how do we show up the way we want to? Well, it's kind of all energy related, right? But most of us don't really have a deep understanding of what makes us feel alive inside our work. So this is closely related to flow states. Forgive me, I don't know if anyone's talked about the kind of the science of flow in the last couple of days, but it's related to that, right? So it's like, how do you get into that state at work? One really, really great way to do this is just start like keeping track, like take an energy journal or something, like just keep track of what brings you energy throughout your workday and do more of it. Most of us don't have a proactive strategy around that.
The simplicity, everything we keep talking about comes down to these simple little things. Be honest, pass the butter, right? Write it down, review it, just pay attention. I love you guys for showing up the way that you are. Quick closing remarks around the horn, you guys. Let's start with Josh. Leslie, you'll be next. Josh, what would you leave folks with today? You just dropped the wisdom again, but I know you got another one.
Oh, let's see. I'd say the next thing. So first of all, discover what brings you life and energy, and pay attention to that, and then start doing it with the people around you. Right? Ask your colleagues, the people you work with most. Ask them one simple question. All right, you ready? When are you at your best? Do this with everyone that you work with, and just ask them, hey, when are you at your best? Because as your colleague, I want to make a commitment that I'm going to help you be there more frequently. And that
Awesome.
becomes, then we start to really bring this magic in the way that we work together.
I love it. I love it. Also figuring out what actually gets our passions going. Leslie?
I think one of the things I like to share with people about the flow state is that as human beings, we want to put some boundaries on the flow. So when you understand that how to tell a story you want to live, you get to live the story you want to tell. And we're really in charge of the experience we're living. And I am committed to helping people understand how to do that with a little more ease and a little less challenge.
A little less challenge, like that clicking noise that we're hearing. That Teresa's wondering if are we supposed to be dancing? Should we be muting ourselves? We're not sure what to do, but we're gonna keep doing it. But I can't say you're not crazy, Teresa. Well, then you should probably wrap up your. What's your closing remarks for us? What you got, Bobby?
Imagination times vividness equals reality in the subconscious. If you can imagine it with vividness, it can take the place of the experiences that you are remembering with vividness. That's the deal.
And right on message. Teresa?
I'm sorry, I was still dancing because, you play with what you got. I think the biggest thing I would say is, well, all of these, but also know that you're here for a bigger purpose. Know that we're never broken, we're broken open. Life never hands us a challenge that we're not supposed to conquer. And the more that we have that fight energy against ourselves, the more exhausted we'll be. We can solve more problems with open hands than closed fists. And this is coming from a martial artist, right? So recognize where is that resistance in myself, and then learn that path of least resistance, breath work, application, joy, energy, breathing, all of it. Rewriting your own story. Do it.
Nice. Exclamation point. Brandy Jordan, take us out.
Well, thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune, to Jason. Thank you for having us on this panel. This has been a lot of fun. And what I want to remind everyone, just wrapping up what all of these brilliant speakers have shared, is that we all have our place in the tapestry of everything. You have never seen a tree hold a sign that says, we'll work for food, we'll work for love. It just bees a tree. And because of it, it gets what it needs to nurture its soul, and it gets its friends in the sun and to exist in its beautiful glory. And so do you. And that's that.
And that's what you guys have brought to this today. Thank you so much for making this first panel such a good time, you guys. Much love to each and every one of you. Huge thanks to you guys for stepping up and sharing right here and making this happen and being part of the Los Angeles Tribune and the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau. We're going to pass things off here in a minute. I do want to once again extend that huge thank you to everybody that's been paving the way for us. The Los Angeles Tribune leadership, Mo Rock, Michael Silvers, Karen Hall has been tearing it up today. Love hearing from Parisa Rose, and the interview this morning with Fab Morvan was really just a next level. I was so mesmerized I had trouble even trying to take notes because there was so much going on. Nice to see you as well, Donna. Thank you guys for popping in here and allowing me to have an opportunity to host a panel today. And making all the beautiful things happen. You guys keep up the good work. I'll stay tuned in.
Thank you, Jason. That was fabulous. And I loved the entire conversation. So thank you for being here with us today.
It's our pleasure and honor to do so. Thank you guys for giving us a platform to share. Even with the little bit of the craziness we got going on in that group, man, we're still having some fun. So,
I love the emphasis, though, the clicking stop to cement the point. But thank you so much, Jason. And I know there's so much that people can be on the lookout for with the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau. That is all about giving speakers their tools and resources so that they can show up with their message to reach the audiences that they're looking to reach, but through community, through guiding and learning together, from branding to messaging. So I know that there are so many more announcements to be made soon about the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau. Thank you so much, Jason, for leading this charge. We know that you're so experienced with speakers bureaus in the past, and you're going to bring all of that experience to the work that you're doing here. So thank you.
Thank you. We are a vehicle of dreams. You're ready to get across your finish lines. The Bureau's here to help you do it.
I know there's so much more we're going to hear. Wow. And we are just continuing with the neuroscience Science Symposium here at the Los Angeles Tribune. For those of you that are just tuning in, we are on day 3 of what has been just a phenomenal summit, phenomenal symposium, so many different thought leaders, and we are still continuing. So Donna, I would love to hand it over to you to introduce our very special next guest.
You know, I'm excited to introduce her because I've gotten to know her over the years, and she creates these most beautiful mandalas, does teaching and training on them. And one thing we have in common is we both love Greece. So let's just bring her up. Welcome to the stage, Muriel.
Hello, Donna. How are you? Nice to see you again. And hello, Parisa and Alisha. Very nice to be here.
It is so great to have you, Muriel. Muriel, Donna just mentions your mandalas, but you are a healer. You connect with people. Would love for you to share more with our audience about who you are and the work that you've done. And then we're going to go into some of your live life experiences that have really kind of helped evolve you to your path that you're on now.
Oh, yeah, no problem. So I am a master healer. I'm an intuitive transformational coach, and I am also a bestseller author recognized by the Los Angeles Tribune. I have 2 books out there, 2 contributors as well, and 2 gratitude journal that I have created to help people with beautiful quotes, to help people out there. I create sacred geometry, sacred mandala with a unique healing frequency that describe maybe a person or a business journey, and as well as reconnecting them with their divine blueprint. So I also do a mandala with spirit animal in them. So I did butterfly, I did owls, and I have done a dragon as well. So it's not just the pretty flowers and, you know, all that stuff. That you can have a secret animal or a tree or a flower if you want. So,
wow.
And I have helped thousands of people around the world for the last 3 decades and sometimes 4 decades in different areas as well as businesses. And I do a mastermind and a spiritual retreat or retreat with a fun twist.
I love that you added the fun twist. I know that you recently did one in Costa Rica and you'll be going to Egypt next year. Muriel, when you were a young girl, you healed yourself. You were about 8 years old. You healed yourself. Can you talk about your journey as you healed yourself and then how you brought that healing to the world?
Yes. So when I was 8 years old, my eyes, both of my eyes were attacked by deadly bacteria, and my eyes were dripping blood. And so my ophthalmologist told me and told my parents I had about 6 weeks after that I would not see. And so I decided I was not going to follow that fate and that diagnosis from the doctors. After all, what do they know, right? And so, at 8 years old, I started to pray and meditate and so forth, so on. And the antibiotic did not work and so forth. So I will spend hours in meditation and prayer and visualizing that I am Elsie, I'm seeing, I'm Elsie, I'm seeing, I'm Elsie, I'm seeing. And it went away by itself. Some other kids were not that lucky, unfortunately for them. But that kind of showed me, well, I am a healer. But and then throughout the years, I became a Reiki certified master and crystal and so forth, so on. But everybody has a power to heal within themselves. It's just about your limited belief and your programming that you are being told since a young age. This is how you're supposed to be behaving. This is what you're supposed to believe in. And so once you pass those limited beliefs, you can transform your world in any area of your life.
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Belief. Wow. Yes. The power of belief. Like once you believe, it's such a simple statement. And I love that you shared that because that's really where it starts. Go ahead.
Yes, so pretty much I would like for you guys to think of your brain as a computer, okay? So when you're turning on a computer, right? You're turning it on and it magically works with all your apps that you need and all that stuff, right? Yeah. And so in the background of this computer, you don't know the code, you don't know the programmer, you just know it works, right? So think of the same thing, that your brain is a computer. So you know how to get dressed, you know how to eat, you know if you need to go out, if you need to go to work. So you're accessing about consciously about maybe 300 thoughts a day. But behind it, on the subconscious mind, which is also called the emotional mind, you have over 50 to 70,000 thoughts that you're not aware of. And what are those thoughts? Those are programming belief, limited belief, emotional trauma, physical trauma, anything that you picked up from a young age when your brain was the most sponges, right? And so now moving forward, you are an adult and you're like, well, why I didn't get, let's say, wealthy? Okay, why I'm not wealthy? I'm taking this example because that's a lot of my clients' question, right? Well, did someone when you were young told you, well, money is root of all evil, it does not grow on tree and blah, blah, blah. So now you are an adult and you're still carrying the stigma, the programming from your childhood, right? So how do you transform this? How do you rewire your brain? How do you know what's blocking you from living the life that you were meant to have, whether in health, wealth, happiness, love, whatever, okay? So those are the limited beliefs. So you have to look at yourself, willing to peel the layers and get into that code, into that programming of your brain, and assessing truly what is preventing me from achieving what I want to have. And once you are true to yourself, you can start peeling the layers and you can start addressing those limited beliefs. So how does that look like? You can have visualization, you can have gratitude. Gratitude is wonderful, but the most important thing is affirmation. And the speaker before were saying the affirmation does not work for her, blah, 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 because her mind is shutting her down. Okay. And yes, if you are saying something that your reality is not matching, your brain is going to be like, hey, baby, that's not going to work, right? So you have to bring it to a level that might be a little bit more general, okay? So in another word, if you're saying, I want to have $1 million in my bank account, and your brain is like, hey, no chance. You have 50 cents in your bank account. That's not going to happen, right? So what is it that you need to change in your visualization? You need to start saying, money is flowing to me. Now, your brain cannot stop that because it doesn't have an amount, okay? So money is flowing to me, okay. But you also need to put yourself in the present moment as you already have it. Enjoy in high vibration and in peace within yourself. So if you are not in those instances, you are going to manifest zilch. Okay, I'm just making it plain simple in plain language for everybody. So it's very important to rewire the brain. The brain is a neuroplasticity. We can rewire our brain no matter how old we are, no matter the condition we are in. We can rewire our brain. That is a gift for everyone to be able to do so.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's so much that you just went over that, and there was a packed statement there, but I love what you said, Mariella, about our willingness to peel back the layers. And I love that you said the willingness, because it requires intentionality there, and being open to exploring. What are 2 or 3 principles that you can share with individuals? I mean, you just shared one, I think that was really critical just now around affirmations, where maybe it's like the amount you're bringing is like, I can't $1 million, but allow money to flow to me is a way to kind of still put that intention and that affirmation out there, but create more openness for you to receive what it is that you're intending to put out there. What are 2 or 3 other practices that you can kind of share with people to help support them go from where they are now to where they're trying to go without like subconsciously maybe stopping that intention from happening?
Right. So one of the best tools is to be in a grateful stage. So if you are grateful, then you're going to start seeing the life in a different way. And you're going to change your energy field around you, and people are going to respond to you in a different way, because you have to be self-aware. It starts with us. So when you start with us, again, the Hermetic law, the 12 universal law, as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so is all. Okay, so this is very important. So gratitude, joy, you can dance if you like dancing, you can listen to music, hypnotherapy does work, meditation, prayer, some people don't like the word meditation, prayer, okay? But the most important component, again, grounding yourself in nature, those are also important technique. But the most important thing is to be aware of yourself. And so we are not aware all the time of our emotion. So you need to relax your nervous system, just like other people said. And you need to lower your cortisol level, okay? What's cortisol? Cortisol is a stress hormone, okay? And the stress hormone can be carried in many different ways for women and men alike, okay? So the more cortisol you are displaying because you're responding to stress, the least you are going to manifest anything. So in another word, you need to relax your brain. And a lot of people out there are going to take herbals and tea and stuff like that. So you have definitely nowadays different tools to relax your cortisol level and bring your things down, okay? So for me, I eat a piece of dark chocolate and woo, my stress go down.
So good. I love that. I love that you have, it's something so simple and it's something that brings you that joy. You see the smile on your face. Like, I feel that joy. That's amazing.
Maria, that's so good.
That
is so good. Maria, we appreciate you joining us today. Would love for you to go into closing comments and really share any points that we haven't talked about today that you'd really like for our audience to be aware about.
So in closing argument, in this symposium, thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure to be here. The most important thing that the viewer needs to understand is that you create your own reality. You are the master of your destiny. You are the master of your life. So assess what is stopping you, and at the individual level, you can reach out to coaches such as myself or others to help you out on the journey. You can also, like I said, use the tools that I mentioned as well. But most important thing is that you decide to take the journey within. So as you transform yourself within yourself, you're going to transform the world around yourself.
That is so good. As you take the journey within, you transform yourself within, you affect everything else around you. And that's a theme that's so interesting that we have been hearing so much across the last 3 days. And when you think of social connections and mirror neurons and how people can feel more connected with others, but Dr. Rebekah yesterday was talking about like brainwave synchronization and how you can synchronize with the people that you're around. It's so important to think about how if your inner is more balanced, is more healed, that's what people are connecting with on the outside. And then you're actually impacting how they feel. And I think oftentimes we don't think about it in that way, but we are really so much more connected than we think. And so really, really appreciate you, Marielle, for bringing that up.
Well, you are very welcome. It was truly a pleasure to be here, and just rewire that brain.
Just rewire that brain. What a message that we just received from Marielle. That was, there's so much in there that I'll be thinking about what she said. And hers is dark chocolate. I'm like, I have to think about what my snack is. That really just helps boost my energy. I love that. Our next speaker, it's such a delight to be introducing our next speaker. Her name is Jamie Beck, and she's the owner of JD Beck Consulting, which focuses on supporting attorneys, law firms, and organizations with survivors of human trafficking, domestic and sexual violence, and child abuse. And Ms. Beck's practice provides case consultation, expert witness services, and program development. But she's also an adjunct law professor at USC Gold School of Law and Pepperdine Carrasco Law School. And she teaches a course on trauma-informed legal skills, which we're going to get into as she comes to join us today. But Jamie, it is just so great to have you on. I know I just introduced you briefly, but would love for you to share with our audience more about who you are and some of the work that you do.
Of course. Well, thank you so much for having me. It's so great to be here. I'm honored to be a part of this incredible symposium. So I have been working with trauma survivors for the past 10 years as an attorney, representing survivors of human trafficking in a variety of legal cases, including helping them clear their criminal records related to their exploitation. And, one of the things that of kind of how I came to be working on trauma is as an attorney, I never learned in law school anything about trauma-informed legal skills, about working with trauma. And I learned very quickly that that was a huge, important thing. If I'm going to work with trafficking survivors, I need to understand trauma. And so I've really delved into the space and learned so much. And I'm really passionate about teaching the next generation of attorneys about the skills of being a trauma-informed lawyer.
Wow, that's so impactful. Like, Jamie, we're here at the Neuroscience Symposium, and we had Dr. Rebekah Granger-Ellis on yesterday, and she was talking about our brain reaction to trauma. And we've heard people speak about how trauma, our bodies remember that trauma and we can react from that place. So would love for you to talk a little bit about how through your course, Trauma-Informed Legal Skills, you're actually teaching kind of attorneys, students, stakeholders, community members around trauma-informed practices to enrich the work that they do, but also to kind of connect maybe your survivor's experience with the ecosystem that they're now having to navigate.
Yeah, so the law is really behind in our understanding of trauma. Most areas of law, if you think about it, and I can list off, actually start my course with what areas of law address trauma. And if you think about it, almost every single area, everything criminal law, like literally everything in criminal law addresses trauma, personal injury law, employment law, kind of anything that involves people, which is most areas of law, you're going to address trauma. And yet we don't learn about this in law school. We haven't until very recently. And, one of the examples I often give my students is, we see this all the time in movies and TV shows where they'll have an attorney, you'll have someone on the witness stand, they'll say something different than what they said before, what they said to a police officer, what they said at deposition, like whatever it is. And they're cross-examined on this. Well, you said this before and you're saying this now. And they always say, and I always crack up in movies because they always do the same thing. You're either lying then or you're lying now. Which one is it? That the entire legal system, how we bring our cases, whether civil or criminal, is based on that concept of like, if you say something differently at different points, that affects your credibility. Well, if you understand trauma, you would understand trauma and memory and how your brain is functioning in a completely different way. Your prefrontal cortex shuts down during a trauma, and you are not thinking in a rational way. If you talk to law enforcement right after a crime happens and you say something, if you say something different a month later, 6 months later, sometimes it's years before they have a trial, you might remember it differently. And you have to understand trauma in the brain to know why that would be. And yet our entire legal system doesn't really understand that basic thing about trauma, but that permeates through every part of a legal case, not just, that one example.
I want to jump in here and ask a question. Hi, Jamie.
Hi.
So I'm like, I have chills as I hear you talking about this because just as you said, you know, it's like either you're lying now or you were lying then. And it's such a simple, like silly, very dramatic statement that we see on movies all the time, yet it is actual reality, right? As you just said. So I'm curious, this is not diving deeper into like the science aspect. I'm wanting to know, within your own community, have you had any resistance from others regarding diving into this? I'd like to say.
Oh, I'm trying to be very diplomatic in how I answer this question, but the answer is yes. And, you know, we see resistance, and we could get into, I'm not going to try to uncover or even understand why there's a lot of root causes that we'd have to unpack to understand why, but there's a huge resistance. And there's a resistance from, I see it in the legal profession, from kind of old school lawyers who see, you know, I talk about things like, for example, vicarious trauma and compassion fatigue is a really important part. Like, we spent a whole section of our course talking about the impact of trauma on lawyers. And the old school lawyers, like, they think it's all woo-woo nonsense. And it's a mental health, there's a mental health crisis in the legal profession. And, you know, the statistics are astronomical in terms of depression, suicide, and substance use issues among attorneys are terrible. And it's heartbreaking. And so much of it is related to trauma. But when we as lawyers are educated about that subject, they don't actually talk about trauma. They talk about substance use and mental health issues, but they don't talk about the underlying trauma. Anyways, the legal profession is very resistant to talking about some of these topics. Also within law enforcement agencies, prosecution agencies sometimes are resistant. Some have been very open to learning, and we've had a lot of progress in the last, I would say, like decade. But when we start to get into cases, for example, and we're advocating saying, you know, this person that you are, let's say, identifying as a criminal defendant in a case who acted in a certain way in, you know, in the facts of this case, and you say this person acted this way because of their trauma, and you have, if you just look at the facts of the case, you don't zoom out and see what had, you know, if this happened to a 20-year-old, what were the first 20 years of their life like? And if you look at the statistics on individuals in our criminal legal system, it's incredible how much trauma they have. Both men, women, all gender identities have, I mean, very high, like, adverse childhood experiences and a ton of trauma that we have to put their cases in that context. And there's a lot of resistance to that, unfortunately.
So Jamie, what is some, and thank you for shedding more light on the context, what are some of the principles or maybe science-based studies? Like, how are you actually sharing this as part of the education? And then how are you being an advocate for change in the broader context legal system to say, these are things that we should actually think about, and these are the reasons why?
Yeah, those are great questions. Thank you. In terms of the principles, there's 4 principles of trauma-informed learning. It's actually our course is structured. I teach it with the clinical psychologist, Dr. Remy Greenbaum, and so I say our because I teach it with the clinical psychologist, amazing person. So there's 4 principles of trauma-informed learning. Understanding trauma. The second principle is how trauma impacts our clients and our interactions with them and their behavior. And then the third is adjusting our case strategy to take into account to understand how, if, you know, trauma impacts our clients a certain way, like it impacts their memory, it impacts their, you know, I mean, really everything about how they show up. You know, what does it mean to work with a client with trauma? And then finally, third, adjusting our case strategy. And then fourth, identifying and transforming vicarious trauma. And so all those pieces, we basically break down each of those things into a section of the course. And then in terms of, you know, advocacy to change the system, we actually spend a lot of time in our class talking about how the system is not trauma informed. And then we talk with our students about what would it look like. And that's actually how we end our course, is what would it look like to have a more trauma informed legal system? And we really tell our students, you know, don't feel limited by what exists. We want to envision a more trauma-informed legal system, and what does that look like? And one of the things we talk about in that section of the course is advocacy to change the laws. And I've been very privileged to be a part of a statewide coalition in California that is called the Justice for Survivors Coalition. And we advocate for more trauma-informed laws when it comes to survivors of human trafficking, interpersonal violence, and sexual violence at every stage of the criminal case. And we're very successful. We've passed a law. It was originally called AB 124, and it affected multiple sections of the criminal code in California to really require prosecutors and courts to take into account somebody's trauma in their cases. And our coalition is still working on new laws and trying to come up with new creative solutions to help this information that we all know and that anybody who works on neuroscience, brain science, trauma understands, but the legal system doesn't, bring that into cases so that we can, really look at people as whole people and understand their experiences and also not re-traumatize them through the legal system.
Wow. That's marvelous work that you're doing, Jamie. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to go into closing remarks in a moment. Would love for you to touch upon any aspects of your work highlighted today, but you would really like people to be more aware of.
So recently I've shifted my work into expert witness work and training for lawyers and law firms. And my expert witness work is focused on being an expert in cases involving trafficking survivors and helping the legal system understand human trafficking. Just like I spent a lot of time talking about how the legal system doesn't understand trauma. Unfortunately, there's a huge lack of understanding around human trafficking. And a really jarring statistic is that 90% of sex trafficking survivors have a criminal record that is directly related to their exploitation, which means that once you are able to escape the exploitation and are trying to move forward with your life, you will still be held back by this criminal record and have to relive the trauma of your exploitation for the rest of your life. And many of our clients feel like they're still being trafficked because they can never move past that. And so our legal system has a long way to go in terms of understanding trafficking and trauma and how somebody who's a victim might present as a perpetrator oftentimes, and how their perpetrators get them to engage in crimes on their behalf to protect themselves from criminal liability. And so I'm really passionate about, doing this work to educate the legal system, both about trauma, but also about human trafficking specifically.
Wow. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for what you've shared here today. I'm just in such gratitude and appreciation for what you're doing. And I'm going to believe that those in your community and outside are going to continue to take on this endeavor as well, because we get to do it as a society. Because we need this. This is so crucial. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Jamie, for joining us today and the work that you're really doing to really advance the legal system to think a little bit more contextually about people as people. And so we're learning so much over these 3 days at the Neuroscience Symposium, but really appreciate the perspective that you brought into the dialogue. Have a great one, Jamie. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care. Wow, what a segment. I'm going to bring Karen Hall on to talk about this as well, because we were talking about trauma a little bit earlier, Karen, and how it shows up in individuals' lives. But I know you were listening in, Karen. What were your thoughts on that last segment with Jamie?
Yeah, I was just thinking about what a powerful work she is doing, because trauma can affect us our whole life, and like Jim Kwik was talking about, and Joseph McClendon, about the trauma that they went through as children, and how if we don't address that and we don't have healing and we don't learn these tools, it can make such a difference in our life. But if we do have the help that we need, if we have a coach, if we have a mentor, if we have a safe place where we can process our trauma and learn these tools, it can change the trajectory tremendously. And so I just applaud her for the work that she is doing, because it's powerful work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about you, Carissa?
I think I could echo everything that Karen just said. And as I was listening to her, I was like, I'm so grateful that the way Jamie just shared exactly the work that she does, she didn't sugarcoat it at all. And I'm bringing that forward for this one reason, is that we don't move on from things because we work behind the scenes and in secret or in the shadows to resolve things. We heal from things. We move forward as a society because we bring it forward to the light to talk about it.
Mm.
And the way she just said it, just matter-of-factly, and with empathy, and with practicality, and all of the things, like, we get to continue to have the conversations that are just like this, that we're not putting more shame on things that are not yet resolved or that are needing more support. We get to bring it to the light so that others continue to hear about it. It becomes less taboo to talk about the things that are plaguing our society. I think that it was really crucial that she came on, and I'm so glad that she joined us today.
Wow, yeah. What a great segment. Thank you so much, Jamie, for sharing with us all. Karen, we're going to hand it over to you to lead our next panel, and we will be back. And stay tuned. We have James Dentley joining us a little bit later today as we wrap up shortly day 3 of what has been such an informative neuroscience symposium, where we've heard from countless number of leaders with different dialogues, which I think is just keeps us on our toes and keeps us learning, and also helps us apply what we've been learning in different contexts. So Karen, over to you.
All right, thank you. Well, we're going to bring up our first guest, Dr. Emily Letran and Jake Clendenning and Nicole Cowley. And we're so happy to have this panel. As we were talking, stay tuned because we've got more goodness to come. And this day has been such a great day learning about neuroscience. And so you are going to love the things that these people have to share with us. Dr. Emily Letran is the managing director of the Vietnam Journal, and she is a well-renowned speaker and entrepreneur, and she has so much to share with us about mindset and neuroscience. And so, Dr. Emily, if you could start and tell us about what brought you to this point in your life.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on here. It's an absolute pleasure. And you mean what brought me to the summit, or
this
life
point,
are we talking?
Yeah. What has brought you to this point in your life through your journey, as far as like all the things that you have overcome? Because I know you've used a lot of neuroscience and mindset in your life. And so I'm wondering if you could talk to us, since we're talking about neuroscience, how you have used mindset in your life.
Yes, I think that is an absolutely critical tool for all of us in whatever aspect, whether it's life or in business. The first thing I would say is to understand yourself, understand where you're coming from, reflect on your experience, draw strength from there. And one way to leverage what you already know with your little brain is to have mentors, right? To help you look at things, sometimes through a filter, sometimes through reframing, and definitely having other people's perspective to help us look at things. So I'll give you an example. As you mentioned, I'm the director of the Los Angeles Tribune Vietnam Journal. I'm also the global director of the Los Angeles Journals, because we will be launching several other journals across verticals. And it's such an exciting thing because it means we are bringing in our own perspective. And as entrepreneurs, whether you're a business professional or you're a solopreneur, I think it is so important that you can share your perspective and really influence other people. And I'm just so privileged to be able to do that. I'm looking for partners. I'm looking for sponsors. I'm looking for people who can write. If you don't write, just speak, and I guess the computer write for you, right? And to contribute your thoughts and your viewpoints, because each one of us could have that very unique viewpoint that if somebody can just hear from us, they're gonna love that. They take that into account, and it could shift their mindset, or somebody share with us the perspective, and they will shift our own mindset.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Emily. And Nicole. Nicole is a mind-body empowerment coach, and she's a speaker and a wellness advocate. She is also a founding member of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal. And so, Nicole, could you tell us a story in your life where you have used neuroscience and how it has brought you to the point where you're at today?
Yeah, I thank you, Karen. Thank you for being here, and Dr. Emily. That was wonderful. And I love to hear all the things you are doing. There's so many great things that you're bringing. So, neuroscience, I think I didn't even realize I was using neuroscience in my life. I was just doing things that made me feel better. And I didn't know what that was. And years ago, when my children were really little, I remember I would get up before they would get up, and I would work out in the morning. And that was my time to like feel good and get myself together before I'd go and wake them up. And I started to realize that I was a much different person when I did that versus when I just rolled out of bed and went and got them up, or they came running into my room. So I really started to see that my mood would really change. And so I didn't realize all the science at the time of what that was. But as I started to learn more, and as I started to get all my certifications and everything that I did, I was like, I've been doing this for a long time. And movement has become one of the most important ways for me to change my state and help my clients to change their state. And so I would say I was using it then. I've also been using a lot of hypnosis work, which I'll talk about later, but I wanted to share, the first one was movement. I wanted to share that one because that has made a huge impact on myself and my clients as well.
And that is awesome, Nicole, because we know that as we move our body, we move through the emotion. And so many times if we are stuck, if we just move our body, and I thought it was interesting the way that Jim Kwik reinforced that when he said, when our let's see how if I can quote him correctly. I think he said, as our mind moves, our body grooves. No, as our body moves, our mind grooves. And so moving our body helps our mind to move through that. And so you described that perfectly. So thank you. All right, Jake. So Jake is one of my fellow podcasters in the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network. And he is a resilience expert and an empowerment coach. He is a motivational, inspirational speaker and an international best-selling author. And so I just wanted to notice, we do have a little bit of an echo. I'm not sure if someone has an earbud in, but if you do, if you could take that out, because we just have a little bit of feedback going on. Does anybody have an earbud in? Oh, Dr. Emily. Okay, thank you, Dr. Emily. All right, Jake, tell us about you.
Well, Alisha says it's me that's echoing, so I'm not sure how to fix it.
I think
Karen's, so it's a little bit Karen. All right, all good. Yeah. So I've got something to share about Emily too here as we talk a little bit more about this, because it was a year ago today that actually, like today, honestly, that was the first time that I met Emily. So we'll come back to that. So there was a cool part of that. Really, I came to neuroscience organically. I love what Nicole's talking about. She started right away with movement. That was such a big deal. Muriel talked about this earlier, and I wanted to bring it back, is one of the things I use all the time. And I use this with all of my coaching clients. Every single call starts the same way. I always ask them, what are you grateful for? First words out of my mouth. What are you grateful for? And the reason I do that, there's two parts to it. The first reason is it's impossible to be grumpy and grateful in the same space. Can't do it. Cannot do it. Your brain will not allow you to be grumpy and truly grateful in the same space. So it sets the stage for us to have a really very specific conversation. Like, we just can't be in that crappy mood. We have to get into data. The other reason I do it is because it's a litmus test. If I ask that question over the course of 3 years, every single week, I ask Nicole or Emily or Karen, I say, what are you grateful for? Historically, you're going to go, I'm grateful for my kids. Next week, I'm grateful for my wife. And the next week, it's going to be like that. One day, I'm going to say, what are you grateful for? You're going to go, I got to think about that. And in that moment, I understand, like I have set the state for them coming into this place to where, all right, we need to unpack that. We need to understand, because you're not your normal self today. So that's one of the pieces I use all the time, is that gratefulness tool. And the movement is the other piece. Is if people are just lethargic and barely moving, man, we're going to get up and we're going to move around. So those are the tools that I'm using all the time. No, I didn't always know that. And I think none of us did. Karen's on mute. But yeah, I never get to say that to Karen.
Yeah, somebody muted me. Oh, okay. Now I'm back on. Okay, got it. Oh, thanks, Alisha. She was trying to get rid of that echo. Yes, so I'm going to work back around, Jake, with you, and I'm going to have you tell us a story in your life when you have used neuroscience to help you with your mindset.
So I'll go a slightly different way with this one. I'm gonna go way back. I'm gonna go back to 3rd grade, and I'm gonna tell you where way before we understood what it was, or I could even pronounce the word neuroscience, where it affected me. So this is where, like, before Jamie was talking about trauma, and we've heard Joseph McClendon talk about trauma. Trauma is relative to the person at the time. So where my universe started, like if I really work back and I go to where did it all start? It was 3rd grade, Mrs. Green's class, first parent teacher conference we'd ever had. Up until this point, I was and I still am, Karen knows this, I call myself a professional small boy all the time. I was a professional small boy at that time. I was, as a lot of people would have called me, and I still think of it very romantically, feral, right? I was a feral kid. I ran, I had sticks and twigs, and I was a wreck coming into things. But here's what happened. My 3rd grade teacher at the parent teacher conference said, Jake is out of control. He's disruptive in class. He's going to end up in jail or worse. He can't be in my class, too much sugar. And it went on and on and on like this. Well, my parents believed it at the time. Mentors and role models. This is where Dr. Emily talked about this. Mentors and role models believed it. And they looked at me with that particular eye. I proceeded to carry that self-imposed prophecy for close to 30 years. That I carried that I would be disruptive. I would be a troublemaker. I would be, in jail or worse. I know I was close. A lot of weird things, I wasn't a terrible kid, but I believed I was never going to amount to anything. I believed it because somebody I revered, some mentor or role model told me it was true, it was true at that time. And I carried it. And very organically, 30 years later, literally November 2018, is the first time I took a neurolinguistics programming practitioner course. I know when it was, I know where I was, how I felt, everything that was going on changed my universe, changed it, because all of a sudden I understood. I got it. Nobody had ever told me that before. I never got the concept. So that's where it shifted for me. But like going back and understanding, where did it shift wrong? Where did it shift wrong for me? And how do I deal with that? How do I address it? How do I forgive? There's the forgiveness ceremony, ho'oponopono. Yes, it's a real word. It's a real thing. That's another one of those. How do I, all the way back to the end of the story, what tool did we use to get there? It was a forgiveness ceremony. It was a neurolinguistics programming forgiveness. I had to forgive myself for accepting it. I had to forgive Mrs. Green, God rest her. I had to forgive my parents at the time for thinking it. And did we have to have the conversation? No. Because it was all in my head. We had to have the conversation in my head to get past it. So that's where Parisa talked about that earlier. You got to bring it to the front. You have to let that right up front. And you got to talk about it. So now I get to.
That is so powerful. I mean, Les Brown and, Jim Kwik and Joseph McClendon, they all talked about those labels and how powerful those labels are. And so how amazing that you found a tool to help you break free of that label. Thank you so much for sharing that. Absolutely. And Nicole, can you share with us a story in your life?
Sure. And thank you, Jake, for that. That was, I think when you were explaining your things there as well, is people are always usually doing the best that they know at the time. And so when we're listening to teachers and we as parents, and I now as a parent myself, I think about how we have, a long time ago, teachers had a different influence possibly in, what we were dealing with children. And so I thought, once we start to understand the mind, we start to have more compassion for where everybody is coming from. And I think that helps in that forgiveness. So thank you, Jake, for that story. That was a really powerful story. For me, years ago, my marriage had fallen apart and I had been a stay-at-home mom and had to really start over from scratch. And being a stay-at-home mom, I was like, how am I going to support us? How am I going to take care of everybody? I was feeling a great deal of rejection. And so I had so many things that came into play, almost like a puzzle that came into play. And I know Jim Kwik was talking about puzzles. There's so many pieces that come together to help your mind actually work at its best. And so I had lots of things. I would move my body. That was one thing for sure that I would do. But one thing that I really noticed was my self-confidence was not where it should be. And I had stories that were running over and over and over of what was possible and what I could do, and the labels I was putting on myself for what I had gone through. And that's when I discovered hypnosis. And hypnosis for me became extremely powerful because it had me tap into neuroscience. So I started to understand the subconscious mind, the conscious mind, why I was thinking the way I was. I also started to use it to start to boost my confidence and start to see what was possible for me. And when I didn't understand what was happening with me, it was so disheartening because I thought I felt broken. I felt stuck. I felt, that things just couldn't get better. And once I had this understanding and this awareness, I was like, oh my gosh, I can move forward. I can change. I can do all these things. And once I started to apply it all, it was like magic. And it wasn't even something that was hard. It was something that was beautiful. I call hypnosis often a massage for the soul because it calmed my nervous system, which was completely on fire at the time. So it would help me completely relax. And then it allowed me to remove that conscious layer and get into my subconscious and start to reprogram beautiful thoughts of what was possible. And so that has changed my life, and it has changed my clients' lives. And I'm extremely grateful for these tools that are there for us because we're not stuck. We have things that can bring so much joy at any time.
Thank you. Oh, that's beautiful. We are not stuck. And if there are things there, we have tools, hypnosis to tap into the subconscious part of our brain and to calm our nervous system. Oh, I just love that. A massage for the soul. Oh, that just feels so good. Thank you for sharing that, Nicole. Dr. Emily, can you share with us a story in your life where you have applied neuroscience?
Yes. And first of all, I just want to clarify that Jake is still a troublemaker. Whatever he says, he still is a troublemaker. So, I want to go and kind of reflect outside that we want to talk about a little bit about our brain and the mental health. And sometimes we work on ourselves and we build ourselves strong, but there are the people around us. And there's the influence from the outside. It's like the herd thinking, my youngest son, when he was in middle school, he was being bullied. And, he's a strong kid. He's a straight A student. He's, I don't know, in all the leadership role in his class. But yet, at a corner in the school, the kids can still bully him, right? All the way up to the point where he actually contemplated suicide. And he put this into a book, and it's an Amazon bestseller. It was endorsed by Bob Proctor. So I'm really proud of the fact that he has gone so far. But I want to remind people to remember that that's the external influence of other people's mindset. So while we're building our own, we have to have that understanding why certain thing is true, right? Why certain things is good. Because if you're not firm with that, people can sway you one way or the other. And especially on younger people, they have to develop that strong mindset. I went back to Vietnam years ago, and I went to a bookstore and I bought every oldest kid of my friends' kids the book Think and Grow Rich, translated into Vietnamese, right? And it's only $20, but I know it's going to change their life if they would just read it. My point here is, why not feed our brains all of those external things that can build that brain muscle? And I highly recommend, as a parent, just brainwash your kids. Okay, just give them to read what you think they should read. Tell them to watch what you think they should watch, and we'll be in a better world.
What a great way to brainwash your kids with positive input. That's fantastic. Wow. Well, I'm just going to allow you to have just 30 seconds for closing remarks, and then we're going to wrap up. And so, Dr. Emily, we will go with you first this time.
Yes, like I shared earlier, the best way to influence other people is with your words, whether you speak or you write. So again, call to action, people. get in touch with me, be a sponsor, be a writer, maybe be a speaker at my event. I would love to feature your voice in whatever format, so we can share our positive thoughts.
Excellent, excellent. Yes, we want all of you. If you would like to be a writer for the Women's Journal, for the Vietnam Journal, we have a Spanish journal coming up. Dr. Emily has global journals. There are so many opportunities for you to get your voice out there as a writer, as a speaker, and as a podcaster. And so, Jake, I'm going to go with you next.
Well, you know what? I'm going to pitch Emily. Today. I'm going a different way. So I told you a year ago we met. We had a conversation. I don't remember exact words she used, but I had not finished my first book yet. And she basically said, no, you're going to finish it in 30 days or you're going to deal with me. That is essentially what she told me.
Oh,
so
wow.
Since that time, 3, Dr. Emily, 2 of them bestsellers list, 1 of them #1 bestseller. So here's the power of positive mentorship and people that believe in you at a level maybe you don't yet. It's okay to believe them. It's okay to believe the people that say, you know what, you are awesome. You have a voice. You have a message and everybody needs to hear it. So that's what I want to share with you today. Everybody has a message. Somebody needs to hear it. Get it out there, whether it's, as Emily said, either in written form, podcast form, on one of the speaker stages. Get your message out there, guys.
Oh my goodness, Jake, that's absolutely fantastic. I mean, to go from removing that label from you and that limiting belief that had affected you and held you back for so long, and then to have Dr. Emily in your life and to give you that challenge and to write 3 best-selling books. That is just such a testament to the power of mindset and neuroscience in your life. Congratulations. All right, Nicole, how about you?
Well, that was fantastic. And words do matter. I think about this all the time, what we say to ourselves. But one thing I would love to say that's so easy for anyone that's going through a lot and is feeling down or, wanting to change the way they feel is find a song that you love, a song that just makes you so happy, and dance. That's what I think about this all the time. And all of us, I have so many people saying, I can't dance, but I'm not a dancer. And I think we were born to move. We were born to move. You see babies and music comes on and they're already moving and grooving and doing their thing. They've never been taught. But I think put it on because it can change your state so fast. And I think right now, we're going through quite a bit in the world. And if you can do that one thing for yourself just to lift you up, it'll change the way you see, just something that fast will change the way you see your day a little bit.
And how awesome that we can change our day that fast. Well, I just appreciate Dr. Emily, Nicole, and Jake. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for getting your message out there. Thank you for your examples of how you have used neuroscience in your life and for sharing that with all of our audience across the world today.
Thank you, Karen, as always.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, our next guest is Marcus Bell and Angel. I don't know if we want to call you Elizabeth Angel Westerland, but anyway, we are so excited to have you with us, and thank you for being willing to come and share with us. I just connected with them at the Los Angeles Writers Guild Gala that we had, and so Marcus. Okay, we have got some sound going on here. I'm not sure. Are you guys outside? Is there some sound there? Okay, that's good. All right. Thank you. Marcus, if you could start with telling us about you. And as we're talking about neuroscience and things that we have gone through in our life and how we have applied the neuroscience, I know you've done it right now with your Raven's Light work that you are doing, but if you could go back in time, and then we're going to bring you up to the present day, tell us how you got interested in neuroscience and why you are passionate about what you are doing right now.
Gotcha. So first of all, thank you so much for having us on. It was so wonderful connecting with you and being able to be here to share a little bit of my experience. And just as a bit of a backdrop, I started in music when I was 2 years old, and I was a child prodigy musician. And I started my first company when I was 12 years old. And so I've been an entrepreneur, but also a musician my entire life. And I remember when I was around 4 years old, sitting at the piano, and I was playing, and all of a sudden, it was like I was transported somewhere else.
Ooh.
And I remember when I was 8 years old, and I was playing my first song for a live audience, and I closed my eyes, and the music transported me and the audience to another place. And when I opened my eyes, everyone was standing up. There were tears. They were clearly impacted. And I didn't know it then. I discovered later that that was the flow state,
Yes,
right?
yes.
That was the flow state. That was when my prefrontal cortex calmed down and I was able to get into a state that allowed for creation to happen beyond actually my skill level based on where I was in my learning journey. And what I discovered was when I was able to get into the flow state, that I'd be playing decades ahead of my skill level because I was able to really allow something greater to come through me.
Right.
And so the brain is something that has always fascinated me. Like, why do we do the things that we do?
I think we
And I
all
was,
ask that question.
yeah, and I was listening to the speakers before, and there were two things that were said. You know, speaking and writing being the thing to show, and I'm present to that. It's the actions that show, and those actions actually show on our brains too. So we can see the actions that we've taken in our lives actually on the brain. And that's one of the things that that Elizabeth Angel, through some of her relationships in the neuroscience world, introduced me to. She can talk a little bit about that brain technology that allows you to be able to see what it is, right? So if you look at my brain is unlike other people's brains, and you can actually see my life's history in my brain.
Oh my goodness. Well, we are going to let Dr. Westerlund tell us about some more of that. And we're going to come back to you, Marcus, because that's a perfect segue to you, Angel. And so tell us about you and about your work with neuroscience.
Sure. I'm actually not a doctor. I'm a lay person.
I
And
think of
that's
you as a
why,
doctor.
yeah,
A lot of people do.
people think I'm a doctor because I hang out with doctors and have a team of doctors and scientists. But I think that's great because I can sort of bridge and explain things from the way I see it. And so what I've done is I've gone around the world. I thought, this is crazy. We can send people to the moon. Why can't we figure out what's happening in our own bodies and brains? There has to be another way. And so I went around the world, and on that journey, I met Dr. Olivia, who you've already had on your show this year. And I found out that there is a way that we can do it. And for so many, hundreds, thousands of years, we've been outsourcing our power to doctors to tell us, or the whole science of psychology is based on how do you feel. And what you feel is very subjective based on what you know to be true. So if you can actually see what's happening in your body and brain, it's a game changer. And that technology does exist. And what we're working to do is get it, to make it more affordable, more readily available. But the good news is it does exist. And I think that should give people a lot of hope, because a lot of people think like, what's wrong with me? I don't know what's wrong with me. Do I have this? Do I have that? I mean, we have nowadays like, a society of labels. Like there's a new label for everything under the sun. And that's not really solving the problem, and I think it's so exciting that we don't need to guess anymore. And very
Right.
simply put, your brain has different networks. Like this is how it's been explained to me and how I understand it. And in a person who's happy and healthy, one network goes on and the other networks go off. But in a sort of person who's struggling with, whatever it is, the networks are sort of cross-firing. So they're not going off when they're supposed to, they're kind of on at the same time. So that's what, loosely put, all the mental health diagnosis we have is basically a way of saying this group of people have these similar sets of symptoms. But if you would actually scan like 100 people with autism, their brains might be little to not related at all. So it's very interesting.
And how did you get interested in that, Angel? Because she's been in Finland, she's been across the world. Tell us how you got interested in that.
Really, because of my own journey, like what I'm working on and what I'm creating on is what I wish that I would have had. So I was healthy my entire life, never been to a doctor. And then I got bullied very badly, actually in Finland, very small foreign population. And then people tell you, you start like being in chronic stress for a very long period of time. And you think like, oh, it's not going to happen to me. People say stress kills, but stress doesn't kill in a day. It kills slowly over a long, prolonged period of time when your recovery isn't enough to, compensate the amount of stress that you have. And so I just slowly started to get sick. First, stress, then physical issues, because that's what happens, hormonal issues, a lot of women's health issues. And I didn't know that this whole world existed. But now when I started talking, it was like all women were like, we have these issues as well. And I think we're not just an arm and a leg. We're not just a brain. We're not just a microbiome. We are all of those things put together. And so I went through the system, and where they're trying to ask you questionnaire, the questions that they use all over the world to diagnose depression. And one question, for example, it says, do you believe you were born to be miserable? Now, if you ask that, I was born in India. If you ask that to someone in India who believes in karma and that we have many lives, they might think that, yeah, it's my fate to be born depressed, right? If you ask that to a white Finnish person in Finland and they say that, yes, they're really depressed. So I'm sitting there as a multicultural person. My parents did humanitarian work, grew up in, many different countries and cultures. And I'm like, is this a trick question? Like, how should I answer this so that I can get the help that I need? And yeah, it was just so puzzling how we can have so much science and technology and still know so little about what's happening in our bodies and brains. So my whole goal is to give people that information and then let them decide. Like, we're not saying do this or do that or buy this or eat that. Let's just measure and see, and then you can decide, if the therapy you're in is working, or if the exercises you're doing or the food you're eating is actually having an effect on your body and brain. So yeah.
Right. And you brought up the bullying, and our youth are being bullied, and the mental health of the youth is just at an all-time low. And we heard from Fab Morvan and how as an adult, he was bullied. And so when you're talking about the brain and the scans, what can a person learn if they are suffering with depression or mental health issues? What can they learn from a scan like that?
Yeah. I think the first thing that's so exciting, there's an old ancient scriptural saying, it says you will know the truth and the truth will make you free. Well, it's very interesting because it's almost like you don't need to really tell people what they need to do. When you can see what's happening in your brain, it changes everything. So I'll give you a personal example. I got my brain scanned, right? And I'm a pretty aware person who has done like thousands of hours of studies and, stuff on myself, a lot of journaling, a lot of meditation, all of that stuff. And the way they do it is they not only scan your brain, but they also use the questionnaires that are typically used in, diagnosing various things. And so one of the questions was, do you feel stress making plans all of the time, sometime, or never, right? And I'm traveling around the world. We attend a lot of conferences to find the best technologies, and I'm sitting in a hotel lobby in Sydney, very stressed, trying to book my round the world ticket. And I'm like, I feel stressed some of the time. But then when they scanned my brain and compared me with 9 or 10,000 healthy people who had no issues planning, my brain was like, no one's brain is exactly alike. We all have like a unique, brain and almost like a fingerprint, right? But overall, there was nothing. There was like zero stress in my planning. So I could have been, 10 years in therapy or working on myself and trying to let that story go. And I looked at my brain, and in 30 seconds, I was like, I don't need that story. Let's let it go. So, that's one example of that. There were other things I knew that matched up with my story. Like my brain showed my circadian rhythm, which is another, thing we can talk about, how much it affects the brain. And so that I travel a lot on many different time zones. so that showed up in the brain scan. So, but yeah, there were some things that I would have not in a million years guessed. So
Right. That's amazing how seeing that allowed you to just let go. I mean, so many times we want to let go. We're like, I don't want to keep having that intrusive thought. And for you to be able to let go, which then affected your mental well-being, and your emotional state. That's a beautiful example, and what a powerful tool. And for you to help make this available to so many more people across the globe is just tremendous, the work that you are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's also very empowering in the sense that if you know you don't have depression in your brain, but you still feel depressed, that narrows it down to maybe checking on your diet or your microbiome. So it just simplifies the whole thing when you can see.
True, very true. And Marcus, I'm wondering if you could tell us just a little bit more about your story, because being a musician, I just know a little bit about how you lost your voice and how you used neuroscience in your life to get through that. And so if you could tell us about that experience and how you moved past that.
Yeah, I believe neuroscience and anything with the brain is just it's not something that you have to seek for. It just is, right? It's us. It's part of us. And the more we know and the more we learn, the more we are exposed to, you know, events like this, right? Then the more tools that we can use in our tool belt. I was recording 100 songs last year in 100 days. I was doing a 100-day song challenge.
My
And
word.
and midstream that, I lost my voice. And I said, okay, there has to be a way that I can clone my voice to keep going, right? And that's when I started getting into AI. So I found a way to clone my voice. And then I was using generative AI to create images. And I've been working with some neuroscientists on how to use music to create healing, how to help elevate people's states and so forth, and being able to integrate that into pop music. And so that's something I've been passionate about for years now. It's like, how can music be used instead of the surface level that most people relate to it, or go to binaural beats or some hertz or frequencies or sound healing or like that, but how can it be in popular music where the more you listen to the music, the better you feel? And that's
Ooh.
when it struck me that AI has created an opportunity to bridge all of those things together. And that bridging has occurred with an AI music character that I developed called Raven Light, Ravynlyte. And so Raven is the first example and model of what's possible with pop music. Because inside of Raven's music, which she's an EDM artist, we've interjected tones and sounds and things that we know help heal, help calm state. And so the more people listen to the songs of Raven Light, the better they feel. And so again, this is like putting it into action, right? So there's one thing learning about something, reading about something, studying about something. And then it's another thing when someone comes up to you and say, I've been listening to Raven Light, and I gotta say, I don't know what's going on in that music, but I feel better.
Oh, oh my goodness. How powerful. Both of you are doing such tremendous work in this world to make a difference in people's lives. And I know that it comes because you both have such high emotional intelligence and such deep empathy. And I can tell because of the things that you have gone through that has propelled you to, I'm sure you had deeper empathy before that, but I can tell that afterward, you have even a greater desire. There's this passion within you to serve and to help people through the dark night of their soul. And so I commend you both. I wish we had more time, and I can't wait to have you back on again. Thank you so much for being with us. Marcus Bell and Elizabeth Angel Westerland, we applaud you for the work that you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Karen.
much, Karen.
Thanks for having us on. Much love and light to you.
It's been wonderful. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you. We're sending love to you.
All right.
Bye-bye now. Wow. I mean, that's incredible. The more you listen to the song, the better you feel. I mean, Nicole talked about the power of music to shift her mood. And we've had several different people talk about music and things that they can do with music to help in their mood. And so I think that's really amazing, the way that Marcus is using AI to incorporate these tools into the music. And so that is fantastic. And we have another guest that is coming up next. And Parisa, if you would like to introduce our next guest. That would be awesome. No, okay. Alisha is going to introduce our next guest. Okay.
Hello, joined by Parisa. It is such a privilege and an honor to introduce our next guest. But before we do, I mean, it's so interesting. AI, music, feeling emotions. I want to talk about something that was just mentioned in the last segment, which was allowing yourself to be into the flow state so you can actually propel and advance your abilities, just because it sounds like you're just not allowing any resistance that you build when you're not in the flow state to get in the way. So you can actually just be and just move with all the skills that you have and you're working on. So I thought that that was very interesting, Karen. I'd love to hear your thoughts about that. And Parisa, before we introduce our next guest.
Well, you know, what was so interesting to me was when I met Marcus Bell and Angel Westerland, they both had this energy that just, I just walked past them and I stopped and I just said, you know, you have the most beautiful smile. And I was just drawn in immediately. And the love that they had and their passion for producing this, all of the brain scan and the Raven's Light to help people heal just really moved me. And I knew that our audience was going to love to hear about them because, you know, listening to music is, we, you know, especially youth, we listen to music a lot, but to have music that has a healing science behind it that is helping us to feel better and helping our brain to heal during the process. I think that is so incredible. And it's easy. It's not like you have to go do some work. You know, you're listening to the music anyway, and you're having fun and you feel happy and then you feel happier. And I thought that was interesting when he said that people asked him, what's going on with that music? You know, I feel better and better the more I listen to it. And he's like, yes. And so what amazing tools that they are both developing and providing throughout the world.
Yes. What about you, Parisa? Thank you so much, Karen, for your thoughts.
You know, I love when it was shared that that in the survey, when it was asked, like, what level of stress do you experience when you're, you know, planning events? And then the scan came back as indicating that there was no stress indicated, you know, or marked when planning events, you know, and how ultimately it is just a label. And I'm saying the word just in particular is like, it is just a label. And like I'd mentioned earlier today, that like a diagnosis or label does not indicate that you are defective, that it is simply a label. It is simply a diagnosis, and allow it to provide the information to you if that's helpful. And if not, then let it be.
Let it be. Exactly.
The power behind that label, the power behind the diagnosis is what we enable it to have or enable it to be. I thought that was really great, the way she was bringing that forward in a very different way, but to really reinforce that as well, because incredibly powerful and can change people's lives just with that simple perspective shift. So I thought those were great.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too, because we've talked several times about labels. You know, Jake just talked about the label that he dealt with. I think all of us, probably every single person that's listening in our audience, has had a label at some point or time, and knowing how to deal with that label and being conscious of that label and deciding, does that fit? Does it not? Do I want that label? And if I don't want it anymore, and I think, no, that doesn't fit, what can I do to remove that label?
I love that. You know, our next speaker, who will be closing us out on day 3 of the Neuroscience Symposium, has really believed that behavior is an outcome, not an output. And that, you know, you really have to have that belief in self and not have limiting beliefs. So thank you so much, Karen, for leading those last two discussions. And we're going to get ready to bring out our next guest. I'm really excited for this conversation with you, Parisa. We are going to be bringing out Dr. James Dentley. Dr. Dentley, Baron Dentley, is an entrepreneur, a best-selling author, a philanthropist, and one of the nation's top life and business strategists. He's also a world-renowned motivational speaker. And when you hear that voice, you're going to understand just why. He hosts events all over the world, and he really is on a mission to empower individuals, entrepreneurs, and business owners to create massive success in their lives and achieve their dreams. I mean, there's so much more I could say about Sir James, Dr. Dentley, but I'm just going to ask him to come here and introduce himself more and his work. And I'd be remiss if I also didn't say that James Dentley is the founder and CEO of JV3 TV, which is a streaming TV platform that really emphasizes what I like to call edutainment, where there's entertaining shows on there, but there are also shows on development, how to manage your finances, how to show up in the world. And he's really working with content creators to help them get their messages out there through educational programming, and then creating a community for the people that are part of the JD3 network that are choosing to watch the content on there, to really experience the platform, not just with the content, but through community, through events. And so he's really building an ecosystem in the streaming world that's different than what we've seen before. And James, at some point, we'd love to hear more about that. But what you're doing with JD3 TV is phenomenal. So Dr. James Dentley, over to you to further introduce yourself.
Well, first of all, hello, my friends.
Hello.
Wow. I'm so honored to be here with both of you incredible ladies. Karen has been doing a fantastic job on her interviews, and I want to just give a tip of the hat to all the incredible speakers and the entire LA Tribune, from Mo Rock, the entire staff, just the best in class. So thank you so much for the work that you do. Well, you mentioned a lot of things about me. I'm glad you went past the His Excellency thing. They teased me with that one because I am a Baron of the Royal Order. I've been knighted many years ago, and but most people don't really know, especially if they met me over the last 5 years, that in 1999, my first program that I actually written outside of training speakers and entrepreneurs to grow and scale was about overcoming self-defeating behavior. Unpack your bags and let's go. The psychology of using neuroscience to help you get a better understanding of what's happening in your brain. Why do you feel a certain way? Why do you react a certain way? What are those triggers? What are those anchors? Why do we respond the same way to certain things that happen? Why do we find ourselves in those loops and patterns? And how to remove yourself out of that darkness of depression as well, and to kind of simplify it as well. So I want to just piggyback on some of the other speakers that spoke, but I will just turn it back to you if you have a specific question. But I've been doing this a long, long time, and I love training speakers and getting their stories, getting them out, and learning. I learned so much from stories and coaching and working with individuals to help them get out of their way and get out of their head and into their greatness.
I have a specific question for you regarding that. And that is, with that course that you created in 1999, by the way, thank you for sharing that piece, because I feel that it helps really connect how timeless this information truly is, that it's not just, it wasn't just relevant then, but it's still relevant now, and it will continue to be relevant moving forward. From what you discovered and then created a course to help others with, and being an avid observer, I'd like to say, of humans and the way you're able to pick up trends and understand the behavior of others, what would you say are like the top 2 keys that would help others, help people to really get, I don't want to say get unstuck, but just really help enable that momentum that's already within us, but just to help continue that momentum?
Well, let's have some fun with it. First of all, if a person is feeling depressed or in a state that lacks power, are they breathing fully, or is their breathing a little shallow? Pretty shallow, right? Are they sitting erect? Or are they kind of slumped over a little bit? And they don't even really know it. They're just in a space, and they may confuse that with being tired. It can happen, as Elizabeth said just earlier, about some of the foods that you eat, your blood chemistry, but you're kind of slumped over, you're feeling down. So I want you to play with me and everyone who's watching, just to just follow me with this. So right now, Alisha and Marissa, right now, put yourself in a state as if you have no power, you're a little depressed, you're breathing shallow, and let your energy just go. Right? Can you feel it in your body? Now watch. Now watch it. Now sit up straight in your chair, shoulders back, point your head to the ceiling. Give me the biggest smile towards the ceiling. Smile towards the ceiling, big teeth, and try to be depressed now. Just try it.
It's really hard.
You cannot do it. So number one, you asked me for the simplest ways. Number one is to change your physiology. How are you holding your body? That's number one. And you can shift that state because everything's interconnected, number one. Number two, if I were to give you another simple task that you can do, is that learn to separate how you feel from what you know to be true. And you have to ask yourself questions. Now, and I'll give you an example. Have you ever been in a situation in your entire life where you felt like your heart was broken? Yeah. How did it feel in your body? How did you feel?
Heavy.
Heavy. Yeah, it hurt. You slumped over, right? But in reality, if your heart was really broken, you've been dead. So was your heart really broken?
No, I just felt like it.
Yeah, because the thinker thinks and the prover proves. What does the prover prove? Well, whatever the thinker thinks. So there's a chemical reaction in your body that comes from the thoughts that we embody. And some of those thoughts are subconscious thoughts, and some of them, many of them are anchored by different triggers and anchors that we've experienced in our life. No different than we were talking about music. I love music because when I'm training my speakers, I teach them how to fall into what we call a hypnotic rhythm. Because music there's a reason why no matter what you believe in, no matter what political affiliation you have, no matter what the religion is, when you hear music, it brings everybody together. Because music and vibration is the first sign of life and communication within life. Everything speaks. Everything speaks. So when you understand that a lot of things that give you a reaction of being powerless or procrastination or feeling of not being worthy enough or perception of not being loved or good enough or a loss of control, that's when we spin. And we calm down and separate and ask ourselves some questions. Can I give you an example?
Please.
When I'm at 5 years old, I'll give you a few, but at 5 years old, I'm in kindergarten. I was only in there for half a year. I still remember the school song, Dear Jane, dear school, our hearts are very true. Remember your whole highest team. Can't get it out of my head. Halfway through my kindergarten year, I come out the door, the bell rings, we're running. A family friend is calling my name. I recognized him and I ran to him. His name was Marcus Nelson. He takes me over to his car and opens up the door, and my sister was in the back seat. When I jumped in the car, he took us to an apartment, and that's when I found out that my mother and father were separating, and they were not going to be together. And the life I had up to being 5 years old shifted. Now, that entire memory for me is in black and white. There is no color in that video. In that memory, there is no color. That was a shock when my world shifted. See, and the brain finds a way to protect itself from the trauma. And through that experience, I felt like my father didn't love me, but in reality, he just didn't get along with my mother anymore, and vice versa. And I took that on. And that was an anchor in my life. But see, the paradigm is starting to become formed in the third trimester in the mother's womb. Because as you're laying there in that bag of soup, being fed through a tube in your belly, you hear the rhythm of the heart, and that is the band. Boom, 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 boom. You hear the gas bubble. That's your tanker, that's your organs, right? You hear all these things, and that is the only vibration, and that's language, because when a mother endures stress, that stress is passed on to the child. The child has to decide what to do with that. But it's passed on. It's another form of communication. When a mother is pregnant, when you're speaking lovingly into that baby and rubbing on their tummy, you're also speaking that life, because when you are conceived, you're 90% water. Today we're 72% water. And we know for a fact that water, it would change and would crystallize based upon the different frequencies that you project towards it. So when a person is speaking to another human being, you're speaking to them on a cellular level, And it's their perception of what is happening and how they respond to it determines those anchors and those triggers. Now, I always believe in the laws of attraction. I've studied it. I write about it. But I really believe before the laws of attraction is the law of awareness. Because once you become aware, then you realize the things that you're looking for were already there in front of you. The things you seek, like they said in The Wizard of Oz, you've already had it inside. And you become more aware, and now things show up. If you look around the room you're in right now and look at every fixture, no matter what there is in that room, it might be lights, cameras, curtains, whatever it is. Once upon a time, none of those things ever existed. Yet everything needed to create it was already there. How come we couldn't see it? Nobody came from Mars and dropped off some fabric to make a curtain or to create a light bulb. It was about innovation. And all of us have that power because in the human experience, 80% of our life is driven by subconscious, about our habits, these triggers, these things that what you live, you learn, what you learn, you practice, what you practice, you become. You just operate, you just do it. Okay? 15% is intentional or your conscious mind, but then 5% is the imagination. And that is the power to create. And every human being has the power to create. So that first story was when I was in kindergarten. I'll give you another story. I remember I was on stage. I remember the first time I had ever spoken in front of an organization. I was scared to death, couldn't sleep for 2 weeks. Oh my goodness. I was fear waiting to happen. I was in low grade upset. I was a mess for my bags were under my eyes so bad. You could have shot in my face because I had so much anxiety. And I remember meeting a gentleman named Dr. Dennis Kimbrough that afternoon at a business luncheon, the first one I'd ever attended back in 1994. And he said to me, I went to him and I said, man, I have to speak tonight. This is my first time. I'm scared to death. He said, well, I'm not a speaker. I'm a professor and an author. And I talk about what other people tell me. But he has so much power. He had a command of information, knowledges, even the poems. I say a lot of poems because, and I write them and quote them because for a significant reason. When I do it, I'm talking to the 8-year-old child inside of an adult's body. But I wanted to be like him. And he said to me, I don't train speakers, but I have a friend of mine who does. I'll give you his home number, call him and tell him that I recommended him. He will help you. And I bought the paper up and I put it in my pocket and I gave him his book and he wrote into the book, to the world's greatest speaker believed. And those words jumped into my heart and stayed there. And I went out and I knocked it off. So that belief made a shift in my thinking of what I could not do, what I had anxiety to do. And since I've been training speakers for almost 30 years, I teach people that when you're teaching people, when you're in front of that room, when you're on this podcast, I am never the star of the show. I am simply the director, and the audience is a star. And I got one job to help people get their Oscar. Now, that's important because I remember being in Long Beach, California, 9,000 people, 4 standing ovations. Man, everybody was so excited. They were hyped up. They were all over me. I went home and went right into depression. And I could motivate and inspire people all day long, but I couldn't fix myself. And this was like in the year 2000. And I remember I began to drink. And then I went to bed. And I woke up and began to drink again. And I went to bed. And eventually it got to the point where I wasn't handling the responsibilities that I should have handled at that point. I was losing control. And I remember calling my mother up and saying, look, I've got a problem. I cannot solve it. Because in the human condition, we want to be able to solve those issues. If we can't solve it, we feel like there's a loss of control. We don't like that. We don't like feeling a loss of shame and unworthiness and guilt. So I called her up. I said, I need some help. And called my sisters. And they all came to my home with my cousins. They called the whole tribe in. And I said, look, I got a problem. I need some help. And they sent me to a place called the Sergeant House they had found for me. And I checked myself in. And I'll never forget driving 2 hours to go check myself in for 28 days. And I felt like nothing. Whew, how could this happen to me? Now, it was a shame, so much guilt. I felt like I was a total failure. I had no energy, no life. I wanted to crawl up under a rock and just disappear. And I went there and I remember saying the serenity prayer 1,000 times a day just to get past the emotions that were driving me, that I had failed and let myself and so many people down. And I remember I began to get a clear understanding through the counseling and through the understanding of what was happening. And I knew at that point that there were tools and there was a way for me to get out of that dark place. But then I realized as I got further in that so many other people were sick and afflicted. They were addicted to their jobs, to their titles, to other people, to drugs, to alcohol, to the stories they tell themselves. You know, that everything that we hold on to, if we let it go, it has claw marks in it because it wants to hold on, because it wants things to stay the same. It wants to stay with what it knows. And that's why I believe even today that people ask me, well, what do I fear? I don't really believe it exists. The worst that can happen is that you're no longer here and we're all going to leave here eventually. So when I change the way I look at things, the things I look at change. But I realized when I got the tools to become healthy, that I can stay there and I can keep what I have by giving it away. And I started to work to be able to help others as well and share my story and my truth. And I remember going in front of 10,000 people and fessing up and letting them know what I had gone through, the things I had done. And to my surprise, there were so many people in the audience that came to me that were dressed up, different statures in life. And they thanked me because they were in a hole. They were dying inside, but they looked like $1 million. And I realized that through that experience, it was really a gift because it allowed me to have the tools and the awareness to know and expand my life on my life's purpose, that perhaps all these things have meaning and the story's not over because I can turn the page and write a new chapter.
Wow.
Woo.
Yeah.
So that's it for a second.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I really love that you hold such contentment and peace with what you had gone through because of the perspective of what you've gained in return.
Oh my goodness.
And how it can serve others. I know that a lot of the time when we go through things or we find ourselves in a position and we experience that self-imposed shame, right? And when we get past it, it's like, okay, we get past it and we don't need to address it. We don't need to talk about it. That's the case with, I think, a lot of people, because why would we talk about something that we've already gone through? But there is such potency in the sharing of that story. And I'm really grateful the way you shared it, because it allows others to really hear the level of acceptance that you can have from your journey, about your journey. The acceptance is the freedom. You speak that freedom. It's felt.
That's right.
It is so felt. Wow. Thank you.
Acceptance and gratitude is the key because it gives you peace in which you find clarity. You see, I've been happy every single day. I can honestly say I've been happy every day for over 25 years. I don't know what it is to have a bad day. Every day is a great day. Some are just better. I choose it because I get to choose. I don't let the whims of the day define me. You know, Elizabeth was talking about how they do the brain scans. Even if someone's addicted to gambling, they can probe your brain and they'll play sounds of a casino and watch your brain fire. It will fire the dopamines, whatever that stuff is, it will fire and you can identify it. But even without the scan, you can feel it in your body if you pay attention to your body. And you learn to reset and reframe and become in agreement every single day. Agreement with what? Agreement with that you are a part of everything. Think of it like this. If you eat a piece of chicken, you don't become the chicken becomes a part of you, right? So when you go outside and you calm down and you just lean against the wall on your lunch break and just look at the clouds and just relax and be still. I was in martial arts for 13 years, a third-degree black belt in Japanese karate and a third-degree brown belt in judo. I was consumed with that stuff. And I can relax and I can hear things around me that in other times I would never hear. I just listen and become one with the birds. When you breathe in air, whatever you ingest, you can express. When you breathe in oxygen, that oxygen is everywhere. It touches everything, every bird, every tree, the blades of grass, everything. And you breathe it in. And when you breathe it in, it becomes a part of you and you become part of everything. And when you can be still in those moments and become part of everything, then you have unlimited power because you're in calmness, you have that clarity, that gratitude, that sense of peace, and the world's okay. When I was told I had cancer 7 years ago, I'm 7 years cancer-free, I looked at it as an incredible gift. I never stopped. I never had a bad moment because I knew that living is for the living. Let's go. Let's get out of here. My wife never seen me And she was amazed because I didn't go through the emotional roller coasters. I had gone through it already. I knew how to stay out of that. I knew that I can make a choice because death is one thing that is certain. But we're going to live today. And I chose to live that day. And each and every day, I choose to live like each and every day. I choose to fall in love with my wife every single day. And there's nothing she can do about it because it's on me. It's how I want to show up. How do I just trip her out one more day? How do I go out there and be able to help somebody impact and empower their lives one more day? And then to understand that when a person can't control anger, that's like a city without walls. You become defenseless. You become open. You get out of character because there's a dopamine reaction, and then you have to find a dopamine resolution that's going to keep you moving and keep you going. And one way to do that is to set goals that are measurable and make sure you set goals that you can attain. But then set some goals that help you stretch because you like to win. Winning is fun. Isn't winning fun? Winning is so much fun. When you're winning, man, you talk about the same thing with your friends all the time. 20 years ago, you won, but you're not letting go to that story.
It feels good.
80, I got friends 82 years old, 16 years older than me. We still talk about the times when we were winning. Winning's fun. So put yourself in a position to create those wins and understand no matter what you're going through is what you got to grow through as well. It's all part of a bigger picture that you may be able to bless the lives of somebody else with sarcoidosis. And I gained a lot of weight and then with cancer. It was a gift because before that, ladies, I can only say I'll pray for you or what can I do for you? But so many people I talked to today, even this day, a lady called me, what did you do? And I was able to share some things with her, say, let's talk about it. And I couldn't do that if I didn't have the experience to keep it calm and just choose joy every single day. Because have you ever chosen not to like somebody? People do that all the time. I choose to love them. I choose to love everybody, even if I love them across the street.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean in love. That's a different. In love is when you mess your credit up. You let the wrong person use your car, right?
You hit
Right.
upon so
But your
much.
love, that's something you can control because it keeps you in a space where you can stay connected in harmony and in agreement. And everything works well when it's in agreement with the things that you want to have in your life.
Wow. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
that. You talked about lived experience there and how it
Mhm.
breeds so much wisdom. And it's hard to speak on what you don't know. And so those experiences that you went through,
Yeah.
you gave you the wisdom. James, I'm curious, I've heard you touch upon this in the past. I'd like for you to share with our audience a bit. How do you prepare for the day or prepare for a meeting or prepared for unexpected moments, but you're kind of thinking about how would I like this outcome to go? And how can I prepare for that moment and kind of get my mind ready, my feelings ready to bring maybe the outcome of that moment to life?
Yeah. Well, the biggest challenge is that most people don't have clarity on what it is they really want. What do they really want? And if they do, it's really surface because some things you want, you already have. You just have to activate and step into it. So joy and happiness and love and all those things are things you give. It's not based upon receiving is a part of it. But if you love someone, you love them for them, and it determines how you show up. Understanding that they got to show up the way they have to show up as being a human being. So you can love someone across the street. That doesn't mean they have to be there. Number one. Number two, so many people feel like they're alone and they feel that shame and they can't share it with anyone and they feel alone. And I ask people, have you ever felt lonely? And everybody said, yes. I said, have you ever felt lonely when you were with someone you cared about? And they say, yes. Have you ever felt lonely in a crowded room? Yes. But you weren't lonely. You were just in a story. And guess what? We can rewrite that story. It doesn't have to be the same in chapter 8. So I learned that to develop tools and listen to stories and try to understand them and allow people the space to pull things out and make them understand the only place I know where you start at the top is when you're digging a hole. It's not what you go through, it's what you got to grow through. I'd like to tell you another story about husband and wife at a Christmas party. And everybody's drinking. The boss gets drunk and the boss hits on the husband's wife. And immediately he feels a fear in his body because if he retaliates, he can lose his job. His boss has exercised power over him. So he feels like there's a loss of control, a loss of significance, because how can I be important? How can I be significant if you would do this? And perhaps a perception of loss of love, because now with that self-loathing, even in that moment, perhaps she's more attracted to that. Maybe I'm not man enough. And all these things go. So we don't say anything to the boss, but we go home and we argue with who? The wife.
The person
And
that's
she thinks
there.
it's ridiculous. So he faces this way, she faces that way to go to sleep. He goes to work the next day, he won't let it go. He's telling all the coworkers how he's been wrong. You know, he's got to tell them because there's human defense mechanisms that protect ourselves. So we got to blame this on somebody else. And now his wife calls him at about 7:00. He's out with the guys after work. And she says, "Where are you?" "Well, I'm at the local pub and having a few drinks." "When are you coming home?" "I'll call you when I'm coming home." He hangs up. She calls back at 11 p.m. He turns his phone off. Now she's fuming. He comes in at 1:00 in the morning. He's all drunk, Philly, tipsy, and she doesn't want to hear any of that. So now he's been rejected. And now he has a feeling of loss of control, a loss of love, a loss of significance. And this goes on this way, this way, this way, this way. And then one of them has an affair, another have an affair, and they end up getting divorced. Why? Because the boss hit on the wife at the Christmas party. The first thing is that when things go wrong, don't go wrong with it. You have to reframe it. When you talk about my work with overcoming self-defeating behaviors, is really to dig into the resentments that we have with ourselves and everyone that's around us and to pull that story out. And it's not about understanding and reliving the story as much as it is getting clarity in the story and identifying how do you respond, because there's something we do to get even. We can blame it on somebody else. We can play the victim role because we can be the innocent person because if I'm right, then that person's wrong. That's the bad person. We can have humor and laugh like it's not that big of a deal, like we really don't care. You know, the brain has to protect itself. The goal of life is to live. Everything strives to live. Even a disease, it strives to live. Our crap wants to live. Everything. You know, so then when you identify that, how did it make you feel? When were there feelings of a loss of control? When were there feelings of not feeling significant, good enough? Because the thinker thinks and the prover proves. If you don't feel like you're good enough, you're most likely to prove it. And you don't have to go from there to arrogance from 0 to 100. You have to go there to a quiet intensity. And you got to work on yourself and take the responsibility for those things and your part in it. And then you go through the forgiveness stage. And then you take that story and reframe it with a new anchor. And I'll say this one thing and I'll let you back, turn it back to you ladies for a question. As a speaker, we set the frame and your voice is the soundtrack to a movie. If you know how to use your voice as a soundtrack, so you can speak to a person, into a person's nervous system, and with a person. And when you're speaking that truth even into the universe, you can manifest and create the things that you imagine because imagination is so powerful. Right now, ladies, and all the people watching, hold your hand out like this. Hold your hand out and look at your hand. I don't want you to see a red apple. Can you see an apple? Now make the apple green. Now make the apple yellow. Yeah. That's how you create, by understanding and opening up and accessing and practicing that part of the brain that is to give you the natural gift you've been given the day you were born. For the beginning of humanity, we've always had to create to make life better, easier. Everyone can do it in their own space. So there's things you can do. And I'm actually putting that course back out, and I have a new book that's going to be out, Unpack Your Bags and Let's Go. I've been writing that book since 1998.
Oh,
And
love it.
it'll be out at the end of January. I promise it'll be out. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm putting a TV show about it on our network. We'll be putting some things out on YouTube. I'm excited because this is my life work because, again, you keep what you have by giving it away. When things go crazy, you don't have to go crazy. You think about what's the next best thing. And it could be your diet. Then you want to change it when you're feeling heavy and bloated. That's assisting the way that you hold your posture and your body and your breathing. But then when you have goals and a dream and an imagination, that your life can be whatever you make it, that you don't have to be stuck here. It's just all part of your story. And the harder the battle, the sweeter the victory, the greater the story. And you can come through this because in neuroscience, it tells us that there is a significant link between the brain and what happens with self-sabotage and procrastination. And if you understand those things, and don't have to get too deep with it, I'll go deeper in my book, but you don't have to get too deep with it, but just learn how to get in agreement and relax. And in the middle of no matter what is happening, if you stay calm, then the battle's yours.
If you stay calm, then the battle is yours. James, this has been so insightful. As you've worked with speakers that oftentimes are going on stage to to share their stories? How have you kind of coached them through their own beliefs that they may have had about themselves and help them
Yeah.
translate that into truly where their power lies as they share their stories with the world?
Yeah. Well, we look at our stories, you can't see the picture if you're in the frame. You're the picture. So sometimes your story means something else. It means one thing to you, but it means something else in the bigger picture. There's a bigger reason that sometimes you can't see it. But what I like to do, Alisha, is first of all, let people understand personality types and how to speak into the listening of every personality, so you don't lose your audience no matter where they are. If they're successful and they're competitive, we call them sharks. They're success and money driven and like to compete, love to win. Somewhat abrasive, that's a shark. If they like to have fun and disorganized, late for everything, but they got blue colors in their hair and big earrings and big jewelry, that's your dolphin. You got your urchins are very conservative. They like information and facts, and you better start on time. That's an urchin. And a whale is a nurturer and someone who wants to make a difference. And when you use your voice, you got to paint. And when you're painting, not only would I teach them how to speak into the listening, but how to be in tune with your own body and how your body and the frequency in your body. Then you attach that to using your voice like the soundtrack of a movie. When I'm loud and fast, that creates impact. I'll take impact, I'll feel it in my body, and I'll make it you feel it in yours. If I go loud and slow, that's emphasis. I'm emphasizing a point. That's an applause line. That's a line you have to say, you have to think that anchors that point. If I go low and fast, that's for engagement. You won't remember or write fast enough, but you know I know. And if I go low and slow, that's for emotion. And each one of those, when I teach them how to practice that, their body calms down. Then I teach them how to be with people, to be present. I put them this close to each other without touching, and they look at each other in the eyes, and they don't stare. They just relax and allow the other person to see them. And I like to watch them get so nervous, politicians and professional speakers and ministers and people who speak all the time, because it's different, because they have some space. And now you're here in the human experience to let people see you, to create an experience and to be able to look at the power in your story, that your story can serve so many other people, because what you want to keep in the dark, when you bring it out to the light, it has no more power. However, you can free the lives of so many people who are going through something similar. And if not, they look at your story and say, wow, if yours is so bad, I'll pick mine back up and I'll keep this hand.
Either way, you're having impact.
James, I just had to jump on for a second. Actually, I just talked to Mo. Mo Rock, our CEO, says, James, thank you so much for being on. Yep. The anchor of the day, right? The way you explained it, the way you bring it out to our audience. You and I have been on a lot of stages. You've been around a lot longer than me. It's just the gray hair thing. But we're parents and grandparents. We got all that in common. But thank you so much for taking your time, because audience, this is one of the busiest men on the planet. I literally know, I don't know where he is half the time. And if he's not there, then he's somewhere else. But you're always teaching and training, and you're always making a difference in people's lives. And I just wanted to jump on, because we're going to close in a couple minutes, and say thank you so much from myself and the team and Mo Rock and everybody out there in all the years you've been around, of being of service and making a difference. And we're honored to have you on.
Michael, you came on here to tell me I was old.
That's what you got out of all
you
of
told me that
that?
twice. You said it twice. I love you, man. I love you. I would say this. I just want to say this one thing. We're only here for a flicker, and no matter what's going on in your life, there's a better day tomorrow if you want to make it that way. And I like to teach people how to look at things differently, to really shift the way they look at things, and the things they look at will always change. To understand how the mind and how the brain works. But in this life, remember, you have only just a minute. Each has 60 seconds in it. It was forced upon me. I can't refuse it. I did not seek it, and I did not choose it. But right now, it's up to me to use it. I will suffer if I lose it, be held in account if I abuse it. Just know in every little minute, the eternity of your life can be wrapped up in it. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us.
It's from myself, from Alisha, from Parisa, from Karen, from Ava, from the whole team, from Mo. James, thank you. You're a blessing in our life, and we just, every day we can work with you, it just changes everything we do. Thank you so much.
You got it. LA Tribune is the best.
You're the best. All right, everybody, give Mr. James Dentley a thunderous round of applause. Put those 10s in there, and then we're going to let him go and maybe have some dinner play. Who knows what? All right. It's awesome. You know, he is just, I've done a lot of stages with James for a lot of years, and he just shows up. And when he starts the story rhyming, every time, you see how quiet I get? I'm just like, yeah, that's exactly right. Take me away. What was that old "Take Me Away" Calgon? Oh wow, now I'm really showing my age.
We're getting tense in the chat. I love that, and I love what he ended on too, because we're at the Neuroscience Symposium, and what James was sharing at the end was like how people are different, but we consume information in different ways, and he teaches people how to connect with people in different ways because we're different, but connection is real. How do we meet people where they're at? I thought that was such a powerful share, and it didn't necessarily come up earlier in the symposium, so I just wanted to kind of highlight that. But Karen, I know you just joined us. We are on day 3 of what has been a fantastic neuroscience symposium. Reflecting on the last 3 days, what are some of the thoughts that come to mind for you, Karen?
Well, I think we kind of summarized so many things and repeated so many messages. One of the things that just keeps coming to my mind is that the labels that people put on you do not define you. And so many times as a child, we just accept that because we don't know how to deal with that. Like somebody had mentioned when they were very young, how difficult it was to deal with those labels. But when we become aware, like Parisa brought out so eloquently, that's when we can make the change. But until then, it's like software that runs in the background. And so to have these experts that are so generous and so willing to share with us at no cost, thanks to the Los Angeles Tribune and Mo Rock at Michael Silvers and you, Alisha and Parisa, for all your hard work putting this together, and Ava and everybody behind the scenes, so that we can benefit, so that we can become more aware, so that we can learn and grow and improve in our lives. I'm just so thankful, and I'm just so amazed at the incredible content that we have received for these 3 days.
Love that. What about for you, Parisa?
Per my usual fashion, I've got some notes, and I'm gonna read off a few of the things that I have here on some of these pages. From Jim Kwik, transcendence, but to break that down, trance and dance. We're in a trance of the world around us. We're stuck in a trance. We're fixated on these things. And in order to get out of the fixation, get out of the trance, we get to dance, move. We just move. If it's just walking, it's walking. If it's wiggling around, it's wiggling around. With Rex Sikes, your brain doesn't have a judgment about you when it comes to negative or destructive things. It's just doing what it's trained to do. Train it to do something different. Train it to do something new. And from Ava, she said, there's no bad brainwaves. There's no bad brainwaves, right? There's none. I love that. It allows me to step into full acceptance of all the brainwaves, right? From Dame Doria, the brain loves the big picture. And I think a lot of the time when we are in complex situations, we have a hard time really allowing ourselves to look at the bigger picture, especially when we're climbing up a mountain of really challenging moments, or we're getting through something really big. We don't want to see the bigger picture because it feels daunting and scary and can cause that fear in our chest at times. But the brain loves the big picture. Feed the brain of what it's wanting and allow the brain to thrive. A few other things.
Keep them coming, Teresa. I love your recaps.
Yeah, no problem. I've got pages. You guys already know.
Me too.
Another one from Dame Doria is clearing and deservability. Clear out all of the thoughts that do not align with that level, your level of deservability. Let all the thoughts that live within you, that live within your body, that your body is receiving and hearing constantly all the time on a cellular level, allow them to match with your level of deservability, to match the worthiness that you already are born into and born with. Gosh, there's so many. Les Brown. This one was impactful last night. You can talk about neuro whatever, but if a person is not hungry, he will not make it.
So true. You have to have that desire to want to learn more and to want to make those changes.
Yes, get hungry, get thirsty.
Get hungry.
Stay hungry, stay thirsty, stay open, stay curious, stay willing to learn, and remain open. It's harder said than done. I'm speaking to myself. But stay open and keep the OQP, the only quality people. That's really going to allow you to help protect what's going on up here. Only quality people. The people that lack quality, of course, this is subjective, of course. Quality people are going to help protect what's going on up here. And what's going on up here is going to then automatically impact every cell in your body. Only quality people. And another one, maintain your commitment. From Fab, I could go on days about Fab because I soaked up that whole interview being that with him. But one thing I really loved he shared was just nurture what you love. And what he loved was being an artist, was creating, was music, was art, was fashion. Like he's an artist by nature, and he's allowed himself to just continue to nurture that. Ultimately, the nurturing of that love, the nurturing of that passion and that desire is what ultimately helps save him in the end. So it's never a waste. It's never squandering what that desire is. It's a vessel that helps deliver you from these moments in life that can seem like a very long time, even if they're years or decades long.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting when Fab was talking about that, how, he was saying pain is temporary. And when we're in that pain and it's been going on for a long time, it is so helpful to remind ourselves this is temporary. This too will pass. I mean, there's a reason why that's repeated, so many times in the scriptures, because we need that reminder. And to, I thought Fab just brought that home so clearly. I mean, with not using Novocaine at the dentist, and the different things that he went through to keep reminding himself, this pain is temporary. He gave me hope.
Yeah, I love that word, Karen, hope, because he really did. And it reminded me of something that Jim Kwik said yesterday when we opened day 2. He said, some storms come because they're here to clear our path.
Yeah.
And there was something about the way he said it. And you just never know why you're going through experiences and what kind of space they're creating in their future. Like Fab went through what he went through, but I can only imagine the breakthroughs that he's had in his personal life. And as he shares his story, he actually liberates other people to figure out where they're at in their own journey and to think about themselves and to have the space and give themselves the grace to navigate what they're going through. And he gave people permission to do that through sharing his story. And so it's just, and he's able to share his light is shining through so brightly.
Yes.
And so I think what's been beautiful about the last 3 days is that we've heard from so many different people that have had so many different perspectives, but a lot of it goes back to our inner self. But I think it's been really interesting to hear how people have evolved along their own journey and acknowledge where they're at. I think there's something to be said about acknowledgement about what we've experienced, acknowledgement about the way our brain functions, is trying to protect us. So maybe we did go through a traumatic response or traumatic experience and we're responding in a way that feels foreign. Why would I respond to that? Why didn't I respond? And we're learning that, it's because of how our brain is trying to protect us, but it's okay to just acknowledge that and move through that. And so, Parisa, you touched upon that this morning when you were sharing a little bit of your story. And Rex Sikes talked about it yesterday when you said you don't want to push it aside. You want to move through it. You want to acknowledge. And it's been beautiful to hear people share their perspectives. I mean, Dr. Rebekah was really breaking down some of the latest research. But, to hear James share his own personal journey and how he's used his experiences to coach other individuals. There are so many discoveries, I think, yet to be discovered around how our brains function. I mean, our brains are a supercomputer But what we've had an opportunity to experience over the last 3 days is different perspectives. We've heard about spirituality. We've heard about the metaphysical side of how everything functions and how we show up in life. And Dame Doria said something yesterday. It says, it's important to listen, is to hear. We can come up with our own reactions to someone, but what does it look like when we hear and we expand our minds? And this summit was really meant for you all to kind of join in community, hear from experts in the space, but hear personal stories. And what's remarkable is Parisa had her own list of notes and quotes that she took, but I can imagine that those of you tuned in had your own reflection. So we ask that you ponder upon what you learned about, figure out how that applies to your life, share your experiences with someone in your community, and we really empower you along your journey. Wherever you're at, we hope that you found this information informative. If there's an experience that you've gone through and you're not sure what to do, we hope that you can learn from the perspectives of the people that were speaking with you, but also figure out what journey makes sense for you. And also know that nothing is wrong with you. Jonathan said something yesterday. He said, and I don't want to get this wrong, so I'm going to look at my notes. He says, I made the biggest discovery of my life. Nothing was wrong with me. People can speak to you. They can say whatever they'd like, but you get to decide who you are. You get to decide how you want to show up in this world. And you get to decide how you want to do that in your own timeline. People may tell you what you should do or what you need to do, but you get to have that agency yourself. So it has been a miraculous 3 days. Thank you to you, Karen. Thank you to you, Parisa, for hosting and sharing your stories. To Mo Rock, the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, we appreciate you for continuously creating spaces for people to share their voice and share their stories with the world. To our entire team, Michael Serverless, Ava Emmanuel, we had Jason Antelek and Donna Campbell joining us. We appreciate you. If this program impacted you, share it with a friend, re-listen and take notes. But it's all about just sharing insights with you that you can figure out what you want to do with. Karen, to you for your last closing remarks, Parisa. And then we sum up day 3 of the Neuroscience Symposium.
Well, one of the things that really hit me was that so many times when we are struggling with life, we want to know, how can we make it through this? How can we manage our emotions in these difficult situations? And we learned the tools of reframing, which we talked about that in so many different ways. And when the constant underlying universal experience that people had, we have all gone through difficulties in life. You think about Jim Kwik and about, his brain injury and being told he had a broken brain, and Les Brown, being told that he was mentally retarded. I mean, we could go on and on with James Dentley and all the speakers had something like that in their life, which I find so comforting to know that we are not alone. And all of you out there, if you have gone through something difficult, you are not alone. We are here for you. And that is why we are motivated to put these events on, is so that we can join together in community and strengthen each other and teach each other. The things that, people are teaching me are giving me hope. And if I can teach something and share something in my life with you to give you hope, then that brings meaning to my life. And Alisha, I think you just said that so well, that why are we doing what we are doing? We are doing this to bless other people and to provide that sense of community. And so thank you for all that you do. Thank you for making this possible, because the content is so valuable. And I'm just going to close with one last thing that James Dentley said. He said, if you stay calm, then the battle is yours. And we have learned tools about how we can stay calm so that we can be the victor in the battle.
I love that. Thank you for sharing, Karen. What about for you, Parisa? Closing remarks.
Yes. So of all of the speakers and all of the wisdom, all of the insight, all of the knowledge that has been shared, there's been a few central themes. One has been to keep an open mind. Another has been to increase your awareness. Another has been to just do one thing at a time. And the final thing, that there are many, many, many more themes. But the final one that I would like to presence, that I feel is one that we shame often in society, and that is to celebrate. We're used to celebrating birthdays. We're used to celebrating big moments. We're used to celebrating things that are worthy of celebration. Worthy of celebration, that's however, whatever, perspective you want to put on that, that's also very subjective as well. Each person has their own definition of worthiness of celebration, right? And if there's one thing I've learned in the last 7 years, something that I shared a bit earlier was that today is the exact day, 7 years ago, that I couldn't even do a 2-minute long live on Facebook because I was so petrified. When I say I was so petrified, I mean it on a physiological level. I could barely breathe. I had full body sweats. I couldn't remember anything that I was saying. I was on complete overload. And I all of these fears that were very much connected to trauma that I experienced were coming forward. They were very real to me at the time. They were very real in my world. And I did 1 minute and 17 seconds with the help of a friend. So I didn't do it alone. I may have not reached the 2 minutes, but the fact that the 2 minutes was too much for me to do then, 7 years ago today. And here I am on day 3 of being on here for hours. I mean, y'all have seen my face for hours now. And we're live, obviously. And this is not the first, summit. I've been on here for many. My point is that celebrate every little moment you can, because it's the celebration that really allows the progress to be felt. And you can celebrate the fact that you were less anxious at the grocery store. That's worthy of celebration. You can celebrate the fact that you went out and got the mail 3 days in a row and you didn't let it pile up for 3 weeks. That's worthy of celebration. I'm not exaggerating. These things are worthy of celebration. Every small thing that you view as small, but that you've accomplished that you didn't do before, is worthy of celebration. And the stacking of celebrating will allow you to feel confident in what you're doing and how you're moving forward. Because I'll tell you, it's been a long 7 years. And I get to celebrate more because that's the one area, if I'm being very honest and real, that's the one area I struggle with most, is celebrating. So here's the next 7 years of celebrating a ton more and allowing myself to carry that momentum and strength and confidence and have others come with me too in that. Because again, we're not alone in this. And see what can be done, because it's not about me. It's about what we can do together and how we can all connect more with the reality of this moment, of what we've gone through, and discover where we are all headed. It's been an honor and a joy and delight to be here with everyone that's been listening and watching and commenting and messaging and reposting and tagging and all of the things. I've not checked all the notifications, but I promise you I will. I see you. Thank you guys for all of the love you've shown us here on this broadcast the last 3 days. We see it, we feel it, we appreciate it. Truly, truly, truly. So those are my final thoughts for today. I know that we are going to touch on a bit of some events coming up, but Alisha, over to you.
Thank you so much for that share, Parisa. So many gems. I think something I thought about and reflected on over the last 3 days is words matter. How we use them matters more. What is the conversation that we're having with ourselves? What is the conversation that we're having with other people? I think something that came up many times in the conversations over the 3 days was people were saying, someone said this about me, and this is how it made me feel, and this is how I responded. And, to think that someone might close out their light or dim their light, their shine, because of what someone else said. So it was just a reminder that we always have to think about how we're interacting and engaging with other people. Because in the same way that an inspiring and positive message can inspire them, and shift them and push them and propel them, like, words really matter, and how we treat people really matter, because how we treat people, it impacts their lives. Like, we're live, right? We're live here in this program, but life is live. And so it's just having that intentionality. And I was thinking about it when Erica was on earlier, and she was talking about the event space. And, there's something to be said about live events and brainwave synchronization. And Dr. Rebekah talked about it earlier, of how when people are tuning in or in the same space, we soak up other people's stuff. So imagine if we're working to look within, if we're clearing and we're healing, the impact that we can have on other people that we may not know. If our energy is vibrating at a high frequency and we're walking past someone, then we're just providing a little bit more positivity in their life, right? But if we're in a negative state, we may not be giving them that same experience. And we're also connected. And so, I mean, there are so many experts, so many practitioners, but so many real people, I think most importantly, came on to share their life's work, but their own experiences, and encourage you all to share this with individuals, to replay it, and really most importantly, to reflect, like, what did today, or if you've been tuning in the last 3 days, mean to you? Write it down, write yourself a message, or think about what are 1 or 2 or 3 tools or practices or principles that I can explore after today, and not feel like you have to take all of it in, but really take what is meaningful and important for you in, because that's what it's all about. So it's been a pleasure being with you all the last 3 days. And, at the Los Angeles Tribune, there are a number of different events that we have coming up. Would like for you all to know that we are a media partner for the upcoming Les Brown Power of Possibilities Mental Health and Wellness Tour. It's going to be taking place in Los Angeles, October 11th through 13th. Les Brown will be speaking with the community members that join him in person at the Los Angeles Marriott Hotel during this tour, and it's all about mental health and wellness. So Les will be speaking. There will be a number of mental health advocates and mental health experts in the audience, really teaching individuals how to have conversations like we were having today. And whether you've been through something, you're trying to figure out what to do next, or you have a friend that's going through something and you don't know what to say, how to show up, how to be maybe a little more empathetic in your life, this conference is for you. It's going to be full of workshops, but people sharing their real life stories. Lee Steinberg will be there, Brandon Siller, Gretchen Evans, who is a Purple Heart veteran. There's going to be so much. So if you're interested in participating, you can get tickets at lesbrownpowertour.com. It's going to be in Los Angeles, October 11th through 13th. And it's going to be very special because on the evening of October 12th, which is the Saturday, we at the Los Angeles Tribune are going to be honoring Les Brown with a Speaker Hall of Fame award. We will also be honoring Marie Diamond with the Speakers Hall of Fame award in person. We will also be honoring Bill Walsh. There are a number of people that are mental health advocates that will be receiving industry awards. And it's really a celebration of those individuals that are doing the work to help to support people along their journey. So I know that the link was just put up, but it's lesbrownpowertour.com. That's October 11th through the 13th. And then later this month on October 24th, we have a very, very special event where we are hosting in partnership with Barnes & Nobles, the Barnes & Nobles at the Grove in LA. We are hosting, I got to put it on the screen, podcast, books, and entertainment. You're going to be hearing from Sheila E., who is a Grammy-nominated musician, Craig Duswalt, Maurice Bernard, who's going to be talking about his mental health and wellness journey. Aaron Scott Young is going to be hosted by Michael Silvers. I'll be hosting a red carpet, and we're going to have authors here, and it's really going to be about them sharing their stories of how they got to where they're at now and how they use creativity and art to express themselves and connect with the world. So we highly encourage you to buy your ticket. You can visit the link that was just put up, or you can Google Barnes & Nobles and Los Angeles Tribune LA, and the ticket to show up will be there. And then we have very, very exciting summits coming up in November around marketing. And so stay tuned for many more announcements. We appreciate you all for tuning in. More to come. We're all about education and inspiration. If you all noticed that, this is definitely a trend here at the Los Angeles Tribune. We appreciate our CEO, Mo Rock, for being the visionary that he is. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you next time. Until next time.
Bye.
Save the dates, November 20th to the 24th. That is when our marketing symposium will be held with very, very special experts in the marketing space. So we hope to see you again. And until next time,
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.